Chapter 29 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. A Spider's Dinner Party. Now was the happy time when Oxford, ever old, yet ever fresh with the gay triennial crown of youth, was preparing itself for that sweet leisure of which it is seldom ill prepared, being the paramount castle and strongest feudal hold of stout Idlesse. This fair city has not much to do to get itself in a prime condition for the noblest efforts and most arduous feats of invincible laziness. The first and most essential step is to summon all her students and send them to chapel to pay their vows. After this, there need be no misgiving of fear of industry. With one accord they issue forth, all pledged to do nothing for the day, week, or month, each intellectual browist stamped with the strongest resolve not to open a book, and games are the spur which the clear spirit doth raise, scorn the dons, and live luxurious days. This being so, whether winter shatters the iced wave against Folly Bridge, or spring's arrival rustles in the wavering leaves of Magdalen, or autumn strews the chastened fragrance of so many brewers on ripe air, how much more when the beauteous summer fosters the coy down on the lip of the junior sophist like the thistle seed, and casts the freshman's shadow hotly on the flags of High Street. Now or never is the proper period not to overwork oneself, and the hour for taking it easy. But against each sacred rite and hallowed custom of the place, against each good old-fashioned smoothness and fine-fed sequacity, a rapid stir was now arising, and a strong desire to give a shove. There were some few people who really thought that the little world in which they lay was one they ought to move in, that perfect life was not to be had without some attempt at breathing, and that a fire, though beautifully laid, gives little warmth till kindled. However, these were young fellows mostly, clever in their way, but not quite sound, and the heads of houses, generally speaking, abode on the housetop, and did not come down. Still they kept their sagacious eyes on the movement gathering down below, and made up their minds to crush it as soon as they could be quite certain of being too late. But these things ride not upon the cart of Cripps, though Cripps is a theologian, when you beat his charges down. After the Easter vacation was over, with too few fattening festivals, the most popular tutor of Brasenose, being the only one who ever tried to teach, came back to his rooms and his cottage work with a very fine appetite for doing good, according at least to his own ideas of good and duty and usefulness, all of which were fundamentally wrong in the opinion of the other tutors. But Hardnow, while he avoided carefully all disputes with his colleagues, strictly kept his own course, and doing more work than the other five all put together attempted, was permitted to have his own way because of the trouble there might be in stopping him. The college met for the idle term on Saturday morning as usual. On Saturday afternoon, Hardnow led off his old squad with 2 new recruits for their 15 miles of hard walking. Athletics and training were as yet unknown, except with the 8 for Henley, and this tractarian movement may have earned its name ere the birth of number 90 from the tract of road traversed, in a toe and heel track by the fine young fellows who were up to it. At any rate, that was what the country people said, and these are more often right than wrong, and the same opinion still abides with them. Hardnow only took this long tramp for the sake of collecting his forces. Saturday was not their proper day for this very admirable coat-tail chase, neither did they swallow hill and plain in this manner on a Sunday. Lectures were needful to fetch them up to the proper pitch for striding so. Wherefore on the morrow Mr. Hardnow was free for a cruise of his own account. After morning sermon at St. Mary's, and not having heard of his old friend Russell for several weeks, he resolved to go and hunt him up in his own home. It was not a possible thing for this very active and spare-bodied man to lounge upon his road. Whatever it was that he undertook, he carried on the action with such a swing and emphasis that he seemed to be doing nothing else. He wore a short spencer and a long-tailed coat, typical, to use the pet word of that age, both of his curt brevity and his ankle-reaching gravity. His jacket stuck to him, and his coat struck away with the power of an adverse wind, while the boys turned back and stared at him. But he was so accustomed to that sort of thing that he never thought of looking round. He might have been tailpiped for 7 leagues without troubling his head about it. This was a man of great power of mind, and led up to a lofty standard, pure, unselfish, good, and grand, so far as any grandeur can be in the human compound, watchful over himself at almost every corner of his ways, kind of heart and fond of children, loving all simplicity, quick to catch and glance the meaning of minds very different from his own, subtle also, and deep to reason, but never much inclined to argue. He had a shy and very peculiar manner of turning his eyes away from even an undergraduate when his words did not commend assent, as sometimes happened with freshmen full of conceit from some great public school. The matter of his mind was never to assert itself, or enter into controversy. He felt that no arguments would stir himself when he had solidly cast his thoughts, and he had of all courtesies the rarest, at any rate with Englishmen, the courtesy of hoping that another could reason as well as himself. In this honest and strenuous nature there was one deficiency. The Reverend Thomas Hardnow, copious of mind and active, clear of memory and keen at every knot of scholarship, patient and candid too, and not at all intolerant, yet never could reach the highest rank through want of native humor. His view of things was nearly always anxious and earnest. His standing point was so fixed and stable that every subject might be said to revolve on its own axis during its revolution around him, and the side that never presented itself was the ludicrous or lightsome one. As he strode up the hill with the back of his leg line concave at the calf instead of convex, whenever his fluttering skirt allowed a glimpse of what he never thought about, it was brought home suddenly to his ranging mind that he might be within view of Beckley. At a bend of the rising road he turned, and endwise down a plate of hills and between soft pillowy folds of trees, the simple old church of Beckley stood, for his thoughts to make the most of it, and to guide them the chime of the gentle bells, foretelling of the service at 3 o'clock, came on the tremulous conveyance of the wind, murmuring the burden he knew so well. Old men and ancient dames, married folk and children, bachelors and maidens, all come to church. Hardnow thought of the months he had spent some few years back in that quiet place, of the long, laborious, lonesome days, the solid hours divided well, the space allotted for each hard drill. Then, when the pages grew dim and dark, and the bat flitted over the lattice, or the white owl sailed to the rickyard, the glory of sallying into the air and hailing grander volumes than ever from the mortal breath proceeded, and plunging into leaves that speak of one great author only. And well he remembered in all that toil and pure delight of the Sunday, the precious balm of kicking out both legs and turning on the pillow until 8 o'clock, the leisurely breakfast with the Saturday papers instead of Aristotle, an instructive and amusing walk to church where everybody admired him, and he set the fashion for at least 10 years, the dread of the parson that a man who was known as the best of his year at Oxford should pick out the fallacies of his old logic, and then culminating triumph of sabbatic jubilee, the dinner wherewith the whole week had been privately gestating up to that crowning moment when Cripps, in a coat of no mean broadcloth, entered with a dish of Crippsic size, with the trimmings coming after him on a tray, and lifting the cover with a pant and flourish, said, "Well, sir, now what do ye please to think of that?" Nor in this pleasant retrospect of kindness and simplicity was the element of rustic grace and beauty wholly absent. The slight young figure that flitted in and out with quick desire to please him, the soft pretty smile with which his improvements of Beckley dialect were received, and the sweet gray eyes that filled with tears so, the day before his college met. Hardnow had feared, humble-minded as he was, that the young girl might be falling into liking him too well, and he knew that there might be on his own part too much reciprocity. Therefore, much as he loved Cripps, and fully as he allowed for all that was to be said upon every side, he had felt himself bound to take no more than a distant view of Beckley. Even now, after 3 years and a half, there was some resolve in him to that effect, or the residue of a resolution. He turned from the gentle invitation of the distant bells and went on with his face set towards the house of his old friend Overshute. When he came to the lodge, which was like a great beehive stuck at the end of a row of trees, it caused him a little surprise to find the gate wide open, and nobody there. But he thought that, as it was Sunday, perhaps the lodge people were gone for a holiday, and so he trudged onward, and met no one to throw any light upon anything. In this way he came to the door at last, with a fine old porch of Purbeck stone heavily overhanging it, and the long wings of the house stretched out, with empty windows either way. Hardnow rang, and knocked, and then set to and knocked and rang again, and then sat down on a stone balustrade, and then jumped up with just vigor renewed, and pushed and pulled, and in every way worked to the utmost degree the capacity of everything that had ever been gifted with any power of conducting sound. Nobody answered. The sound of his energy went into places far away, and echoed there, and then from stony corners came back to him. He traced the whole range of the windows and caught no sign of any life inside them. At last he pushed the great door, and lo, there was nothing to resist his thrust, except its sullen weight. When Hardnow stood in the old-fashioned hall, which was not at all baronial, he found himself getting into such a fright that he had a great mind to go away again. If there had only been anybody with him, however inferior in the mental power, he might have been able to refresh himself by demonstrating something, and then have marched on to the practical proof. But now he was all by himself, in strange and unaccountable loneliness. The sense of his condition perhaps induced him to set to and shout. The silence was so oppressive that the sound of his own voice almost alarmed him by its audacity. So, after shouting "Russell" thrice, he stopped and listened, and heard nothing except that cold and shuddering ring, as of hardware in frosty weather, which stone and plaster and timber gave when deserted by their lords, mankind. Knowing pretty well all the chief rooms of the house, Hardnow resolved to go and see if they were locked, and grasping his black holly stick for self-defense, he made for the dining room. The door was wide open, the cloth on the table, with knives and forks and glasses placed, as if for a small dinner party. But the only guest visible was a long-legged spider, with a sound and healthy appetite, who had come down to dine from the oak beams overhead, and was sitting in his web between a claret bottle and a cruet stand, ready to receive with a cordial clasp any eligible visitor. Hardnow tasted the water in a jug and found it quite stale and nasty. Then he opened a napkin, and the bread inside it was dry and hard as biscuit. Then he saw with still further surprise that the windows were open to their utmost extent, and the basket of plate was on the sideboard. "My old friend Russell, my dear old fellow," he cried with his hand on his heart, where lurked disease as yet unsuspected. "What strange misfortune has befallen you? No wonder my letter was left unanswered. Perhaps the dear fellow is now being buried, and everyone gone to his funeral. But no, if it were so, these things would not be thus. The funeral feast is a grand institution. Everything would be fresh and lively, and 5 leaves put into the dinner table." With his true reflection, he left the room to seek the solution elsewhere. He failed, however, to find it in any of the downstairs sitting rooms. Then he went even into the kitchen, thinking the liberty allowable under such conditions. The grate was cold and the table bare. On one lay a drift of soot, on the other a level deposit of dust, with a few grimy implements to distribute it. Hardnow made up his mind for the worst. He was not addicted to fiction, as happily was indicated by his good degree, but he could not help recalling certain Eastern and even classic tales, and if he had come upon all the household sitting in native marble, or from the waistband downward turned into fish or logs or dragons, he might have been partly surprised, but must have been wholly thankful for the explanation. Failing, however, to discover this, and being resolved to go through with the matter, the tutor of Brasenose mounted the black oak staircase of this enchanted house. At the head of the stairs is a wide, low passage, leading right and left from a balustrated gallery. The young man chose first the passage to the right, and tightening his grip of the stick, strode on. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. The Fire Bell. The doors of the rooms on either side were not only open but fastened back. The sashes of the windows were all thrown up, and the rain, which had followed when the east wind fell, had entered and made puddles on the sills inside. Such a draught of air rushed down the passage that Hardnow's lengthy skirts flickered out in the orthodox fashion behind him. At the end of this passage he came to a small alcove, fenced off with a loose white curtain, shaking and jerking itself in the wind. He put this aside with his stick, and two doorways leading into separate rooms, but with no doors in them, faced him. Something told him that both these rooms held human life or human death. First he looked at the one on the left. He expected to see lonely death, perhaps corruption, or he knew not what. His nerves were strung or unstrung, whichever is the medical way of putting it, to such a degree that he wholly forgot or entirely put by everything except his own absorbing sense of his duty as a man in holy orders. This duty had never been practiced yet in any serious way, because he had never been able to afford it. It costs so much more money than it brings in. However, in the midst of more lucrative work, he had felt that he was sacred to it, rich or poor, and he often had a special hankering after it. This leaning towards the cure of souls had a good chance now of being gratified. In the room on the left hand he saw a little bed, laid at the foot of a fat four-poster, which with carved mouths grinned at it, and on this little bed of white, without curtain or trimming or tester, lay a lady, or a lady's body, cast down recklessly in sleep or death, with the face entirely covered by a silvery cloud of hair. From the manner in which one arm was bent, Hardnow thought that the lady lived. There was nothing else to show it. Being a young man, a gentleman also, he hung back and trembled back from entering that room. Without any power to resolve things well, as he always directed his pupils to do, Hardnow stepped to the other doorway, and silently settled his gaze inside. His eyes were so worried that he could not trust them, until he had time to consider what they told. They told him a tale even stranger than that which had grown upon him for an hour now, and passed from a void alarm into terror. They showed him the loveliest girl, according to their rendering, that ever they had rested on till now. A maiden, sitting in a low chair, reading, silently sometimes, and sometimes in a whisper, according to some signal perhaps at which he saw no sign. There was no other person in the room, so far as he could see, and he strained his eyes with extreme anxiety to make out that. The Reverend Thomas Hardnow knew, as clearly as his keen perception ever had brought any knowledge home, that he was not discharging the functions now, unless they were too Catholic, of the sacerdotal office, in watching a young woman through a doorway, without either leave or notice. But though he must have been aware of this, it scarcely seemed now to occur to him, or whether it did or did not, he went on in the same manner, gazing. The girl could not see him. It was not fair play. The width of the great windows, for instance, kept up such a rattling of blinds and such flapping of cords that even the floor was so strewn with herbs, for the sake of their aroma, that anybody might quite come close to anybody who had cast away fear, in the vast despair of prostration, without any sense of approach until perhaps hand was laid upon shoulder. Hardnow took no more advantage of these things than about half a minute. In that half minute, however, his outward faculties, being all alive with fear, rendered to his inward and then diethetic, organs a picture, a schema, or a plasm, the proper word may be left to him, such as would remain inside at least while the mind abode there. The sound of low, laborious breath pervaded the sick room now and then, between the creaking noises and the sighing of the wind. In spite of all draughts, the air was heavy with the scent of herbs strewn broadcast to prevent infection: tansy, wormwood, rue, and sage, burnt lavender and rosemary. The use of acids and malignant fevers was at that time much in vogue, and saucers of vinegar and verjuice, seeped lemon peel, and such like, as well as dozens of medicine bottles, stood upon little tables. Still Hardnow could not see the patient. Only by following the glance of the reader could he discover the direction. It was the girl herself, however, on whom his wondering eyes were bent. At first he seemed to know her face, and then he was sure that he must have been wrong. The sense of doing good and the wonderful influence of pity had changed the face of a pretty girl into that of a beautiful woman. Hardnow banished his first idea and wondered what strange young lady this could be. Although she was reading aloud and doing it not so very badly, it was plain enough that she expected no one to listen to her. The sound of her voice perhaps was soothing to someone who understood no words, as people, in some of the many unknown conditions of brain, have been soothed and recovered by a thread of waterfall, broken with a walking stick. At any rate, she read on, and her reading fell like decent poetry. Hardnow scarcely knew what he ought to do, and he did not like to go forward, and it was a mean thing to go backward, rendering no help when help seemed wanted so extremely. He peeped back into another room, and there was the lady with the fine white hair, sleeping as soundly as a weary top driven into dreaming by extreme activity of blows. Nothing less than a fine idea would have delivered Hardnow from this bad situation. It was suddenly become upon his mind that the house had a rare old fire-bell, a relic of nobler ages, hanging from a bar in the little open cot, scarcely big enough for a hen roost. And Russell had shown him one day with a laugh the corner from which the rope hung. There certainly could be but very little chance of doing harm by ringing it. What could be worse than the present state of things? Some good Samaritan might come. No Levite was left to be driven away. For Hardnow understood the situation now. The meaning of a very short paragraph in the Oxford paper of Saturday, which he had glanced at and cast by, came distinctly home to him. The careful editor had omitted name of person and of place, but had made his report quite clear to those who held a key to the reference. "How very dull-witted now I must be," cried the poor young fellow in his lonely trouble. "I ought to have known it, but we never know the dearest things until too late." It was not only for the sake of acquitting himself of an awkward matter, but also in the hope of doing good to the few left desolate, that Hardnow moved forth his legs from the windy white curtain away again. He went down the passage at a very great pace, as nearly akin to a run as the practice of long, steady walks permitted, and then at the head of the staircase he turned and remembered a quiet little corner. Here, in an out-of-the-way recess, a rope of the alarm bell hung, and he saw it, even in that niche, moving to and fro with a universal draught. Hardnow seized it and rang such a peal as the old bell had never given tongue to before. The bell was a large one, sound and clear, and the call must have startled the neighborhood for a mile if it could be startled. "Really, I do believe I have roused somebody at last," exclaimed the ringer, as he looked through a window commanding the road to the house, and saw a man on horseback coming. "But surely, unless he sprang out of the ground, he must have been coming before I began." In this strange loneliness, almost any visitor would be welcome, and Hardnow ran towards the top of the stairs to see who it was, and to meet him. But here, as he turned the corner of the balustrated gallery, a scared and hurrying young woman almost ran into his arms. "Oh, what is it?" she cried, drawing back and blushing to a deeper color than well-extracted blood can show. "There is no funeral yet. He is not dead. Who is ringing the bell so? It has startled even him, and will either kill or save him. Kill him, it will kill him, I am almost sure." "Esther! Miss Cripps, what a fool I am! I never thought of that. I did not know. How could I tell? I am all in the dark. Is it Russell Overshute?"
"Yes, Mr. Hardenau, everybody knows it. Every one has taken good care to run away. Even the doctors will come no more. They say it is hopeless, and they might only infect their other patients. I fear that his mother must die too. She has taken the fever in a milder form, but walk she will while walk she can. And at her time of life it is such a chance, but I cannot stop one moment." "And at your time of life it is nothing, Esther? You seem to think of everybody but yourself. Is this fair to your own hearth and home?" While he was speaking he looked at her eyes, and her eyes were filling with deep tears, a dangerous process to contemplate. "Oh, no, there is no fear of that," she answered, misunderstanding him. "I shall take good care not to go home until I am quite sure there is no risk." "That is not what I mean. I mean, supposing you yourself should catch it." "If I do, they will let me stay here, I am sure. But I have no fear of it. The hand that led me here will lead me back again. But you ought not to be here. I am quite forgetting you."
Hardenau looked at her with admiration warmer than he could put into words. She had been thinking of him throughout. She thought of every one except herself. Even in the moment of first surprise, she had drawn away so that she stood to leeward, and while they were speaking she took good care that the current of wind passed from him to her. Also in one hand she carried a little chafing dish, producing lively fumigation.
"Now, if you please, I must go back to him. Nothing would move him. He lay for hours as a log lies in a stone. I could not have knowledge whether he was living, only for his breathing sometimes like a moan. The sound of the bell seemed to call him to life, for he thought that it was his own funeral. His mother is with him, worn out as she is. The lady awoke at this rambling. She sent me to find out the meaning. Now, sir, please go back round the corner. The shivering wind comes down the passage."
Hardenau was not such a coward as to obey her orders. He even wanted to shake hands with her, as in her girlhood he used to do when he had frightened this little pupil with too much emendation. But Esther curtsied at a distance and started away, until her retreat was cut off very suddenly.
"Why, ho, girl, and young man in the corner. What is the meaning of all this? I have come to see things righted. My name is Worth Oglander, and I find this here old house silent as a grave, and you two looking like a brace of robbers. Young woman, why, bless me now, if it isn't our own Eddie Cripps. I did believe and would believe, but for knowing of your family, Eddie, and your brother Cripps the Carrier, that here you are for the purpose of setting this old mansion afire."
Esther, having been hard set to sustain what had happened already, as well as unblessed with a wink of sleep since Friday night, was now unable to assert her dignity. She simply leaned against the wall and gently blew into the embers of her disinfecting stuff. She knew that the squire might kill himself after all his weeks of confinement by coming over here in this rash manner and working himself up so. But it was not her place to say a word, even if she could say it. "Mr. Oglander," said Hardenau, coming forward and offering his hand, while Esther looked at them from beneath a cloud of smoke. "I know your name better than you know mine. You happened to be on the continent when I was staying in your village. My name is Thomas Hardenau. I am a priest of the Anglican Church, and have no intention of setting anything on fire." Lord bless me. Are you the young fellow that turned half the heads of Beckley and made the Oxford examiners all tumble back like dead herrings with their jaws down? Cripps was in the schools, and he told me all about it, and you were a friend of poor Overshute. I am proud to make your acquaintance, sir." "Master Cripps has inverted the story, I fear," Hardenau answered with a glance at Esther, while he could not without rudeness get his hand out of the ancient squire's, which clung to another in this weak time as heartily as it used to do. "The examiners made a dry herring of me, but I am very glad to see you, sir. I have heard of, I feared that you were in weak health almost." "Not a bit of it. I was fool enough, or rather I should say my sister, to have a lot of doctors down, fellows worth their weight in gold, or at any rate in brass, every day of their own blessed lives, and yet with that temptation even, they cannot lengthen their own days. Of that I will tell you some other time.
They kept me indoors, and they drenched me with the physic, this, that, and the other. God bless you, sir, this hour of the air with my own good mare under me, this has done me more good. But my head goes round, just a little, not anything to notice. Eddie, my dear, don't you be afraid." With these words the squire sank down on the floor, not through any kind of fit or even loss of consciousness, but merely because his fine old legs, being quite out of practice for so many weeks, had found it a little more than they could do to keep themselves firm in the stirrups, and then carry their master up slippery stairs, and after that to support a good deal of excitement among the trunk parts. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. Throw Physic to the Dogs.
"In all my life I never knew such a very extraordinary thing,"
said Squire Oglander on the following Tuesday to his old friend Dr. Splinters.
"Why, look you here. He was wholly given up by the very first man in London. That poor young fellow was. Can you deny that, Splinters?"
"Well, between you and me and the doorpost, Squire," answered his learned visitor, "I am not quite so sure that Sir Anthony is quite the rose and crown of the profession. He may be a great court card and all that, and the rage with all the nobility. But for all that, Squire, there are good men in comparatively obscure positions, men who have devoted their lives to science from the purest motives, modest men, sir, who are thankful to pocket their poor guinea, men who would scorn any handle to their name or any shabby interloping, sir. I say there are darned good men."
"But even you, Splinters, come now, even you gave him up, unless we are wholly misinformed."
"Not at all. That was quite a mistake. The fact was simply this. When Sir Anthony pronounced his opinion at our last consultation, it was not my place to contradict him. We never do that with a London man. But I ventured in my own mind to differ even from our brilliant light, sir. For I said to myself, first see the effect of the remedial agent which I myself, in the absence of this Londoner, have exhibited. I was suddenly called away to retrieve a case of shocking blundering by a quack at Iffley. That is why you do not see me, Squire."
"Oh, yes, to be sure. I quite see now,"
answered Mr. Oglander with a quiet internal wink.
"And when you came, you found the most wonderful effect from your remedial agent."
"That I did. Something I could scarcely have believed. Soft, sweet sleep, a genial perspiration, an equable pulse, nice, gentle breathing, the very conditions of hygiene which Sir Anthony's efforts could never produce. Why, my good sir, in all the records of the therapeutic art there is no example of such rapid efficacy. I think it will henceforth be acknowledged that Dr. Splinters knows what he is about. My dear friend, you know that there is nothing I dislike so much as the appearance of vaunting. If I had only condescended to that, nobody could have stopped me, sir. But no, Squire, no. I have always been the same, and I have not an enemy except myself."
"You may say more than that, sir, a great deal more than that. You may say that you have many friends, doctor, who admire your great abilities. But as to Russell Overshute, if the poor fellow does come round, the general belief will be that he must thank the fire-bell."
"The fire-bell! My dear sir, in this age of advanced therapeutics,
Oglander, you must know better than to listen to that low story. Splinters, I know that foolish tales are told about almost everything, but being there myself, I thought there might be something in it."
"Nothing whatever. I never heard such nonsense. I was quite angry with Esther Cripps. What can chits of girls know? They must have their chatter."
"I suppose they must," said the squire sadly, thinking of his own dear Grace. "Still, they may be right sometimes. At any rate, doctor, the fire-bell did as much good as your medicine did. Take another glass of wine. I would not hurt your feelings for the world, my dear old friend."
"Oglander," answered Dr. Splinters, putting up his great gold spectacles,
so that beneath them he might see, for he never could see through them, how to pour out his fine glass of port. "Oglander, you have something or other that you are keeping in the background. Squire, whatever it is, out with it. Between you and me, sir, there should be nothing but downright yes or no, Mr. Oglander. Downright yes or no, sir." Of course," said the squire, relapsing into some quiet mood again. "That was how I always liked it, Splinters. You must know I did, and I never meant anything against it by bringing this here little bottle back. It may have saved the poor boy's life, and of course it did if you say so, but the seal is still on the cork, and the stuff all there, so it may do good again. I dare say the good came through the glass. You doctors have such devices." Mr. Oglander took a small square bottle from his inner peculiar pocket and gave it to the doctor so as not to disturb his wine-glass. "How the deuce did you get a hold of this?" cried Splinters, being an angry man when taken without notice. "This is some of that girl's insolent tricks. I call her an insolent and wicked girl." "I call her a good and brave girl, the very best girl in Beckley since. But, my dear Splinters, you must not be vexed. She told me that you had the greatest faith in this last idea of yours, and it struck me at once that you might wish to try it in some other case, and so I brought it. You see, it has not been opened." "It doesn't matter whether it was used or not," cried Splinters vehemently. "There is the stuff, sir, and here is the result. Am I to understand, sir, that you deny the existence of Providence?" "Far be such a thing from me," the squire replied with a little indignation at such an idea, and then remembering that Splinters was his guest, he changed the subject. "How could I help having faith in the Lord when I see his care made manifest? Why, look at me, Splinters. I am twice the man I was last Sunday morning. Why is it so? Why, because it pleased a gracious Providence to make it my duty as a man to ride. To ride, sir, a very considerable distance, on a mare who had been eating her head off. Everyone vowed that I never could do it, and my good housekeeper locked me in, and when I unscrewed the lock she sent 2 men after me to pick me up. Very good, sir, here I am, enjoying my glass of port, with the full intention of having another. Yesterday I sent to our road contractor for a 3-headed and double-handed hammer, and Cale smashed up in about 2 minutes 320 medicine bottles. They will come in for the top of the orchard wall." "Squire," answered Splinters with a twinkling eye, "it is not at all impossible that you may be right. There are some constitutions so perverse that to exhibit the best remedial agent is just the same thing as to reason with a pig. But it is high time for me to be jogging on my road. If Beckley and Shotover discard my extremely humble services, there are other places in the world, sir, besides Beckley and Shotover." "There is no other place in the world for you except Beckley, for some hours, my friend. We have known one another long enough to allow for one another now. I would have arranged a rubber for you, but, well, you know what I mean. Sadly selfish, but I cannot help it." The doctor, though vain and irritable, was easily touched with softness. He thought of all his many children, and of the long pain he had felt at losing 1 out of a dozen. Then, without process of thought, he felt for the loss of 1, where 1 was all. "Oglander, you need not say another word," he answered, putting forth his hand to squeeze any trifle away between them. "A rubber in winter is all very well, and so it is in summer at the proper time. But on a magnificent spring evening to watch the sunset between one's cards is not. I mean that it is very nice indeed, but still it ought scarcely to be done, when you can help it. Now I will take the leastest little drop of your grand curacoa before I smoke. And then, if you have one of those old Manillas, I am your man for a stroll in the garden." To go into a garden in good weather soothes the temper. The freedom of getting out of doors is a gracious joy to begin with, and when the first blush of that is past, without any trouble there come forward so many things to be looked at, even since yesterday, if we had the good hap to see them yesterday. Many thousand of little things have spent the time in changing. even with the weather scarcely different from yesterday's, though differ it must in some small points when in its most consistent mood, even with no man to come and dig and fork and roll and by all human devices harass, and even without any children dancing, plucking, pulling, trampling, and enjoying their blessed little hearts, as freely as any flower does. Yet in the absence of all those local contributions towards variety there will be for all who have the time to look for it. The most observant and delightful poets of the present age, instead of being masters of nature, prefer to be nature's masters. Having obtained this power, they use it with such diligence and spirit that they make the peach and the apple bloom together, and the plum keep the calendar of the lilac. Once in a way such a thing does almost happen, without the poet's aid. That is to say, when a long cold winter is broken by a general outburst waking every dormant life, and after that a repressive chill returns and lasts to the May month. At such a time, when hope deferred springs anew as hope assured, the fear breaks into fluttering joy, and the faith moves steadily into growth. Then a truly poetic confusion arises in the works of earth. In such a state of things the squire and the doctor walked to and fro in the garden, the squire still looking very pale and feeble, but with the help of his favorite Spud, managing to get along and enjoy the evening. The blush of the peach wall was not over, and yet the trellised apple tree was softly unsheathing puckered buds, all in little clusters pointed like rosettes of coral. The petals of the plum bloom were still hovering with their edges brown, although in a corner near a chimney positively a lilac bush was thrusting forth those vivid jags which lift and curve themselves so swiftly into plumes of beauty. The two good gentlemen were surprised. Each wanted particularly to hear what the other thought of it, but neither would deign to ask, and neither feared to speak his thoughts for fear of giving the other an advantage, because they were rival gardeners, and so they avoided the subject. "This is the very first cigar," said the squire as they turned at the end of the peach wall, over against a young Gros Mignon, beautifully trained on the Seymour system, and bright with a central glow of pistil, although the petals were dropping. "My very first cigar since that— you know what I mean, of course. Since I have cared whether I were in my garden or in my grave. But the Lord supports me. Providence is good, or how could I be smoking this cigar?" "You must not learn to look at things in that way," Dr. Splinter answered. "Oglander, you must learn to know better. You are in an uncomfortable frame of mind, or you would not have flouted me with that bottle, after all our friendship. Why, bless me, only look around you. Badly pruned as your trees are, what a picture there is of largeness. Yes, Splinters, more than you could find in yours, which you amputate into a doctor's bamboo. But now perhaps you may doubt it, Splinters, because your trees are so very poor. But I have not felt any pride at all in one of them. What is the good of lovely trees with only one's self to enjoy them? Now, Oglander, there you are again. How often must I tell you, your poor little Gracie's gone, of course, and a nice little thing she was, to be sure. But here you are again as well as ever, or at any rate as positive. I judge a man's state of health very much by his powers of contradiction, and yours are first-rate. Go to. You are equal to another wife. Take a young one and have more Gracies." "Splinters, do you know what I should do?" Mr. Oglander answered with his spud uplifted. "If my powers were such as you suppose, because I smashed your bottles?" "Yes, I dare say you would knock me down and never beg my pardon till the wedding breakfast." "You are right in the first part, but wrong in the second. Oh, Doctor, is there no one able to share the simplest thoughts we have? To minister to a mind diseased, first he must have his own mind diseased, as all the blessed poets have. But look, the green fly, who would ever believe it after our Siberian winter? The aphis is hatched in your young peach shoots before they have made even half a joint. That comes of your Seymour system." "Ridiculous," answered the squire. But never mind. What matter now? Then you really do think, Splinters, now as an old friend tried to tell me, in pure sincerity, do you think that I have altogether lost my Gracie? Oglander, no. I can truly say no. We are all good Christians, I should hope. She is not lost, but gone before. But, my dear fellow, will you never understand that she ought to have gone long after? It is all very well for you, who have got some baker's dozen of little ones, and lost only one in the measles. Forgive me, I know it was hard upon you. I say things that I should not say. But if you could only bring your mind— However, I dare say you have tried to do it, and what right have I to ask you? Splinters, I know I am puzzle-headed, and many people think me worse than that. But you have the sense to understand me, because for many years you have been acquainted with my constitution. Now, Splinters, tell me in 3 words, shall I live to see my Gracie? That you will, Squire, and to see her married, and to dance on your lap her children. So said Dr. Splinters, fearing what might happen if he did not say it. Only to see her, that is all I want, and to have her in my arms once more, and to hear her tell me, with her own true tongue, that she never ran away from me. After that I shall be ready for my coffin, and know that the Lord has ordered it. Here comes more of your dust into my eyes. Splinters, will you never learn how to knock your ash off?
End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. Cripps on Celibacy. Whatever might or may be said by any number of the most able and homicidal physicians, Russell Overshute will believe as long as he draws breath of life that by the grace of the Lord he owes that privilege to the fire-bell. In this belief he has always been most strongly supported by Esther Cripps, who perhaps was the first to suggest the idea, for he at that time must have failed to know a fire-bell from a water-bucket. The doctors had left him, through no fear of their own lives, but in despair of his. There was far less risk of infection now than in the earlier stages. No sooner, however, did the household find out that the medical men had abandoned the case than panic seized their gallant hearts, and with one accord they ran away. From Saturday morning till Saturday night, when Esther came from Beckley, there was nobody left to watch and soothe the poor despairing misery, except the helpless and worn-out mother. One thing is certain, and even the doctors with their usual sharpness found it wise to acknowledge this. Both Mr. Overshute and his mother must have been dead bodies with little hope of Christian burial, if that brave girl had not set forth, without any one even asking her, on the Saturday night to help them. Mrs. Overshute had quite thrown up all hope of everything, save the mercy of God in a better world, and his justice upon her enemies. Then, quite in the dark, this young girl came while she was lying down on her back, and curtsied and asked her pleasure. If Esther had not curtsied, perhaps Mrs. Overshute in that state of mind would have taken her for an angel, though Eddie's bonnet, made by herself, was not at all angelical. But she knew her for one of the lower orders, who bend knee instead of neck, and belonging herself to a fine old race, she rallied her last energies with a power of condescension. However, these are medical, physical, social, economical, and perhaps even psychological questions, wherein what remains except perpetual inquiry? Enough is to say that Russell Overshute, having long had a ringing in his ears, was wrung out of that, and wrung back to life, by the lively peal of the fire-bell. And ever since that, whenever he is ill, though it be only a little touch of gout, he immediately sends a good corpulent man to lay hold of the rope and swing to it. These things are of later date. For the present, this young man, although he certainly had turned the corner, lay still in a very precarious state, with a feeble mother to pray for him. Mrs. Overshute held that the same vile fever, but in a very different form, as at her time of life was natural. With her it was intermittent, low, stealthy, and undermining. It never affected her brain or drove her into furious calenture, but rooted slowly inward, preying on her life quite leisurely. Their cases differed as a knockdown blow differs from a quiet grasp. But though the house lay still in sadness, loneliness, and dull suspense, and though the doctors, having abandoned the case, had the manners not to come again, still from day to day there was some little growth of liveliness. Hardenow came almost daily, having put his class of striders under a deputy six-leaguer. The squire also might be expected whenever Mother Hookham let him out, and even Zacchary Cripps renewed an old washing in that direction. He came with the hoops of his cart taken out, because of the beautiful weather, and 4 good baskets of clothes for to wash, whose wearers were happy enough to have no idea where their things were, and quite at the center of his gravity, as felt by himself and endorsed by Dobbin, anybody getting up with a curious eye might well have beheld a phenomenon, for here stood a very large pickling tub, with the cover taken off for the sake of air. Around the sides was salted pork, hands and springs and belly pieces, and in the middle was a good-sized barrel of the then existent native.
"Feedin'!"
cried Cripps with his coat-tails up while tugging at his heavy tub.
"Feedin', Eddie. Whatsoever you do, salt is the main thing for 'em now. I have heard tell that they burns away every bit of the salt inside 'em in these here bouts of fever. If ye can replace 'em, life comes round, or else they goes off like the snuff of a candle. Bless me, I must be getting very miserable, or never should have a job to lift this here. Now, the quality of this pickle you know well. For the most part fell on your shoulders. Home-bred, home-born, home-fed, home-slaughtered, and home-salted. That's what I calls pork."
"Yes, to be sure, Zack,"
Eddie answered, laying her hand to the tub upon the shaft-stock, while Dobbin wagged his tail at her.
"But what have you got in this very small cask, sitting in the middle of all the brine?"
"Why, you know, Eddie, you must have seed me bringing 'em for all the great folk about Christmas-tide. Oysters as live in the sea and must be salt inside of their barrels, so I clapped 'em in here for a fresh smack of it. And uncommonly strengthening things they be if you take them with the treble X. Likely his worship will be too weak to keep them down with the covers on yet, as is the proper way, they tell me, so you best way take out the hearts and give 'em."
"Oh, brother,"
cried Esther, remembering suddenly,
"I ought not to be talking to you like this. Whatever could I be thinking of? What would the people at Beckley say? They would fear to come nigh you for a month, Zack, and your business would be ruined. Don't do jog on, you and dear old Dobbin. How well I knew the sound of his old feet. I can't give you the fever, Dobbin, can I?"
With this perhaps incorrect, or at any rate unestablished hypothesis, she gave the old horse a lingering kiss just below his blinkers, in return for which he jerked off some froth on the sleeve of her dress and shook himself, while the carrier, having discharged his cargo, smote himself with both arms from habit rather than necessity, and approached his young sister for his usual hearty smack.
"No, Zack, no," she cried, running up the steps. "I have no fear of taking it myself whatever. But if I should happen to give it to you, I should never get over it."
Well, well, little un, the Lord knows best," Master Cripps answered, without repining too bitterly at this arrangement. "But aiding of my victuals lonesome is worse than having no salt to 'em. You better come home pretty soon, my dear, or somehow or other there might happen to be someone over in the corner, alongside of our best frying-pan."
Eddie had heard this threat so often that now she only laughed at it, but instead of laughing she blushed most sadly at her brother's parting words.
"God bless you, Eddie, for a brave, good girl, and speed you home to Beckley. You want more sleep of nights, my dear. Your cheeks are getting like a pillow-case. But excuse my mentioning of one thing, Eddie. I be like a father to 'ee. Don't ye have more than you can help to say to the great scholar, Master Hardenow?"
Cripps was a gentleman in an inner kind of way, and he took good care to be getting up his shaft, with his stiff knee stiffer than ever from the long frost of last winter,
while he discharged his duty, as he thought it, at as well as to his sister. Then he deposited the polished part of his breeches on the driving board, and brought his game leg into the right stick-out, and with his usual deliberation started, nay, that is too strong a word, persuaded into progress his congenial and deliberate horse. Neither of them hurried on a washing day any more than they hurried upon any other day. Zacchary knew that his sister was, as Master Phil Hiss had said of her, the most terrible hand at blushing, and she could not bear to be looked at in this electric aura of maidenhood, and therefore she managed to be a long way off ere even he turned both head and hand to deliver last issue of God Bless You. Full confusion about herself and cleanness of duty for other people, Esther Cripps ran in to see the many things now depending upon her. There were now 3 servants in the house, gathered from good staff around, but wholly void of any wit to make up for want of experience. Esther had no experience either, but she possessed a good store of sense and quickness and kind energy. Whatever she thought of her brother's warning, she would think of afterwards. For the present, she must do her best concerning other people, and Mrs. Overshute needed now more nursing than her son did. Zacchary Cripps, at the very first distance at which he was sure of not being seen, began to shake his head, and shook it in a resolutely reflective way for nearly 3/4 of a mile. The trees above him were alive with beauty, alike of sight and sound and scent, and the carrier made up his mind for a pipe to enable him to consider things. His custom was not to smoke except when good occasion offered, and he tried to have no contempt for carriers of inferior family who could not deliver a side of bacon without smoking it over again almost. Zacchary Cripps, like all good men, stood up for the dignity of his work. Strictly meditating thus, he saw a slight figure approaching with a rapid swing, and presently met Mr. Hardnow. The fellow and tutor of Brasenose, at the sight of Cripps and the well-known cart, stopped short to ask how things were going on at the house on the hill above them. The carrier answered that it would be many a long day, he was afraid, ere his worship could get about again, and that he ought to be kept very quiet, and those would be his best friends now who had the least to say to him. Also, he was told that the poor old lady would find it as much as her life was worth if she was interrupted or terrified now. "But my good Cripps," answered Hardnow, "I am not going either to interrupt or terrify them. All I desire is to have a little talk with your good and intelligent sister." Poor Zacchary felt that his own tactics thus were turned against him, and after a little stammering and heightened glow of countenance, he betook himself to his more usual course, that of plain outspeaking. But first he got down from his driving board, that he might not fail in due respect to a gentleman and clergyman. Master Cripps had no liking at all for the duty which he felt bound to take in hand. He would rather have a row with 3 turnpike men than presume to speak to a gentleman. Therefore his bow-legs seemed to twitch him at the knee, as he led Hardnow aside into a quiet gateway. But his eyes were firm and his manner grave and steadfast as he began to speak. "Mr. Hardnow, I must ask your pardon, but for a few words as I want to say. You are a gentleman, of course, and a very learned scholar, and I be nothing but a common carrier. A carrier for hire, they calls me in the law when they comes upon me for damages. Howsoever, I has to do my part off the road as well as on it, sir, and my duty to them of my own household comes next to my duty to God and myself. You are a good man, I know, and a kind one, and would not, be known to yourself, harm anyone. It would go to your heart, I believe, Mr. Hardnow, from what I seed of you, when you was quite a lad, if anyhow you was to be art or part in bringing unhappiness of mind to any that had trusted you." "I should hope so, Cripps. I have some idea what you mean, but can hardly think. At any rate, speak more plainly." "Well then, sir, I means all about your goings-on with our little Etty, or at any rate her goings-on with you, which cometh to the same thing in the end, so far as I be acquaint of it. You might think, if you was not told distinctly to the contrary, that having no business to lift up her eyes, she never would do according. But I do assure you, sir, when it cometh to such like manner of taking on, the last thing as ever gets called into the account is sensible reason. They feels this and they feels that, and then they falls into a dreaming, and the world goes into their tub same as butter, and they scoops it out and pats and stamps it to their own size and liking, and then the whole melteth and a sour fool is left.
Master Cripps, what you say is wise, and the like has often happened. But your sister is a most noble girl. You do her gross injustice by talking as if she were nothing but a common village maid. She is brave, she is pure, she is grandly unselfish. Her mind is well above feminine average. Anything more so goes always amiss. You should not have such a low opinion as you seem to have of your sister, Cripps.
Sir, my opinion is high enough. Now you bring your own fine words to the test. Would you ever dream of marrying the maid if I and she both was agreeable?
It would be an honour to me to do so. For the prejudices of the world I care not one fig. But surely you know that we contend for the celibacy of the clergy.
Meaning as a parson mustn't marry a wife?
Asked Cripps by the light of nature. Yes, my friend, that is what we now maintain in the Anglican communion as the tradition of the Church.
Well, may I be danged, cried Cripps, who was an ardent theologian. Then if I may make so bold to ask, sir, how could there have been a tribe of Levi? They must all have died out in the first generation, if ever come to any generation at all.
Your objection is ingenious, Cripps, but the analogy fails entirely. We are guided in such matters by unbroken and unquestionable tradition of the early Church.
Then, sir, if you goes outside the Bible, you stand on your own legs and leave us no kind of leg to stand upon. However, I believe that you mean well, sir, and I am sure that you never do no great harm. And as to already, if you feel like that in an honest, helpless sort of way, I beg the honour of shaking hands, sir, for the spirit that is inside you.
Certainly, Cripps, with great pleasure.
And then of asking you to tramp another road for your own sake as well as hers, sir, and may the Lord teach you to know your own mind.
Cripps, I will follow your advice for the present, though you have said some things that you scarcely ought to say.
And I humbly beg your pardon, sir. Every one of us doeth that same sometimes. The bridle of the tongue falleth into the teeth, and the lash is laid on us.
Your metaphors are quite classical. However, I respect you greatly, Cripps, for your straightforward conduct. I am not a weak man any more than you are, although you seem to think me one. I like and admire your sister Esther for courage combined with gentleness. I always liked her when she was a child, and I understood her nature. But as to her liking me more than she ought, Cripps, you are imaginative.
Never heard before, cried Cripps, any accusation of that kind.
My friend, it is the rarest compliment. However, your horse is quite ready to walk off, and so am I, towards Cowley. I will not go to Shotover Grange today, and I will avoid your sister, though I rarely do like talking to her.
You are a man, sir, cried Zacchary Cripps as Hardnow set off across the fields. God bless your reverence, though you never get a wife. A true man he is, and mightn't have been a fine one if he hadn't taken to them stiff coat-tails.
End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33, Kit. In the meanwhile, Mrs. Luke Sharp was growing very anxious about her son and only child and idol, Christopher. Not that there was anything at all amiss with his bodily health, so far at least as she could see, but that he seemed so unsettled in his mind, so absent and preoccupied, and careless even of his outdoor sports, which at one time were his only care. Of course, at this time of year there was very little employment for the gun, but there was plenty of fishing to be got, such as it was round Oxford, and it must be a very bad time of year when there are no rats for little terriers, and badgers for the larger tribe. Yet none of these things now possessed the proper charm for Christopher. Wherever he was, he always seemed to be wanting to be somewhere else, and, like a hydrophobic dog, he hated to be looked at, while, after the manner of a cat assisted lately by Lucina, he ran up into his own loft when he thought there was nobody watching. Well arranged as all this might be, and keen and self-satisfactory, there was something keener and not very easy to satisfy looking after it. The love of a mother may fairly be trusted to outwit any such calf-love as was making a fool of this unfledged fellow, fresh from the feather-bed of a private school. Considering whence he came and how he had been brought up and pampered, Kit Sharp was a very fine young fellow, and, thanks to his liking for gun and rod, he could scarcely be called a milksop. Still, he was only a boy in mind, and in manner quite unformed and shy, his father, for reasons of his own, having always refused to enter him at any of the colleges. He might perhaps have shaped his raw material by the noblest models if he had been admitted into the society of undergraduates, but the members of the university entertained in those days, and probably still entertain, a just and inevitable contempt for all the non-togati. Kit Sharp had made some fluttering overtures of the flag of friendship towards one or two random undergraduates who had a nice taste for ratting. He even dined and wined once or twice in a not ignoble college, and had been acknowledged to know a meerschaum as well as if he owned a statute book. But the boy always fancied, perhaps through foolish and shy pride on his part, that these most hospitable and kind young men had their jokes to themselves about him. Perhaps it was so, but in pure goodwill, take him for all in all and allow for the needs of his situation, which towards the third year grow imperative, and the Oxford undergraduate is as good as any other young gentleman. But Kit Sharp, being exceedingly proud and most secretive of his pride, would not long receive without return good hospitality, and this alone, without other suspicions, would have set bounds to his dealing with a race profusely hospitable. His dear and good mother would gladly have invited a cross-duck houseful of undergraduates, and left them to get on as they might, if only thereby her pet son might have sense of salt for salt with them. But Mr. Luke Sharp took a different view. To his mind, the junior members of the glorious university were a most disagreeable and unprofitable lot to deal with. He never, of course, condescended to the vice-chancellor's court, and he despised all little actions in that large world's legal sense. He liked a fine old don or head of a house who had saved a sack of money, or well earned it by vitality. But for any such young fellows with no expectations, or Paulo post futura such, Mr. Sharp was now too long established to put a leaf into his dinner table. This being so, and Christopher also of restricted pocket money, so that no dinners at the Star or Mitre could be contemplated, Master Kit Sharp, in a town and gown row, must have lent the weight of his quiet but very considerable fist to the Woolhopian faction.
"Kit, now, my darling Kit, do tell me," said Mrs. Sharp for about the 50th time as she sat her son in the sweet spring twilight at the large western window of Cross Duck House. "What is it that makes you sigh so? You almost break your poor mother's heart. I never did know you to sigh, my own one. Now, is it for want of a rat, my darling? If rats are a sovereign apiece, you shall have one." "Rats, mother? Why, I can catch my own without any appeal to the filthy. Rats are never far away from legal premises like these. You should not speak so of your father's house, Kit. And I am sure that no rats ever come upstairs, or out of the window I must jump. But now you are only avoiding the subject. What is it that disturbs your mind, Kit?" "Once more, mother, I have the greatest objection to being called Kit. It sounds so small and so horribly prosaic. All the dictionaries say that it means either the outfit of a common soldier or else a diminutive kind of fiddle." Christopher, I really beg your pardon. I know how much loftier you are, of course, but I cannot get over the habit, Kit. Well, then, my darling, I hope you are not at all above being my darling, Kit.
Mother, you may call me what you like. It can make no difference in my destinies.
Christopher, you make my blood run cold. My darling, I implore you not to sigh so. Your dear father pays my allowance on Monday. I know what has long been the aspiration of your heart. Kit, you shall have a live badger of your own. I hate the very name of rats and badgers. Everything is so low and nasty. How can you look at that noble sunset and be full of badgers? Mother, it grieves me to leave you alone, but how can I help it when you go on so?
I shall go for a walk on the Botley Road.
Take your pipe, Kit, take your pipe. Whatever you do, Kit, take your pipe,
screamed poor Mrs. Sharp as she stuck his hat on, as if it were never to come off again.
Oh, Kit, there are such deep black holes. I will fill your pipe for you, if you will only smoke.
Mother, you never know how to do it, and once more, my name is Christopher. The young man threw a light cloak on his shoulder and set his eyebrows sternly, and his countenance looked very picturesque in the glow of his death's head meerschaum. It occurred to his mother that she had never seen anything more noble. As soon as she heard him bang the door, Mrs. Sharp ran back to the window, whence she could watch all across Duck Lane, and she saw him striding along towards the quickest outlet to the country.
How wonderful it is, she said to herself, with tears already. Only the other day he was quite a little boy, and whipped a top, and cried if a pin ran into him. And now he is, far beyond all dispute, the finest young man in Oxford. He has the highest contempt for all vulgar sports, and he bolts the door of his bedroom. His father calls him thick and soft. Ah, he cannot understand his qualities. There is the deepest and purest wellspring of unintelligible poetry in Kit. His great mind is perturbed, and has hurried him to commune with the evening star. Thank goodness that he has got his pipe.
Before Mrs. Sharp had turned one page of her truly voluminous thoughts about her son, a sharp click awoke the front door lock, and a steady and well-jointed step made creaks in the old oak staircase. Mrs. Sharp drew back from her meditative vigil, and trimmed her little curls aright. "Miranda, I have some work to do tonight," said Mr. Sharp in his quiet, even voice, "and I thought it better to come up and tell you so that you need not expect me again. Just have the fire in the office lighted. I can work better there than I can upstairs, and I find the evening damp, although the long, cold winter is gone at last. If I should ring about 10 o'clock, it will be for a cup of coffee. If I do not ring then, send everybody to bed, and do not expect me until you see me."
"Certainly, Luke, I quite understand," answered Mrs. Sharp, having been for years accustomed to such arrangements. "But, my dear, before you begin, can you spare me 5 minutes for a little conversation?"
"Of course I can, Miranda. I am always at your service." Mrs. Sharp thought to herself that this was a slight exaggeration. Still, on the whole, she had little to complain of. Mr. Sharp always remembered the time when he cast sad, distant eyes at her. Miranda Piper, more enchanting than a will-case, more highly cherished than the deed-box of an earl. Nothing but impudence had enabled him to marry her. Thereby his impudence was exhausted in that one direction, and he ever remained polite to her.
"Then, Luke, will you just take your favorite chair and answer me only one question?"
As she said these words, Mrs. Sharp took care to set the chair so that she could get the last gleam of sunset on her dear lord's face. Her husband thoroughly understood all this and accepted the situation.
"Now, do tell me, Luke, you notice everything, though you do not always speak of it. Have you observed how very strangely Kit has been going on for some time now? And have you any idea of the reason? And do you think that we ought to allow it, my dear?"
"Yes, Mrs. Sharp, I have observed it. You need not be at all uneasy about it. I am observing him very closely. When I disapprove, I shall stop it at once."
"But surely, my dear, surely I, his mother, am not to be kept in the dark about it. I know that you always take your own course, and Your course is quite sure to be the right one. But surely, my dear, when something important is evidently going on about my own child, you would never have the heart to keep it from me. I could not endure it. Indeed, I could not. I should fret myself away to skin and bone."
"It would take a long time to do that, my dear," replied Mr. Sharp as he looked with satisfaction at her fine, plump figure. It pleased him to hear, as he often did, that there was not in Oxford a finer couple of middle-aged people than Mr. and Mrs. Sharp. "However, I should be exceedingly grieved ever to initiate such a process. But first, before I tell you anything at all, I will ask you to promise 2 things most clearly."
"My dear, I would promise 50 things rather than put up with this cruel anxiety."
"Yes, I dare say, but I do not want rash promises, Miranda. You must pledge yourself to 2 things, and keep your pledges."
"I will do so in a moment, with the greatest pleasure. You would never ask anything wrong, I am sure. Only do not keep me waiting so."
"In the first place, then, you must promise me, whether my plan turns out well or ill, on no account to blame me for it, but to give me the credit of having acted for the best throughout."
"Nothing can be easier than to promise that, my dear. You always do act for the best, and what is more, the best always comes of it."
"Very well. You promise that. Also, you must pledge yourself to conceal from everyone, and most of all from Christopher, anything I am about to tell you, and to act under my directions."
"To be sure, my dear, to be sure I will. Nothing is more reasonable than that I should keep your secrets."
"I know you will try, Miranda, and I know that you have much self-command. Also, you will see the importance of acting as I direct you. All I fear is that when you see poor Kit moping, or sighing, or groaning, it may be almost beyond your power to refrain your motherly heart."
"Have no fear, Luke, have no fear whatever. When I know that it is for his true interest, as of course it will be, I shall be exceedingly sorry for him, but still he may go on as much as he pleases, and of course he has not behaved well at all in being so mysterious to his own mother."
Luke Sharp looked at his wife, to ask whether any offshoot of this reproach was intended at all to come home to him. If he had discovered any sign of that, the wife of his bosom would have waited long without getting another word from him, for seldom as Mr. Sharp showed temper he held back, with the chain curb of expedience, as quick as a temper as ever threatened to bolt with any man's fair repute. But now he received no irritation. His wife looked back at him kindly and sweetly, with moist, expressive eyes, and he saw that she still was in her duty. "Miranda," he said, being touched by this, for he had a great deal of conscience, "my darling, I will tell you something such as you never heard before. I have made a bold stroke, a very bold one, and I think that it must succeed. And justice is with me, as you will own, after all the attempts to rob us. Perhaps you never heard a stranger's story, but still I'm sure you will agree with me that in every step I have taken I am most completely and perfectly justified." End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34. A Woolhopian. It is only fair towards Mr. Sharp to acquit him of all intention to trust his wife with a very important secret as long as he could help it. He was well aware of the risk he ran in taking such a desperate step, but the risk was forced upon him now by several circumstances. Also, he wanted her aid just now, in a matter in which he could not possibly have it without trusting her. Hence he resolved to make a virtue of necessity, as the saying is, and at the same time get the grand relief which even a strong mind and long scheming obtains by having its burden shared. This resolve of his was no sudden one. For several days he had made up his mind that when he should be questioned upon the subject, which he foresaw must happen, it would earn the credit of candor and the grace of womanly gratitude by making a clean breast of it. There could be no better season than this,
The house was quiet, his son was away, the shadows of the coming evening softly fell before her step. Cross Duck Lane looked very touching in the calm of twilight, and Mrs. Sharp was in the melting mood. Therefore the learned and conscientious lawyer perceived that the client's affairs, about which he was going to busy himself, might safely wait for another day, while he was sweeping his own hearth clean. So he locked the door and looked out of the window where sparrows were swarming to their ivy roost, and then he drew in the old lattice and turned the iron tongue that fastened it. Mrs. Sharp looked on, while some little suggestion of fear came to qualify eagerness.
"Luke, I declare you quite make me nervous. I shall be afraid to go to bed tonight. Really, a stranger or a timid person would think that you were going to confess a murder."
"My dear, if you feel at all inclined to give way," Mr. Sharp answered, as if glad to escape, "we will have out our talk tomorrow. Or, no, tomorrow I have an appointment at Woodstock. The day after that we will recur to it. I see that it will be better so."
"Luke, is your mind astray? I quite fear so. Can you imagine that I could wait for 2 days after what you have told me?"
"My dear, I was only considering yourself. If you wish it, I will begin at once. Only for your own sake I must insist on your sitting calmly down. There, my dear. Now, do not agitate yourself. There is nothing to frighten anybody. It is the most simple thing, and you will laugh when you have heard it."
"Then I wish I had heard it, Luke, for I feel more inclined to cry than laugh."
"Miranda, you must not be foolish. Such a thing is not at all like you. Very well. Now you are quite sedate. Now please do not interrupt me once, but ask your questions afterwards. If you ask me a question, I shall stop and go to the office with my papers." Mr. Sharp looked at his wife, and she bowed her head in obedience. "To begin at the very beginning," he said with a smile to reassure her, "you will do me the justice to remember that I have worked very hard for my living, and I have prospered well, Miranda, having you as both the foundation and the crown of my prosperity. I was perfectly satisfied, as you know, living quite up to my wishes and putting a little cash by every year of our lives and paying on a heavy life insurance in case of my own life dropping, for the sake of you and Christopher. You know all that."
"Darling Luke, I do, but you make me cry when you talk like that."
"Very well, that is as it should be. We were as happy as need be expected until the great wrong befell us, the fierce injustice of losing every farthing to which we were clearly entitled. You were the proper successor to all the property of old Firmitage. That old curmudgeon and wholesale prisoner of the university made a fool of himself towards his latter end by marrying Miss Oglander. Old Blackstrap, as of course we know, had no other motive for doing such a thing except his low ambition to be connected with a good old family. Ever since he began life as a bottle boy in the cellars of old Jerry Pigout—"
"He never did that, Luke. How can you speak so of my father's first cousin? He was an extremely respectable young man. My father always said so."
"While he was making his money, Miranda, of course he was respectable, and everybody respected him as soon as he made it. However, I have not the smallest intention of reproaching the poor old villain. He acted according to his lights, and they led him very badly. A foolish ambition induced him to marry that pompous old maid, Joan Oglander, who had been jilted by Commodore Patch, the son of the famous captain. We all know what followed. The old man was but a doll in the hands of his lady wife. He left all the scrapings and screwings of his life for her to do what she pleased with. At least everybody supposes so."
"What do you mean, Luke?" asked Mrs. Sharp, having inkling of legal surprises. "Do you mean that there is a later will? Has he done justice to me after all?"
"No, my dear, he never saved his soul by attending to his own kindred, but he just had the sense to make a little change at last when his wife would not come near him. You know what he died of.
It was coming on for weeks, though at last it struck him suddenly. The port wine fungus of his old vaults grew into his lungs and stopped them. It had shown for some time in his face and throat, and his wife was afraid of catching it. She took it to be some infectious fever, of which she was always so terribly afraid. The old man knew that his time was short, but to take to his bed he would not. Of all born men the most stubborn he was, as any man must be, to get on well. "If I am to die of the fungus," he said, "I will have a little more of it." And he went, and with his own hands hunted up a magnum of port, which had been laid by from the vintage of 1745, in the first day of Jerry Pigout, but before that he had sent for me, and I was there when he opened it.
"Luke, you take my breath away. Such wonderful things I have never heard, at least not in our own family."
"Of course, my dear, we all accept wonders with quietude, till they come home to us. Well, when he fetched out his old bottle, it was fungus inside from heel to neck. He held it up against the light, and the glass being whiter than now they make, and the wine gone almost white with age, there you could see this extraordinary growth, like cords in a bottle, and valves across it, and a long yellow sheath like a crocus flower. I'd never seen anything like it before, but he knew all about it. I know a gentleman," he grunted in his throat. He could never say gentleman, as you remember. "A gentleman as would give 100 guineas for this here bottle. Quibbles, he shouldn't have it for 1,000. My boy, you and I will drink it. Say no, and I'll cut off your wife with a halfpenny." Miranda, what could I do but to try to honor him to the utmost? If I had had the smallest inkling of the inquietus will he had made, of course, I never would have sat on the head of the cask, down in his dingy and reeking vaults by the hour together, to please him. But never mind that. In a moment he took a long-handled knife or chopper, and holding the bottle upright, struck off the neck and a part of the shoulder, as straight as a line, at the level of the wine. "Not many men could do that," he said. "None of your clumsy corkscrewers for me. Now, Quibbles, here's a real treat for you. Talk of bee-swing, my boy, here's a beehive." And really it was more like eating than drinking wine, for all the body was gone into the fungus. Nastier stuff I never tasted, but luckily he took the lion's share. "Now, Quibbles, I'll tell you a secret," he said after swallowing at least a quart. "A very pretty girl came and kissed me the other day, and among these very bottles, such a little duck, not a bit ashamed or afeard of my fungus as my missus is, and her breath was as sweet as the violets of 20. Well, now, my little dear, thinks I, as I stood back and looked at her, that was kind of you to kiss an old man a-dying of port wine fungus. And if he only lives another day, you shall have the right to kiss the royal family if you cares to do it. Quibbles, I wouldn't call in you nor any other thief of a lawyer. Lawyers are very well over a glass, but keep 'em outside of the cellar, say I. Very good company in their way, but the only company I put trust in is the one I have dealt with all my life, and many £1,000 I have paid them. The Royal Wine Company of Oporto. So now, if anything happens to me, though I am not in such a hurry to be binned away and walled up for the resurrection, Quibbles, wait 6 months, and then you go to the Royal Oporto Company and ask for a gentleman of the name of Jolly Fellows."
"Now, Luke, I'm all anxiety to hear," exclaimed Mrs. Sharp with a sudden interruption. "What was the end of this very strange affair? I perceive now that I have foreseen the whole of it, but it is not right that you should speak so long without one morsel of refreshment. It is many hours since you dined, my dear, and a very poor dinner you had of it. You shall have a glass of white wine and a slice of tongue between a little cold roll and butter. It will not in any way interrupt you. I can get it all for you without ringing the bell. Only let me ask you one thing first. Why have you never told me this till now?"
"Because, Miranda, it would disturb your mind, and I know that you cannot endure suspense. Moreover, I scarcely knew what to think of it. Poor old Firmitage! What with the fungus already in his tubes and what he was taking down, might be talking sheer nonsense for all that I knew, and indeed for a long time I treated it so, and I had no stomach for a voyage to Oporto, upon mere speculation and for the benefit only of some pretty girl. Then I found out by purest chance that no voyage to Oporto was needful, that old port wine, who departed on his cask to a better world the day after his magnum, meant nothing more than the London stores and agency of the Oporto Company, and even after that I made one expedition to the Minories, all for nothing. 2 or 3 very polite young dons stared at me and thought that I was come to chaff them, or perhaps had turned up from their vaults top-heavy, when I asked for "Signor Jolly Fellows," and so I came away and lost some months, and might never have thought it worth while to go again except for another mere accident.
"My dear, what a chapter of accidents!" cried Mrs. Sharp while feeding him. "I thought that you were a great deal too clever to allow any room for accidents."
"Women think so. Men know better," the lawyer replied sententiously. His ability was too well known to need his vindication. "And, Miranda, you forget that I had as yet no personal interest in the question. But when I happened to have a Portuguese gentleman as a client, a man who had spent many years in England, and happened to be talking of our language to him, I told him one part of the story, and asked if he could throw any light on it. He told me at once that the name which had so puzzled me must be Golophilos, a Portuguese surname, by no means common, and the next time I was in town I had occasion to call in St. John's Street, and found myself almost by accident again not far from the company's offices."
"Mr. Sharp, you left such a thing to chance, when you knew that it might pull down that dreadful woman's insolence?"
"My dear, it is not the duty of my life to mitigate feminine arrogance, and to undertake such a crusade gratis. I am equal to take a bold stroke, as you will see, if your patience lasts, but never to such a vast undertaking. When it comes before me in the way of business, naturally I take it up. But this was no business of my own, and the will was proved, and assets called in, for the old rogue did not owe 1 penny. Well, I went again, and this time I got a hold of the right man. Miranda, I hear the bell."
The new office bell, the successor of the one that succumbed to Russell Overshute, rang as hard as ring it could. A special messenger was come from London, and in half an hour Mr. Luke Sharp was sitting on the box of the night-up mail. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. Nightingales. The sudden departure of Mr. Luke Sharp in the very marrow of his story left his good wife in a trying and altogether discontented state of mind. She knew that she could have no more particulars until he came back again, for Sharp had even less faith in the post than the post of that period deserved. She might have to wait for days and days with a double anxiety urging her. In the first place, although she felt nothing but pity for poor old Mrs. Firmitage, and would not have been really sorry to hear of anything likely to vex her, she could not help being desirous to know if there were any danger of a thing so sad. But her second anxiety was a great deal keener, being sharpened by the ever-moving grit of love. In the dreadful state of mind her son was in, how would all this act upon him? His father had been forced, by some urgency of things, to put on his box coat and make off, without even time for a hurried whisper as to the residue of his tale. Mrs. Sharp felt that there might be something which her husband feared to spread before her, without plenty of time to lead up to it, and having for many years been visited, whenever she was not quite herself, with poignant doubts whether Mr. Sharp was anchored upon scriptural principles, she almost persuaded herself for the moment that he meant to put up with the loss of the money. However, a little reflection sufficed to clear away this sadly awful cloud of skepticism, and to assure her that Mr. Sharp, however he might swerve in theory, would be orthodox enough in practice to follow the straight path towards the money, and then she began to think of nothing except her own beloved Kit. The last hurried words of her husband had been, "Not one word to Kit, or you ruin all. Let him groan as he likes, only watch him closely. I shall be back by Saturday night. God bless you, my dear. Keep up your spirits. I have the whip hand of the lot of them." Herein lay her faith and hope. She never had known her husband fail when he really made up his mind to succeed, and therefore in the bottom of her heart she doubted the genuine loss of Grace Oglander. Sharp had discovered and traced to their end clues of the finest gossamer when his interest laid him to do so. That he should be baffled and own himself to be so was beyond her experience. Therefore, although as yet she had no more than a guess at her husband's schemes, she could not help fancying, after his words, that they might have to do with Grace Oglander. Before she had time to think out her thoughts, Christopher, their main subject, returned from Wytham Wood. After holding long rivalry of woe with Nightingales, he still carried on, and well carried off, the style of love-lorn Romeo. He swung his cloak quite as well as could be expected of an Englishman who is born to hate fly-away apparel, all of which is womanish, but the necessities of his position had driven him now to a very short pipe. His favourite meerschaum had fallen into sorrow as terrible as his own. In a highly poetical moment he had sucked it so hard that the oil arose, and took him with a hot spot upon a white tongue, impregnated then with a sonnet. All sonnets are of the tongue and ear, but Kit misliked having his split up just when it was coming to the final nick. Therefore he gave his pipe a thump beyond such a pipe's endurance, and being as sensitive as himself, and of equally fine material, it simply refused to draw any more as long as he breathed poetry. Still breathing poetry, he marched home with the stump of a farthing clay, newly baked in the Summertown road, to console him. Now if this young man had failed of one of the triple human combination, weed and clay and fire, where and how might he have ended not only that one evening, but all the rest of the evenings of his young life? His appearance and manner had first imported to any one whom he came across, and he truly did come across them in his wide and loose march out of Oxford City, that he might be sought for in a few hours' time, and only in the inferior portion found. His mother worried him. So did his father. So did all humanity, save one, who worried him more than any, or all of it put together. The trees and the road and the singing of birds and the gladness of the green world worried him. Luckily for himself, he had bought a good box of German tinder, and from ash to ash his spirit glowed slowly into a more philosophic state. Gradually the beauty of the trees and hedges and the sloping fields began to steal around him. The warbled pleasure of the little birds made overture to his sympathy, and the lustrous calm of shadowed waters spread its picture through his mind. His body also responded to the influences of the time of the day, and the love of nature freshened into the natural love of cupboard. Hunger awoke in his system somewhere and spread sweet pictures in a tasteful part. For a moment of supreme agony he wrestled with the course of material instinct, then turned on his heel, as our novelists say, and made off for his father's kitchen. His poor mother caught him in the moment he came in, and pulled off his hat and his opera cloak, and frizzled up his curls for him. She seemed to think that he must have been for a journey of at least 100 leagues, that the fault of his going was hers, and the virtue of his ever coming back was all his own. Then she looked at him slyly, and with some sadness, and yet a considerable touch of pride, by the light of a 3-wicked cocoa candle, and feeling quite sure that she had him to herself, trembled at the boldness of the shot she made.
"Oh, Kit, why have you never told me? I have found it all out. You have fallen in love."
Christopher Firmitage Sharp, Esquire, as he always entitled himself upon the collar of spaniel or terrier, had nothing to say for a moment, but softly withdrew to have his blush and shadow. Of all the world, best he loved his mother, before or after somebody else, and his simple, unpractised, and uncored heart was shy of the job it was carrying on. Therefore he turned from his mother's face and her eager eyes and expectant arms.
"Come and tell me, my darling,"
she whispered, trying to get a good look at his reluctant eyes, and wholly oblivious of her promise to his father.
"I will not be angry at all, Kit, although you should never have left me to find it out in this way." "There is nothing to find out,"
he answered, making a turn towards the kitchen stairs.
"I just want my supper if there is anything to eat." "To eat, Kit, and I thought so much better of you. After all, I must have been quite wrong. What a shame to invent such stories."
"You must have invented them yourself, dear mother," said Kit with recovered bravery. "Let me hear it all out when I have had my supper."
"I will go down this moment and see what there is," replied his mother eagerly. "Is there anything now that can coax your appetite?"
"Yes, mother, oysters will be over tomorrow. I should like 2 dozen, fried with butter, and 1.25 pounds of rump steak, cut thick and not overdone."
"You shall have them, my darling, in 20 minutes. Now be sure that you put your fur slippers on. I saw quite a fog coming over Port Meadow as much as half an hour ago. This is the worst time of year to take cold. A May cold is a 30-day cold. What a stoop I must be," she continued to herself, "to imagine that the boy could be in love. I will take care not to say another word, or I might break my promise to his father. What a pity! He has a noble moustache coming, and only his mother to admire it."
In spite of all disappointment, this good mother paid the warmest heed to the ordering, aye, and the cooking of the supper of her only child. A juicier steak never sat on a gridiron, fatter oysters never frizzled with the pure bubble of goodness. Kit sat up and made short work of all that came before him. "Now, mother, what is it you want to say?" His tone was not defiant, but nicely self-possessed, and softly rich with triumph of digestion, and a silver tankard of Morel's ale helped him to express himself.
"My dear boy, I have nothing to say except that you have lifted a great weight off my mind, a very great weight beyond description, by leaving behind you not even a trace of the existence of that fine rump steak."
End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36. May Morn. It was the morn when the tall and shapely tower of Magdalen is crowned with a fillet of shining white, awaiting the first step of sunrise. Once a year for generations this has been the sign of it. Eager eyes and gaping mouths, little knuckles blue with cold, and clumsy little feet inclined to slide upon the slippery lead. All are bound to keep together for the radiant moment. All are a little elated at their height above all other boys. All have a strong idea that the sun, when he comes, will be full of them, and every one of them longs to be back beneath his mother's blankets. It is a tradition with this choir, handed or chanted down from very ancient choral ancestry, that the sun never rises on May Day without iced dew to glance upon. Scientific record here comes in to prop tradition. The icy saints may be going by, but they leave their breath behind them. And the poets, who have sent forth their maids to gather the dews of May, knew and meant that dew must freeze to stand that operation. But though the sky was bright and the dew lay sparkling for the maidens, the frost on this particular morning was not so keen as usual. The trees that took the early light, more chaste without the yellow ray, glistened rather with a soft moisture than with stiff encrustment, and sprays that kept their sally into fickle air half latent showed only little scalloped crinkles with a knob in them, held in every downy quillet liquid rather than solid gem. Christopher Sharp, looking none the worse for his excellent supper of last night, laid his fattish elbow on the parapet of the bridge and mused. Poetical feeling had fetched him out, thus early in the morning, to hear the choir salute the sun, and to be moved with sympathy. The moon is the proper deity of all true lovers, and has them under good command when she pleases, but for half the weeks of a month she declines to sit in the court of lunacy, at least as regards this earth, having her own men and women to attend to. This young man knew that she could not be found, and with a view to meditation now, and his mind relapsed to the sun, a coarse power, poetical only when he sets and rises. With strength and command of the work of men, leaving their dreams to his sister, the sun leapt up, with a shake of his brow and scattering of the dew clouds. The gates of the east swung right and left, so that tall trees on a hill seemed less than reeds in the rush of glory, and lines, like the spread of a crystal fan, trembled along lowland. Inlets now and lanes of vision, scarcely opened yesterday and closed perhaps tomorrow, guided shafts of light along the level, widening ways they love. Tree and tower, hill and wall and water and broad meadow stood or lay or leaned, according to the stamps set on them, one and all receiving, sharing, and rejoicing in the day. Between the battlements and above them burst and rose the choral hymn, and as the laws of sound compelled it to go upward mainly, the part that came down was pleasing. Christopher, seeing but little of the boys and not hearing very much, was almost enabled to regard the whole as a vocal effort of the angels, and thus in solemn thought he wandered as far as the high-tolled turnpike gate. "I will hie me to Cowley," said he to himself, instead of turning back again. "There will I probe the hidden import of impending destiny. This long and dark suspense is more than can be brooked by human power. I know a jolly gypsy woman, and if I went home I should have to wait 3 hours for my breakfast." With these words he felt in the pockets of his coat to be sure that the oracular cash was there, and found a silk purse with more money than usual, stored for the purchase of a dog called Pablo, a hero among badgers. "What is Pablo to me, or I to Pablo?" he muttered with a smothered sigh. "She told me she thought it a cruel and cowardly thing to kill 50 rats in 5 minutes. Nevermore, alas, nevermore." With a resolute step but a clouded brow, he buttoned his coat and strode onward. Now, if he'd been in a fit state of mind for looking about him, he might have found 1,000 things worth looking at, but none of them in his present hurry won from him either glimpse or thought. He trudged along the broad London road at a good brisk rate, while the sun glanced over the highlands and the dewy ridges away on the left towards Shotover. The noble city behind him stretched its rising sweep of tower and spire and dome and serried battlement, stately among ancient trees, and rich with more than mere external glory to an Englishman. And away to the right hand sloped in broad meadows, green with spring and fluttered with the pearly hyaline of dew, lifting pillars of dark willow in the distance, where the Isis ran. But what are these things to a lover unless they hit the moment's mood? The fair, unfenced, free-landscaped road for him might just as well have been wattled like a skittle alley and roofed with Croghan's patent felt. At certain, or rather uncertain, moments he might have rejoiced in the wide, glad heart of nature spread to welcome him, and must have felt as lovers feel the ravishment of beauty. It happened, however, that his eyes were open to nothing above, or around, or before him, unless it should present itself in the image of a gypsy's tent. He turned to the left before the road entered the new enclosures toward Iffley, and trod his own track towards Cowley Marsh. The crisp dew brushed by his hasty feet, ran into large globes behind him, and jerks of dust, brought up by pleasure, fell and curdled on them. In the haze of the morning he looked much larger than he had any right to seem, and the shadow of his arms and hat stretched into hollow places. There was no other moving figure to be seen except from time to time of a creature, the colonist of Commons, whose mental frame was not so unlike his own just now as bodily form and style of walking might in misty grandeur seem, though Kit was not such a stupid fellow when free from his present bewitchment. Scant of patience, he came to a place where the elbow of a hedge jutted forth upon the common, a mighty hedge of beetling browse, and overhanging shagginess, and shelfy curves, and brambly depths, and true Devonian amplitude. High farming would have swept it down, and out of its long course ploughed an acre. Young Sharp had not traced its windings far before he came upon a tidy-looking tent, pitched with the judgment of experience in a snug and sheltered spot. The rest of the camp might be seen in the distance, glistening in the sunrise. This tent seemed to have crept away for the sake of peace and privacy. Christopher quickened his steps, expecting to be met by a host of children, rushing forth with outstretched hands and shaggy hair and wild black eyes. But there was not so much as a child to be seen, nor the curling smoke of a hedge-trough fire, nor even the scattered ash betokening cookery of the night before. The canvas of the tent was down, no head peeped forth, no naked leg or grimy foot protruded to show that the inner world was sleeping. Even the dog, so rarely absent, seemed to be really absent now. The young man knew that the tent was not very likely to be unoccupied, but naturally he did not like to peep into it uninvited. He turned away to visit the chief community of rovers, when the sound of a low, soft moan recalled him. Still for a moment he hesitated until he heard the like sound again, low and clear and musical from the deepest chords of sorrow. Kit felt sure that it must be a woman, in storms of trouble and helpless, and full as he was of his own affairs, he was impelled to interfere. So he lifted back the canvas drawn across the opening and looked in. There lay a woman on the sandy ground, with her back turned towards the light and her neck and shoulders a little raised by the short support of one elbow, and her head, and all that therein was, fixed a rigour of gazing, although her face was not to be seen, and the hopeless moan of her wail had ceased. Kit Sharp knew that he was in the presence of a grand and long-abiding woe. He drew back, and he tried to make out what it was, and he sighed for concert, even as a young dog whimpers to a mother who has lost her pups. And little as he knew of women, from his own mother, or whether or no he judged that this woman had lost a child, that it was her only one, and more than he could tell or guess. The woman, disturbed by the change of light, turned round and steadily gazed at him, or rather at the opening which he filled, for her eyes had no perception of him. Kit was so scared that he jerked his head back, and nearly knocked his hat off. He never had seen such a thing before, and if he had his choice he never would see such a thing again. The great, dark, hollow eyes had lost similitude of human eyes. Hope and fear and thought were gone. Nothing remained but desolation and bare, reckless misery. Christopher's gaze fell under hers. It would be a sheer impertinence to lay his small troubles before such a woe. "What is it? Oh, what is it?" asked the woman at last, having some idea that somebody was near her. "I am very sorry, I assure you, ma'am, that I never felt more sorry in all my life," said Kit, who was a very kind-hearted fellow, and now espied a small boy lying dead. "I give you my word of honour, ma'am, that if I could have guessed it, I would never have looked in." Without any answer, the gypsy woman turned again to her dead child and took two little hands in hers, and rubbed them, and sat up, imagining that she felt some sign of life. She drew the little boy to her breast and laid the face to hers, and breathed into pale open lips, scarcely fallen into death, and lifted the little eyelids with her tongue, and would not be convinced that no light came in from under them. And then she rubbed again at every place where any warmth or polish of skin yet lingered. She fancied that she felt the little fellow coming back to her, and she kept the whole of her own body moving to encourage him. There was nothing to encourage. He had breathed his latest breath. His mother might go on with kisses, friction, and caresses, with every power she possessed, of muscle and lungs and brain and heart. There he lay as dead as a stone, one stone more on the earth, and the whole earth could not bring him back again. Cinnaminta bowed her head. She laid a little bit of all she ever loved upon her lap, and fetched the small arms so that she could hold them both together, and spread the careless face upon the breast where once it had felt its way. And then she, looking up in search of Kit or anyone to say something to. "It is just the thing. I have earned it. I have robbed an old man of his only child, and I am robbed of mine." These words she spoke not in her own language, but in plain good English, and then she lay down in her quiet scoop of sand, and folded her little boy in with her. Christopher saw that there was nothing to be done. He cared to go no further in search of fortune-tellers, and being too young to dare to offer worthless consolation, he wisely resolved to go home and have fried bacon, wherein he succeeded. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 37. May Day. Ere yet it was noon of that same day, to the great delight of Mrs. Sharp, a strong desire to fish arose in the candid bosom of Christopher. "Mother," he said, "I shall have a bit of early grub, and take my rod, and try whether I can't manage to bring you a few perch home for supper, or if the perch are not taking yet, I may have a chance of a trout or two." "Oh, that will be delightful, Kit. We can dine whenever we please, you know, as your father is from home. We will have the cold lamb at 1 o'clock. I can easily make my dinner then. And then, Kit, if you are very good, what do you think I will try to do? Such a treat as you hardly ever had." "What, mother? What? I must be off to get my tackle ready." "My dear, I will send to Mr. Squeaker Smith and order a nice light vehicle with a very steady pony. And, Kit, I will put on my very worst cloak and a bonnet not worth 6 pence and stout India-rubber overshoes, and you shall drive me wherever you please, and I will see you catch all the fish, and you will enjoy every fish twice as much because your dear mother is looking at you. I will bring some sandwiches, my pet, and your father's flask of sherry, and we can stay out till it is quite dark." "Why, Kit, you don't look pleased about it." "Mother, how can I be pleased to hear you speak of such things at this time of year? The spring is scarcely beginning yet, and the edges of the water are all swampy. You would be up to your knees in no time in the most horrible yellow slime. I should be most delighted to have your company, my dearest mother, but it will not do." "Very well, Kit. You know best. But at least I can have the ride with you and wait somewhere while you go fishing." "If I were going anywhere else, perhaps we might have contrived it so. But while the wind stays in the present quarter, it is worse than useless to think of fishing, except in the most outlandish places. There would not even be a public house, if you could stop at such a place, within miles of the water I am going to, and the roads are beyond conception. No wheels can get along them, except at the very height of summer, or a dry black frost. My dear mother, I am truly grieved to lose your company, but I must ride the old cob Sam and tie him to a tree or gate, and over again you have told me how long you have been waiting for the chance of a good long afternoon to do a little shopping.
and the London fashions for the summer season arrived by the coach only yesterday."
"Did they indeed? Are you sure of that? Well, Kit, I would rather have come with you than seen the whole world of fashions, although you can judge and a lady cannot. But I do not care about that, my dear, if only you enjoy yourself. Ring the bell, my darling, and I will see about your dinner."
Kit's heart burned within him sadly, and his cheeks kept it well in countenance. As the shocking fraud thus practised by him upon his good, unselfish mother. However, there was no help for it, and, after all, mothers must be made to be cheated, or why do they love it so? Thus, well balanced with his conscience, Kit put all his smartest clothes on, as soon as the early dinner was done, and he felt quite sure in his own mind that his mother was safely embarked upon her grand expedition of shopping. He saw her as clean as possible off the premises and round the utmost corner of the lane, and then he waited for a minute and a half to be sure she had not forgotten her purse or something else most essential. At last he became sure as sure could be that his admirable mother must now be sitting on a high chair in a fashionable shop, and with that he ran up to his own room and kicked off his everyday breeches, and with great caution and vast study drew a brand-new pair of noble pantaloons, with a military stripe up his well-nourished and established legs. He gazed at the result and found that on the whole it was not bad, and then he put on his best velvet waistcoat, of a chaste spring pattern, not too gaudy, a waterfall tie with a turquoise pin, and a cutaway coat of a soft bottle green, completed him for the eyes of the public, and, for which he cared far more, certain especially private eyes. Christopher, feeling himself thus attired, and receiving the silent approval of his glass, stole downstairs in a very clever way, and took from his own private cupboard a whip of white pellucid whalebone, silver-mounted and set with a large and radiant cairngorm pebble. His mother had given him this on his very last birthday, and he had never used it, wisely fearing to be laughed at. But now he tucked it under his arm, and swaggering as he had seen hussars do, turned into a passage leading to his private outlet. Hugging himself upon all his skill, and feeling assured of grand success, Kit allowed his heels to clank, and carried his head with an arrogant twist, and so, near a window, where good light came in large quantity from the garden, he marched into his mother's arms.
"Kit!"
cried his mother, and he said, "Yes," being unable to deny the truth. His mother looked at him in his jaunty whip and particularly lively suit of clothes, and she knew that he had been telling lies to her by the hundred or the bushel, and she would have been very glad to scorn him if she could have helped being proud of him. Kit was unable to carry on any more in the way of falsehood. He tried to look fierce, but his mother laughed, and he saw that he must knock under.
"My dear boy,"
she said, for the moment daring to follow up her triumph,
"is this the costume in which you go forth to fish in the most outlandish places with the yellow ooze above your knees? And is that your fishing rod? Oh, Kit, come, Kit, now you are caught at last."
"My dear mother, I have told you stories, but I will leave off at last. Now there is not one instant to explain. I have not so much as a moment to spare. If you only could guess how important it is, you would draw in your cloak in a moment. You never shall know another single word unless you have the manners, mother, to pull in your cloak and let me go by."
"Kit, you may go. When you look at me like that, you may as well do anything. You have gone by your mother for ever so long, or at any rate gone away from her."
With these words Mrs. Sharp made way for her son to pass her, and Kit, in reckless manner, was going to take advantage of it. Then he turned back his face to say good-bye, and his mother's eyes were away from him. She could not look at him, because she knew that her look would pain him, but she held out her hand, and he took it and kissed it, and then he made off as hard as he could go. Mrs. Sharp turned back and showed some hankering to run after him, and then she remembered what a laugh would arise and cross Duck Lane to see such sport, and so she sighed a heavy sigh, knowing how long she must have to wait, and retired to her own thoughtful corner,
with no heart left for shopping. But Kit saw that now it was neck or nothing. With best foot foremost, he made his way through back lanes leading towards the conscientious obscurity of Worcester College, for Beaumont Street still abode in the future, and skirting the coasts of Jericho, dangerously hospitable, he emerged at last in broad St. Giles without a stone to prate of his whereabouts. Here he went into lively stables where he was well known, and found the cob Sam at his service, for no university man would ride him, even upon Hobson's choice, because of his ignominious aspect. But Kit knew his value and lasting powers and sagacious gratitude, and whenever he wanted a horse trustworthy in patience, obedience, and wit, he always took Brown Sam. To Sam it was a treat to carry Kit, because of the victuals ordered at almost every lenient stage, and the grand largesse of oats and beans was more than he could get for a week in the stable. And so he set forth, with a spirited neigh on the Kidlington road, to cross the Cherwell, and make his way towards Weston. The heart of Christopher burned within him whenever he thought of his mother, but a man is a man for all that, and cannot be tied to apron strings. So Kit shook his whip, and the Camegorn flashed in the sun, and the spirit of youth did the same. He was certain to see the sweet maid today, knowing her manners and customs, and when she was ordered forth for her mossy walk upon the margin of the wood. The soft song hung in the light of the wood as if he were guided by the breeze and air, and gentle warmth flowed through the alleys where the nesting pheasant ran. Little fluttering, timid things that meant to be leaves, please God, some day, but had been baffled and beaten about so that their faith was shrunk to hope. Little rifts of cover also keeping beauty coiled inside and ready to open like a bivalve shell to the pulse of summertide, and then to be sweet blossom, and the ground below them pressing upward with ambition of young green, and the sky above them spread with liquid blue behind white pillows. But these things are not well to be seen without just entering into the wood, and in doing so there can be no harm, with the light so inviting and the way so clear. Grace had a little idea that perhaps she had better stop outside the wood, but still that walk was within her bounds, and her orders were to take exercise, and she saw some very pretty flowers there, and if they would not come to her, she had nothing to do but to go to them. Still, she ought to have known that now things had changed from what they were as little as a week ago, that a dotted veil of innumerable buds would hang between her and the good Miss Patch, while many forward trees were casting quite a shade of mystery. Nevertheless, she had no fear. If anybody did come near her, it would only be somebody thoroughly afraid of her, for now she knew, and was proud to know, that Kit was the prey of her bow and spear. Whether she cared for him or not was a wholly different question. But in her dismal dullness and long, wearisome seclusion, the finest possible chance was offered for any young gentleman to meet her and make acquaintance of nature's doing. At first she had kept this to herself, in dread of conceit and vanity. But when it outgrew accident, she told Aunt Patch the whole affair, and asked what she was to do about it. Thereupon she was told to avoid the snares of childish vanity, to look at the back of her looking-glass, and never dare to dream again that anyone could be drawn by her. Her young mind had been eased by this, although with a good deal of pain about it, and it made her more venturesome to discover whether the whole of that superior estimate of herself was true, whether she was so entirely vain or stupid whenever she looked at herself, and whether it was so utterly and bitterly impossible that anybody should come, as he said, miles and miles for the simple pleasure of looking, for 1 or 2 minutes, at herself. Grace was quite certain that she had no desire to meet anybody when she went into the wood. She hoped to be spared any trial of that sort. She had been told on the highest authority that nobody could come looking after her. The assertion was less flattering perhaps than reassuring, and, to test its truth, she went a little further than she meant to go. Suddenly, at a corner where the whole of the ground fell downward, and grass was overhanging grass so early in the season, and sapling shoots from the self-same stool stood a yard above each other, and down in the hollow a little brook sang of its stony troubles to the whispering reeds. Here Grace Oglander happened to meet a very fine young man indeed. The astonishment of these two might be seen at a moment's glance to be mutual. The maiden, by gift of nature, was the first to express it, with dress and hand and eye. She showed a warm eagerness to retire, yet waited half a moment for the sake of proper dignity. Kit looked at her with a clear intuition that now was his chance of chances to make certain sure of her, if he could only now be strong and take her consent for granted, and so induce her to set seal to it. She never would withdraw, and the two might settle the rest at their leisure. He loved the young lady with all his heart, and beyond that he knew nothing of her, except that she was worthy. But she had not given her heart as yet, and with natural female common sense, she would like to know a great deal more about him before she said too much to him. Also, in her mind, if not in her heart, there was a clear likeness of a very different man, a man who was a man in earnest, and walked with a stronger and firmer step, and lurked behind no corners.
"This path is so extremely narrow,"
Miss Oglander said with a very pretty blush,
"and the ground is so steep that I fear I must put you to some little inconvenience. But if I hold carefully by this branch, perhaps there will be room for you to pass."
"You are most kind and considerate," he answered, as if he were in peril of a precipice. "But I would not for the world give you such trouble, and I don't want to go any further now. It cannot matter in the least, I do assure you."
"But surely you must have been going somewhere. You are most polite, but I cannot think for a moment of turning you back like this."
"Then may I sit down? I feel a little tired, and the weather has suddenly become so warm. Don't you think it is very trying?"
"To people who are not very strong, perhaps it is, but surely it ought not to be so to you."
"Well, I must not put all the blame upon the weather. There are so many other things much worse. If I could only tell you—"
"Oh, I'm so very sorry, Mr. Sharp. I had no idea you had such troubles. It must be so sad for you while you are so young."
"Yes, I suppose many people call me young, and perhaps to the outward eye I am so. But no one except myself can dream of the anxieties that prey upon me." Christopher by this time was growing very crafty, as the above speech of his will show. The paternal gift was awakening within him, but softened by maternal goodness, so that it was not likely to be used with much severity. And now at the end of his speech he sighed, and without any thought laid his right hand on the rich heart of his velvet waistcoat, where beautiful forget-me-nots were blooming out of the willow leaves. Then Grace could not help thinking how that trouble-worn right hand had been uplifted in her cause, and had descended on the rabbit man. And although she was most anxious to discourage the present vein of thought, she could not suppress one little sigh, sweeter music to the ear of Kit than ever had been played or dreamed. "Now, would you really like to know? Are you so wonderfully good?" he continued with his eyes cast down and every possible appearance of his excessive misery. "Would you, do your best not only not to be offended, but to pity and forgive me if, for rather supposing that I were to endeavor to explain what it is, who she is. No, I do not quite mean that. I scarcely know how to express myself. Things are too many for me."
"Oh, but you must not allow them to be so, Mr. Sharp. Indeed, you mustn't. I am sure that you must have a very good mother, from what you told me the other day, and if you have done any harm, though I scarcely can think such a thing of you, the best and most straightforward course is to go and tell your mother everything, and then it is so nice afterwards."
"Yes, to be sure. How wise you are! You seem to know almost everything.
I never saw any one like you at all."
"But the fact is that I am a little too old. I am obliged now to steer my own course in life. My mother is as good as gold, and much better, but she never could understand my feelings."
"Then come in and tell my dear old Aunt Patch. She's so virtuous, and she always never doubts about anything. She sees the right thing to be done in a moment, and she never listens to arguments. If you will only come in and see her, it might be such a relief to you."
"You seem to mistake me altogether," cried the young man with his patience gone. "What good could any old aunts do me? Surely you know who it is that I want?"
"How can I imagine that?" "Why, you! Only you! Only you, sweet Grace! I should like to see the whole earth swallowed up if only you and I were left together."
Grace Oglander blushed at the power of his words and pressure of his hand on hers. Then, having plenty of her father's spirit, she fixed her bright, sensible eyes on his face, so that he saw that he had better stop. "I am afraid that it is no good," he said.
"I am very much obliged to you,"
answered Grace, with her fair cheeks full of color and her hands drawn carefully back to her sides.
"But will you be kind enough to stand up and let me speak for a moment? I believe that you are very good, and I may say very harmless, and you have helped me in the very kindest way, and I never shall forget your goodness. Ever since you came, I am sure, I have been glad to think of you, and your dogs, and your gun, and your fishing rod reminded me of my father, and I am very, very sorry that what you have just said will prevent me from thinking any more about you, or coming anywhere into any kind of places where there are trees like this again. I ought to have done it, at least, I never ought to have done it at all, but I did think that you were so nice, and now you have undeceived me. I know who your father is very well, although I have seldom seen him, and though I dislike the law, I declare that would not have mattered very much to me. But you do not even know my name, as several times you have proved to me, and how you can ride 30 miles from Oxford in all sorts of weather without being tired, and your dogs so fresh, has always been a puzzle to me."
"30 miles from Oxford!" Christopher Sharp cried in great amazement, for in the very lowest condition of the heart figures will maintain themselves.
"Yes, 30 miles or 30 leagues. Sometimes I hear one thing and sometimes the other. Where you are standing now is about 7 miles and 3/4 from Summertown Gate." "Surely, Mr. Sharp, you are laughing at me. How far am I from Beckley, then, according to your calculation?"
"How did you ever hear of Beckley? It is quite a little village, a miserable little place."
"Indeed, then, it is not. It is the very finest place in all the world, or at any rate the nicest and the dearest and the prettiest. But how can you, just come from America, have such an opinion of such a little hole?" "A little hole! Why, it stands on a hill. You never can have been near it if you think of calling it a hole. And as for my coming from America, you seem to have no geography. I have never been further away from darling Beckley, to my knowledge, than I am now."
Kit Sharp looked at her with greater amazement than that with which she looked at him. And then with one accord they spied a fat man coming along the hollow, and trying not to glance at them. With keen young instinct they knew that this villain was purely intent upon watching them.
"Come again, if you please, tomorrow," said Grace, while pretending to gaze at the clouds. "You have told me such things that I never shall sleep. Come earlier and wait for me. Not that you must think anything, only that now you are bound as a gentleman to go on with what you were telling me."
End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 38. The Dignity of the Family. If Grace had only stayed 5 minutes longer in the place where she was when the fat man came in sight, her eyes and heart would have been delighted by the appearance of a true old friend, but she felt so much terror of that stout person, who always seemed to be watching her afar, that in spite of the extraordinary interest aroused by some of her companion's words, as well as by his manner, she could not help running away abruptly, and taking shelter in the little bowered cottage. Meanwhile, the stout man in the white frock coat slouched along the furzy valley with a clownish step.
He carried a long pig whip, and now and then indulged in a crack or flick at some imaginary pig, while a crafty grin or a wink of one little eye enlivened his heavy countenance. He was clearly aware of all that had been happening in the wood above him, for the buds as yet rather served to guide the lines of sight than to baffle them, but he showed no desire to interfere, for instead of taking the cross path which would have brought him face to face with Kit, he kept down the glade towards the timber track, which led in another direction. By the side of the little brook he turned the corner of a thick holly bush, and suddenly met his brother, Master Zacchary Cripps, the carrier. The carrier was in no pleasant mood. His eyes were stern and steadfast, and the color of his healthy cheeks was deepened into crimson. He bore with a bent arm and set muscle the sceptral whip of the family, bound with spiral brass, and newly fitted with a heavy lash. Moreover, he had come with his Sunday hat on, and his air and walk were menacing. Leviticus started and turned pale, and his cunning eyes glanced for a chance of escape.
"Thou goest not hence, brother Tickus," said Cripps, "until thou hast answered what I shall ax, and answered with thine eyes on mine."
"Ax away," said the pigman, sprawling out his fat legs as if he did not care. "Ax away, so long as it be of thy own concerns."
"It is of my own concerns to keep my father's sons from being rogues and liars and getting into Oxford jail and into the hands of the hangman."
Leviticus trembled with fear more than anger.
"Thou always was a foul-mouthed," he muttered. "It is a lie," shouted Zacchary. "As big a lie as ever thou spakest. I always were that clean of tongue. No odds for that now. Wilt answer me or will not? Thou liedst to me in Oxford streets the last time as I spake to thee."
Well, maybe a small piece I did, but nothing to lay hold on much. Brother Zac, thou must not be so hard. What man can always be accurate?
"A man can spake the truth if he goeth to try, or else he must be a fool. And, Tickus, thou wast always more rogue than fool. Now, here am I, to ax thee special, what roguery thou beest up to now. Whom hast thou got at the cottage in the wood?"
"Thou'd best way go up there, and see for thyself. An old lady from America is wanteth to retire frout the world. Won't her send thee a running down the hill? And I'd like to see thee, Zac. Her'd lay thy own whip about thee, and her tongue be worse nor a dozen whips."
Really, while Tickus was telling this lie, he managed to look at his brother so firmly, and the rally of impudence brought to bay, that Zac for the moment, in spite of all experience, believed him. And the carrier dreaded, as the Lord of Swine knew well, nothing so much as a fierce woman's tongue.
"What be the reason, then," he went on, still keeping his eyes on the face of Tickus, "that thou hast been keeping thyself and thy pigs out of market, and even thy wife and children to home, same as if 'em had gotten the plague? And what be the reason, Leviticus Cripps, that thou fearest to go to a wholesome public house, and have thy pint of ale, and see thy neighbours, as behoveth a God-fearing man? To my mind, either you art gone daft, and the woman should take the lead of thee, or else thou art screwed out of honest ways."
The carrier now looked at his brother with more of pity than suspicion. Tickus had always been regarded as the weak member of the family, because he laid on more fat than muscle, even in a time of most active growth, and to keep him regularly straight was more than all the set efforts of the brotherhood could, even when he was young, effect. Therefore Zac stood back some little, and the butt of his whip fell down to earth. Leviticus saw his chance and seized it.
"Concerning of going to a public house, I would never be too particular. A man may do it or a man may not, according to the manner of his things at home, or his own little brew, or temper of his wife. I would not blame him, nor yet praise him for things as he knoweth best about. To make light of a man for not going to public is the same as to blame him for stopping from church. A man as careth for good opinion goeth to both, but I cannot always do it, and I ain't a been in church now for more nor a week o' Sundays."
The force of his reasoning came home to Cripps. If a man was unable to go to church, there was good room for arguing that his duty towards the public house must not be too rigidly exacted. Zacchary therefore fetched a sigh. None of the race had broken up at so early an age as that of Tychus, but still, from his own sad experience, the Carrier knew what pigs were, and he thought that his brother, though younger than himself, might be called away before him.
"Tychus," he said, "I may have been too hard. Nobody knows but them that has to do it what the word of the roads is. I may have said a word here and there too much, and a bit outside the gospel. According to they, a man must believe a liar, and forgiven, over and over again, the same as I tries to forgive you, Tychus."
Zacchary offered his hand to his brother, but Leviticus was ashamed to take it. With the load now weighing upon his mind and the sense of his heart of what Zacchary was, Tychus, whatever his roguery was, could not make believe to have none of it. So he turned away, with his feelings hurt too much for the clasp fraternal.
"When a man hath no more respect for hisel," he muttered over his puckered shoulder, "and no more respect for his father and mother afore'n, than to call his very next brother but one a rogue and a liar, and a schemer against publics, to my mind ye have gone too far, and not shown the manners relied upon." "Very well," replied Cripps, "just as you like, Tychus, though I never did hear as I were short of manners, and there's 12 miles of road as knows better than that. Now, since you go on like that, and there seemeth no chance of supper long of ye, I shall just walk up to cottage, and ax any orders for the Carrier. Good evening, brother Tychus."
With these words Zac set off, and Tychus repented sadly of the evil temper which had forbidden him to shake hands. But now to oppose the Carrier's purpose would be a little too suspicious. He must go his way and take his chance. He was worse than a pig when his mind was made up.
"Go thy way, and be danged to thee," thought Leviticus, looking after him. "Little thou wilt take, however, but to knock thy thick head again a wall. Old lady looketh out too sharp for any of they danged old Beckley carcasses. Come thee down to our house," he shouted in irony after his brother, "and tell us the news thou hast picked up, and what 'em be doing in America. A fine time of life for thee to turn spy."
It was lucky for him that he made off briskly among the thick brushwood and tangled swamps, for Zacchary Cripps at the last word turned round, with his face of a fine plum color and a stamp of rage which made his stiff knees tingle worse than a dozen turnpikes.
"Spy, did thou say?"
he shouted, staring with his honest, wrathful eyes through every glimpse of thicket near the spot where his brother had disappeared.
"Spy? If thou beest a man, come out, and say it again to the face of me. I'll show you how to spell spy pretty quick. Leviticus Cripps, thou art a coward, to the back of a thief and a sneaking skulk, unless thou comest out of thy thick places, to stand to the word thou hast spoken."
Zacchary stood in a wide bay of copse. He knew that his voice went through the wood, for he spoke with the whole power of his lungs, and the tender leaves above him quivered like a little breath of fringe, and the birds flew out of their ivy castles, and a piece of bare-faced rock in the distance answered him, but nothing else.
"Thou art a bigger man than I be,"
shouted the Carrier, being carried beyond himself by the state of things.
"Come out if thou art a man, and hast any blood of Cripps in thee."
But this appeal received no answer except from the quiet rock again, and a peaceful thrush sitting over his nest, and well accustomed to the woodman's call. Zacchary had always felt scorn of Tychus, but now he almost disdained himself for springing of one wedlock with him. He stood in the place where he must be seen if Tychus wished to see him, until he was quite sure that no such longing existed on his brother's part. Then the family seemed to be lowered so by his behavior of a leading member, that when the Carrier moved his legs, he had not the spirit to crack his whip.
"What shall us do? What shall us do?"
he said to himself more reasonably, with the anger dying out of his kind blue eyes.
hath assaulted of me, but hath a big family of little uns to keep up. I harn't no knowledge of how that sort of thing might drive a man out of his proper ways. Like enough, it maketh them careful to tell lies and shun the thrashing."
Taking this view of the case, Master Cripps turned away from the path towards his brother's house, to which in the flush of first anger he meant to go, and there to wait for him. And being rather slow of resolution, he naturally set forth again on the track of the one last interrupted. He would go to this cottage in the wood, of which he had heard through one of his washerwomen, though none of them had any washing thence. And then he would satisfy his own mind concerning an ugly rumor which had unsettled that mind since Tuesday, for in his own hearing it had been said, by a woman, it is true, but still a woman who came of a truthful family, and was married now into the like, that Master Leviticus Cripps was harboring pirates and conspirators, believed to have come from America, in a little place out of the way of all honest people, where the deaf old woman was. Nobody ever had leave to the house, never a butcher, nor a baker, nor a tea-grocer, nor a milkman, or even a respectable washerwoman. There was nothing except a great dog to rush out and bite without even barking. Zacchary had no easy task to find the little cottage of which he had heard, for it lay well back from all thoroughfares, and so embedded among ivied trees that he passed and repassed several times before he descried it. And even then he would not have done so if it had not chanced that Miss Patch, who loved good things when she could get them, was about to dine on a juicy roaster supplied by the wary Leviticus. Grace herself had prepared the currant sauce before she went forth for her daily walk, and deaf old Marjorie Daw was stooping over the fierce wood fire on the ground and basting with a short iron spoon. The double result was a wreath of blue smoke rising from the crooked chimney, and a very rich odor streaming forth from door and window on the vernal air. The eyes and the nose of the carrier at once presented him with clear impressions.
"Americans understands good living."
Giving utterance to this profound and incontrovertible reflection, Cripps came to a halt and sagely considered the situation. The first thing he asked, as usual, was,
"How would the law of the land lie?"
There was a lonely, unprotected cottage inhabited by an elderly foreign lady who especially sought retirement. Had he any legal right to insist on knowing who she was and all about her? Would he not rather be a trespasser and liable to a fine and perhaps the jail, if he forced himself in without invitation and willfully against the inhabitants' wish? And even if that came to nothing, as it might, could he say that it was a manly and straightforward action on his part? He had no enemy that he knew of, unless it was Black George, the poacher. But there were always plenty of people ready to say ill-natured things about a prosperous neighbor, and like enough they would set it afoot that he had gone spying on a helpless lady because she had never employed him. And then his brother's reproach, which had so fiercely aroused him, came back to his mind. Neither was it wholly absent from his thoughts that a great dog was said to reside on these premises, whose manner was peculiarly unattractive, one of rushing out to bite without a bark. The carrier had suffered in his time from dogs, as was natural to his calling, and although his flesh was so wholesome that the result had never been serious, he was conscious of a definite desire to defer all increase of experience in that line.
"Spy!"
he exclaimed as he sat down rather to rest his stiff knee than to watch the hut.
"That never hath been said of me, and never shall without a lie. But one on 'em might come out, mayhap, and give me some satisfaction."
Before his words were cool, Miss Patch herself appeared in the doorway. She saw not Cripps, who had happened to put himself in a knowing corner, and being in a quietly savage mood, from desire of pig and dread that stupid old Marjorie was murdering pig by revolving him too near the fire, she cast such a glance at the young leaves around her as seemed enough to nip them in the bud. Then she threw away something with a scornful sweep, and Cripps believed almost every word his brother had been saying.
"I'll be blessed if I don't scuttle off,"
he said to himself in the moss he was sitting on,
In my time I have seen all sorts of womans, but none to come nigh this sample as to be over from America. Sarveth me right for curiosity. Amend me if ever I come anigh of any Americanians again.
End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 39. A Tombstone. Are there any who do not quicken to the impulse of young life, lifted free of long repression and the dread of dull relapse? Can we find a man or woman, holding almost any age, able to come out and meet the challenge of the sun, conveyed in cartel of white clouds of May, and yet to stick to private sense of sulky wrongs and brooding hate? If we could find such a man or woman by great waste of labor in a search ungracious, and if it should seem worth while to attempt to cure the case, scarcely anything could be thought of, leading more directly towards the end in view, than to fetch that person, and plant him or her without a word of explanation, among the flower beds on the little lawn of Beckley Barton. The flowers themselves, and their open eyes, and the sparkling smile of the grass, and the untold commerce of the freighted bees, and rich voluntaries of thrush and blackbird, ruffled to the throat with song, and over the whole the soft flow of sunshine, like a vast pervasive river of gold, with silver wave of clouds. Who could dwell on petty aches and pains among such grandeur? The old squire sat in his bower chair with a warm cloak over his shoulders. His age was 70 this day, and he looked back through the length of years and marvelled at their fleeting, the stirring times of his youth, and the daily perils of his prime of life, the long, hard battle and the slow promotion, because he had given offence by some projection of honest opinion, the heavy disappointment, and the forced retirement from the army when the wars were over, with only the rank of major which he preferred to sink in squire, because he ought to have been, according to his own view of the matter, a good lieutenant general. And then a very short golden age of 5 years and a quarter from his wedding day to the death of his wife, a single and sweet-hearted wife, and after that, as sorrow sank into the soothing breast of time, the soft and gentle and undreamed-of step of comfort, coming almost faster than was welcome, while his little daughter grew. After that the old man tried to think no more, but be content to let the little scenes of dancing and of asking and of listening and of looking puzzled and of waiting to know truly whether all was earnest, because already childhood had suspicion that there might be things intended to delude it, and of raising from the level of Papa's well-buttoned pocket clear bright eyes that did not know a guinea from a halfpenny. And then, with the very extraordinary spring from the elasticity of red calves, which happily departs right early, and jumping into opened arms, and the laying on of little lips, and the murmurs of delighted love, to let his recollections of all these die out, and to do without them, was this old man's business now. For he had been convinced at last, strange as it may seem, until we call to mind how the strongest convictions are produced by the weakest logic, at last he could no longer hope to see his Grace again, because he had beheld her tombstone. Having made up his mind to go to church that very Sunday morning, in spite of all Widow Hookham could do to stop him, he had spied a new stone in the graveyard corner, sacred to the family of Oglander. The old man went up to see what it was, and nobody liked to follow him, and nobody was surprised that he did not show his white head at the chancel door, though the person waited 5 minutes for him, being exceeding loath to waste 10 lines which he had interlarded into a sermon of 30 years back for the present sad occasion. For the old squire sat on his grandfather's tombstone, a tabular piece of memorial, suited to an hospitable man, where all his descendants might sit around and have their dinners served to them, and he leaned his shaven chin on the head of his stout oak staff, and he took off his hat, and let his white hair fall about. He fixed his still bright eyes on the tombstone of his daughter, and tried to fasten his mind there also, and to make out how old she was. He was angry with himself for not being able to tell to a day without thinking. But days and years and thoughts and doings of quiet love quite slipping by, and spreading without ruffle, had left him little to lay hold of as a knotted record. Therefore he sat with his chin on his stick, and had no sense of church time until the choir, which comprised 7 Crippses, bellowed out an anthem which must have shaken their grandfathers in their graves, unless in their time they had done the same. In this great uproar and applause, which always travelled for half a mile, the squire had made his escape from the graveyard, and then he had gone home without a word and eaten his dinner, because he must when the due time came for it, and now, being filled with substantial faith that his household was nicely enjoying itself, he was come to his bower to think and wonder, and perhaps by and by to fall fast asleep, but never awake to bright hope again. To this relief and mild incline of gentle age, his head was bowing and his white hair settling down, according as the sun or wind or clouds or time of day desired, when some one darkened half his light, and there stood Mary Hookham. Mary had the newest of all new spring fashions on her head and breast and waist and everywhere. A truly spirited girl was she, as well as a very handy one, and she never thought twice of a sixpence or shilling, if a soiled paper pattern could be had for it. And now she was busy with half a guinea, kindly beginning to form its impress on her moist, hard-working palm. "He have had a time of it," she exclaimed as her master began to gaze around. "Oh, my, what a time of it he have had! Mary, I suppose you're talking of me? Yes, I have had a bad time on the whole, but many people have had far worse." "Yes, sir, and will you see one who hath? As fine a young gentleman as ever lived, so ready to speak up for everybody, and walking like a statue. It give me such a turn, I do believe you never would know him, sir, without his name come in with him. Squire Overshute, sir, if you please, requesteth the honour of seeing of you." "Mary, I am hardly fit for it. I was doing my best to sit quite quiet and try to think of things. I am not as I was yesterday, or even as I was this morning. But if I ought to see him, why, I will. And perhaps I ought, no doubt, when I come to think of things. The poor young man has been very ill. To be sure, I remember all about it. Show him where I am at once. What a sad thing for his mother. His mother is a wonderful clever woman of the soundest views in politics." "His mother be dead, sir. I had better tell you for fear of begetting any trifles with him, although he was told to keep such things from you. Howsomever, I do think that he be coming to himself, or he would not have fallen out of patience as hath done. And now here he be, sir." Russell Overshute narrowed and flattened into half of his proper size, and heightened thereby to unnatural stature, for stoop he would not, although so weak. Here he was walking along the damp walk, when a bed or sofa or a drawn-out chair at Shotover Grange was his proper place. He walked with the help of a crutch-handled stick, and his deep mourning dress made him look almost ghastly. His eyes, however, were bright and steady, and he made an attempt at a cheerful smile, as he congratulated the squire on the great improvement of his health. "For that I have to thank you, my dear friend," answered Mr. Oglander. "For weeks I had been helpless, till I helped myself. I mean, of course, by the great blessing of the Lord. But of your sad troubles, whatever shall I say?
My dear sir, say nothing, if you please. I cannot bear it as yet to speak of them. I ought to be thankful that life is spared to me, doubtless for some good purpose, and I think I know what that purpose is, though now I am confident of nothing." "Neither am I, Russell, neither am I," said the old man, observing how low his voice was, and speaking in a low, sad voice himself. "I used to have confidence in the good and the watchful care of the Almighty over all who trust in him. But now there is something over there," he pointed towards the churchyard, "which shows that we may carry such ideas to a foolish point. But I cannot speak of it. Say no more." "I will own," replied Overshute, studying the squire's downcast face, to see how far he might venture. "At one time I thought that you yourself carried such notions to a foolish length. That was before my illness. Now I must fully believe that you were quite right." "Yes, I suppose that I was, so far as duty goes and the parson's advice. But as for the result, where is it?" "As yet we see none, but we very soon shall. Can you bear to hear something I want to say, and to listen to it attentively?" "I believe that I can, Russell. There is nothing now that can disturb me very much." "This will disturb you, my dear sir, but in a very pleasant way, I hope. As sure as I stand and look at you here, and as sure as the Almighty looks down at us both, that grave in Beckley churchyard holds a gypsy woman and no child of yours." "I put it too abruptly, as I always do. But give me your arm, sir, and walk a few steps. I am not very strong, any more than you are, but, please God, we will both get stronger as soon as our troubles begin to lift." Each of them took the right course to get stronger, by putting forth his little strength to help and guide the other's steps. "Russell, what did you say just now?"
Mr. Oglander asked, when the pair had managed to get as far as another little bower, Grace's zone, and there sat down.
"I must have taken your meaning wrong. I am not so clear as I was, and often there is a noise inside my head." "I told you, sir, that I had proved for certain that your dear daughter has not been buried here or anywhere else, to my firm belief. Also, I have found out and established, to my own most bitter cost, who it was that lies buried here, and of what terrible disease she died. As regards my own illness, I would go through it again, come what might come of it, for the sake of your darling Grace. But alas, I have lost my own dear mother through this utterly fiendish plot. For such it is, I do believe. This poor girl buried here was the younger sister of Cinnaminta." "Cinnaminta," said the squire, trying to arouse old memory. "Surely I have heard that name. But tell me all, Russell, for God's sake, tell me all, and how you came to find it out, and what it has to do with my lost pet." "My dear sir, if you tremble so, I shall fear to tell you another word. Remember, it is all good as far as it goes. Instead of trembling, you should smile and rejoice." So I will, or at least I will try. There, now look, I have taken a pinch of snuff. You need have no fear of me after that. All I know beyond what I have told you is that your Gracie, and my Grace too, was driven off in a chaise and pair, through the narrow lanes towards Whately. I have not been able to follow the track in my present helpless condition, and indeed, what I know I only learned this morning, and I thought it my duty to come and tell you at once. I had it from poor Cinnaminta's own lips, who for a week or more had been lurking near the house to see me. This morning I could not resist a little walk, lonely and miserable as it was, and the poor thing told me all she knew. She was in the deepest affliction herself at the loss of her only surviving child, and she fancied that I had saved his life before.
and she had deep pangs of ingratitude and of nemesis, etc., and hence she was driven to confess all her share, which was but a little one. She was tempted by the chance of getting money enough to place her child in the care of a first-rate doctor.
But Grace, my poor Grace, how was she tempted, or was she forced away from me?
That I cannot say as yet. Cinnamenta had no idea. She did not even see the carriage, for she herself was borne off by her tribe, who were quite in a panic at the fever. But she heard that no violence was used, and there was a lady in the chaise, and poor Grace went quite readily, though she certainly did seem to sob a little. It was no elopement, Mr. Oglander, or anything at all of that kind. The poor girl believed that she was acting under your orders in all that she did, just as she had believed that same when she left her aunt's house to meet you on the homeward road through that forged letter which, most unluckily, she put into her pocket. There, I believe I have told you all I can think of for the moment. Of course you will keep the whole to yourself, for we have to deal with subtle brutes. Is there anything you would like to ask?
Russell Overshute, said the squire, I am not fit to go into things now. I mean all the little ins and outs. And you look so very ill, my dear fellow. I am quite ashamed of allowing you to talk. Come into the house and have some nourishment. If any man ever wanted it, you do now. How did you come over?
Well, I broke a very ancient vow. If there is anything I detest, it is to see a young man sitting alone inside of a closed carriage. But we never know what we may come to. I tried to get upon my horse, but could not. By the by, do you know Harden now?
Not much, said the squire.
I have seen him once or twice, and I know that he is a great friend of yours. He is one of the new lights, is not he? I'm sure I don't know or care. He is a wonderfully clever fellow, and as true as steel, and a gentleman. He has heard, of course, of your sad trouble, but only the popular account of it. He does not even know of my feelings. But I will not speak now of them.
You may, my dear fellow, with all my heart. You have behaved like a true son to me, and if ever gracious Providence—
Overshute took Mr. Oglander's hand and held it in silence for a moment. He could not bear the idea of even the faintest appearance of a bargain now. The squire understood and liked him all the better, and waved his left hand towards the dining-room.
One thing more, while we are alone, resumed the young man, much as he longed for and absolutely needed good warm victuals. Hardnow is a tremendous walker. 6 miles an hour are nothing to him. The Flying Dutchman he is called, although he hasn't got a bit of a calf. Of course, I would not introduce him into this matter without your leave, but may I tell him all, and send him scouting while you and I are so laid upon the shelf? He can go where you and I could not, and nobody will suspect him. And, of course, as regards intelligence alone, he is worth a dozen of that ass John Smith. At any rate, he would find no mare's nests. May I try it? If so, I will take on the carriage to Oxford as soon as I have had a bit to eat. With all my heart, cried the squire, whose eyes were full again of life and hope. Hardnow owes a debt to Beckley. It was Cripps who got him his honours and fellowship, or at least the carrier says so, and we all believe our carrier. And after all, whatever there is to do, nobody does it like a gentleman, and especially a good scholar. I remember a striking passage in the syntax of the Eton Latin grammar. I make no pretension to learning when I quote it, for it hath been quoted in the House of Lords. Perhaps you remember it, my dear Russell?
My Latin has turned quite rusty, squire, answered Overshute, knowing as well as Prometheus what was coming. The passage is this. Mr. Oglander always smote his frilled shirt in this erudition, and delivered ore rotundo. Silicet ingenius didicice fideliter artis, immolet moris.
Nit sinit esse feros.
End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 40, Let Me Out. At about the same hour of that Sunday afternoon, Miss Patch sat alone in her little cottage, stubbornly reasoning with herself. She was growing rather weary of her task, which had been a long and heavy one, a great deal longer and a great deal heavier than she could ever have dreamed at the outset. It was for the sake of the kingdom of heaven that she had laid her hand to this plough, and now it seemed likely to be a plough in the sense in which that word is lightly used by undergraduates. For public opinion Miss Patch cared nothing. Her view of the world was purely and precisely scriptural, according to her own interpretation. Any line of action was especially recommended to her by the certainty that the world would condemn it. She had led a life of misery with her father, the gambling captain, the man of fashion, who made slaves of his children, and being already of a narrow gauge of mind, she laid herself out for theology, not true religion, but enough to please her and make her sure that she was always right. Grace, being truly of a docile nature, and most unsuspicious, as her father was before her, had implicit faith in the truth and honor of her good Aunt Patch. She looked upon her as so devoutly pious and grandly upright that any idea of fraud on her part seemed almost profanity. She believed the good lady to be acting wholly under the guidance of her own father, and as his representative, in which there seemed nothing either strained or strange, especially as the squire had once placed his daughter in the charge of Miss Patch for a course of scriptural and historical reading. And the first misgiving in the poor girl's mind arose from what Christopher Sharp had told her of pining and lonely weariness. Weeks and weeks she had endured, under the firm belief that her father was compelled to have it so, and in the hope of the glorious time when he should come to take her home. For all that, she could see good reason, according to what she had been told, but she could see no reason whatever why Miss Patch should have told her falsehoods as to the place in which they lived. Having been challenged upon this subject by her indignant niece, the elderly lady now sat thinking. She was as firmly convinced as ever that in all she had done, she had acted strictly and purely for the glory of the Lord. Grace, a great heiress and a silly girl, was at the point of being snapped up by the papists and made one of them, whereupon both an immortal soul and £150,000 would be devoted to perdition. Of this Miss Patch had been thoroughly assured before she would give her help at all. It was well known that Russell Overshute loved and would win Grace Oglander, and that Russell's dearest friend was Hardnow of Brasenose, and that Hardnow was the deepest Jesuit ever admitted to holy orders in the Church of England. Therefore, at heart, Russell Overshute must be a papist of the deepest dye, and anybody with half an eye could see through that conspiracy. To defeat such a scheme, Miss Patch would have promised to spend 6 months in a hollow tree, but promise and performance are a very different pair of shoes, and the lady, though fed, like a woodpecker, on the choicest of all sylvan food, even now in 4 months' time was tiring of her martyrdom. Her cottage in a wood had long been growing loathsome to her. The deeds of the Lord she admired greatly, when they were homicidal, but of his large and kindly works she had no congenial liking. The fluttering spread of leaves that hang like tips of empty gloves one day, and after one kind night lift forth, like the hand of a baby with his mind made up, and the change of color all under the trees, whether the ground be grassed or naked. Also the delicate sliding of the light in and out of the peeling wands of brushwood, and flat upon the lichened stones, and even in the coarsest hour of the day, which generally is from 1 to 2 p.m., when all mankind are dining, the quiet spread and receptive width of growth that has to catch its light. for none of these pretty little scenes did Miss Patch care so much as half a patch, and she was sure that they gave her rheumatism. She was longing to be in London now, to sit beneath the noble eloquence of preachers and orators most divine, who spend the prime of the year in reviling their friends and extolling the Negro, whereas for weeks and weeks in this ungodly forest she had no chance of receiving any spiritual ministration, save once when Victus, on a Sunday morning, had driven her in his pig-cart to a little Wesleyan chapel some 3 miles off at the end of a hamlet. Here people stared at her so, and asked such questions that she durst not go again, and indeed the pleasure was not worth the risk, for the shoemaker who preached was a thoroughly quiet, ungifted man, without an evil word for anybody. Not only these large regrets and yearnings were thronging upon this lady now, but also a small, although feminine, feeling of desire for support and guidance. Strong-minded as she was, and conscious of her lofty mission, from time to time she grew faint-hearted in that dreary solitude, without the encouragement of the cool male will. This for some days she had not received, and she knew not why it had failed her. Though the afternoon was so bright with temptation, the woods so rich with wonders, Miss Patch preferred to nurse her knee by the little fire in the parlor. She had always hated to be out of doors, and to see too much of things which did not bear out her opinions, and to lose that clear knowledge of the will of the Lord, which is lost by those who study him. She loved to discern in everything that happened to her liking the grand and infinite potentiality of an all-wise providence. And, if a little thing went amiss, she laid all the blame to the badly principled interference of the devil. While she was deeply pondering thus and warming her little teapot, in ran the beautiful and lively girl who had long been growing too much for her. It was not only the brighter spring of young life in this Gracie, and her pretty ways, and nice surprises, and pleasure in pleasing others, and graceful turns of cookery, but also her pure fount of loving kindness which, having no other way out, was obliged to steal around Miss Patch herself, although she had been ill content with the only explanation she could get about her dwelling-place, to wit, that in these roadless parts distance was very much a matter of conjecture. Grace had no suspicion yet of any plot or conspiracy. All things had been planned so deeply and carried out so cleverly that any such suspicion would have been contrary to her nature. She had lost, by some unaccountable carelessness, both the note from her father, which she had received at her Aunt Joan's, and also his more important letter delivered to her when she met the chase by her kind and pious Auntie Patch. In the first note, delivered by a little boy, she had simply been called forth to meet her father in the lane, and to walk home with him, as he pleased to speak with her by herself. She was not to wait to pack any of her clothes, as they would be sent for afterwards, and he hoped that her Aunt Joan would excuse his deferring their little dinner for the present. But when, instead of meeting him, she found the chaise with Miss Patch inside it, and was invited to step in, a real letter was handed to her, the whole of which in the waning light, the day being very brown and gloomy, she could not easily make out. But she learned enough to see that she was to place herself under the care of Miss Patch, and not expect to see her father for at least some weeks to come. Her hair, for the reason therein given, was to be cut off at once, and not even kept in the carriage, and the poor girl submitted with a few low sobs to the loss of her beautiful, bright tresses. But what were they? How small and selfish of her to think twice of them in the presence of the heavy trouble threatening her dear father, and the anguish of losing him for so long, without even so much as a kiss of farewell. For after his first brief scrawl, he had found that by starting at once he could catch at Falmouth the packet for Demerara, and thus save a fortnight in getting to his estates, which were threatened with ruin. If these should be lost to him, Gracie knew, as he had no secrets from her, that half of his income would go at one sweep, which for his own sake would matter little, but for the sake of his darling must, if possible, be prevented. He had no time now for another word, except that he had left his house at Beckley, just as it stood, to be let by his agent to cover the expenses of his long voyage, and to get him out of two difficulties. He could not have left his dear child there alone, and, if he could, he would not have done so, for a most virulent fever had long been hanging about, and had now broken out hard and Dr. Splinters had strictly ordered, the moment he heard of it, that the dear child's hair should be cropped to her head, and burned or cast away, for nothing harbored infection as hair did. With a few words of blessing and comfort and love, and a promise to write from Demerara, and a fatherly hope that for his sake she would submit to Miss Patch in all things, and make the most of this opportunity for completing her course of scriptural and historical reading, the dear old father had signed himself her loving papa, W.O. Grace would have been a very different girl from her own frank self if she had even dreamed of suspecting the genuineness of this letter. It was in her father's crabbed and upright and queerly jointed hand, from the first line to the last. For a moment, indeed, she had been surprised that he called himself her papa, because he did not like the word, and thought it a piece of the foreign stuff which had better continue to be foreign. But there stood the word, and in his hurry how could he stop such trifles? This letter had been lost. Poor Gracie could not imagine how, because she had taken such great care of it, and had slept with it under her pillow always. Nevertheless, it had disappeared, leaving tears of self-reproach in her own downcast eyes, as she searched the wood for it. And this made her careful tenfold of the 2 letters she had received from Georgetown. But now, as she came with her Sunday hat on, and her pretty Woodstock gloves, and her neat brown skirt looped up, for challenge of briars and furs and dog-rose, and best of all with the bloom on her cheeks, and the sparkle in her clear soft eyes, and the May sun making glory in her rolling clouds of new-grown hair, and, better than best, that smile of the heart filling the whole young face with light, she really looked as if it would be impossible to say no to her.
"Auntie," she began, "it is quite an age since you have let me have a walk at all. One would think that I wanted to run away with that very smart young gentleman who possesses and exhibits that extremely lustrous riding-whip, if he has only got a horse to match it. What is the name, dear auntie, of that inestimable historical jewel that somebody stole out of somebody's eye? Grace, will you never remember anything? It is now called the Orloff, or Shafras gem, and is set in a Russian sceptre. Then that must be the name of this gentleman's horse, to enable it to go with such a whip. Dear auntie, now even that whip will not tempt me or move me to run away from you. Only do please to allow me forth. This horrid little garden is so shaded and sour that even a daisy cannot live. But in the wood I find all things lovely. May I have a run for only half an hour?" "Upon one condition," replied Miss Patch, "that if you see anyone, you shall come back at once and let me know." "What, even the fat man with the flapped hat and smock on? I never go out without seeing him, though he never seems to see me at all. He must be very short-sighted." "Oh, no, my dear, never mind that poor man. He looks after the cattle or something. What I mean is, any young gentleman who ought to be at home on the Sabbath day, and wrestle with your natural frivolity, my dear, that no worldly thoughts may assault and hurt the soul upon this holy day." "I will do my best, auntie, but how can I help thinking of the things I see?"
Miss Patch, having less than any faith in unregenerate human nature, feared that she might have been wrong in allowing even this limited freedom to Grace. The truth of it was that, without fresh guidance from a mind far deeper than her own, she could not see the right thing to do in the new complication arising. The interviews between Kit Sharp and Grace were the very thing desired, and surely must have led to something good, which ought to be carefully followed up, and yet, if she met him again, she would be quite sure to go on with her questions, and Kit, being purely outside of the plot, would reply with the most inconvenient truth. Miss Patch had written, as promptly as could be, to ask what she ought to do in this crisis, but no answer had come through the trusty Tickis, nor any well-provided visit. The Christian-minded lady could not tell at all what to make of it. Then, calling to mind the sacredness of the day, she dismissed the subject, and sternly rebuked deaf Marjorie Daw for not keeping the kettle boiling. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 41. Reason and Unreason. When things were in this very ticklish condition almost everywhere, and even Cripps himself could scarcely sleep because of rumors, and Dobbin in his own clean stable found the flies too many for him, an exceedingly active man set out to scour the whole of the neighborhood. To the large and vigorous mind of the Reverend Thomas Hardnow, the worst of all sins, because the most tempting and universal, was indolence. Hardnow never condemned a poor man for having his pint or his quart of ale, with his better half to help him, when he had earned it by a hard day's work, and he had fed his children likewise. Hardnow thought it not easy to find any hypocrisy more bald, or any morality more cheap, than that or those which strut about, reviling the poor man for taking, in the cheaper liquid form, the nourishment which his betters can afford to have in the shape of meat, and then are not content with it, unless it is curdled with some duly sour vintage. In passing such crucial points of debate, Hardnow always could make allowance for any sins rather than those which spring from a treacherous, sneaking, and lying essence. Now a council was held at the Grange of Shotover on the Monday. A sad and melancholy house it was, with its fine old mistress lately buried, and its poor young master only half recovered. The young tutor had been especially invited, and having heard everything from the squire, who was proud of having ridden so far, yet broke down ridiculously among his boasts, and from Russell Overshute, who had thrown himself back for at least 3 days by excitement and exertion yesterday, and also from Mrs. Firmitage, who had lately been feeling herself overlooked. Hardnow thought for some little time before he would give his opinion. Not that he was, by any manner of means, possessed with the greatness of his own ideas, but that Mrs. Firmitage, from a low velvet chair, looked up at him with such emphatic inquiry and implicit faith that he was quite in a difficulty how to speak or what to say, and so he said a very few short words of sympathy and of kindness, and gladly offered to do his best and obey the orders given him, so far at least as his duty to his college and pupils permitted. He confessed that he had thought of this matter many times before he was invited to do so, and without the knowledge which he now possessed, or the special interest in the subject which he now must feel for the sake of Russell. But Mrs. Firmitage, filled with respect for the wisdom of a fellow and tutor of a college, would not let Hardnow thus escape, and being compelled to give his opinion, he did so with his usual clearness. "I am not at all a man of the world," he said, "and of the law I know nothing. My friend Russell is the man of the world, and knows a good deal of the law as well. A word from him is worth many of mine. But if Mrs. Firmitage insists upon having my crude ideas, they are these. First of the first, and by far the most important, I believe that Miss Oglander is alive, and that her father will receive her safe and sound, though not perhaps still Miss Oglander." "God bless you, my dear sir," the squire broke in, getting up to lay hold of the young man's hand. "I don't care a straw for what her name may be, Snooks or Snobs or Higginbotham, if I only get sight of my darling child again." Russell Overshute looked rather queer at this, and so did Mrs. Firmitage, but the squire continued in the same sort of way. "What odds about her name, if it only is my Grace? Exactly so, replied Hardnow. That natural feeling of yours perhaps has been foreseen and counted on, and that may be why such trouble was taken to terrify you with the idea of her death. Also, of course, that would paralyze your search, while the villains are at leisure to complete their work. I declare, I never thought of that, cried Russell. How extremely thick-headed of me! That theory accounts for a number of things that cannot be otherwise explained. What a head you have got, my dear Tom, to be sure. I wish I could believe it, Mr. Oglander exclaimed, whilst his sister clasped her fair fat hands, and looked with amazement at every one. But I see no motive whatever. My Grace was a dear good girl, as everybody knows, and a fortune in herself, but of worldly goods she had very little, any more than I have, and her prospects were naturally contingent upon many things, which may not come to pass, I hope, for many years, if they ever do. Here looked his sister, and she said, I hope so. Therefore, continued Mr. Oglander, while there are so many fine girls in the country very much better worth carrying off, so far as mere worthless pelf is concerned, why should anybody steal my Grace unless they stole her for her own sake? Here the squire sat down, and took to drumming with his stick. His feelings were hurt at the idea, though it was so entirely of his own origination, that his daughter had been carried off for the sake of her money, not of her own dear self. Hardnow looked at him and made no answer. He felt that it did not behoove a mere stranger to ask about a young lady's expectations, while Overshute was more imperatively silenced by his relations towards the family. But Mrs. Firmitage came to the rescue. Great was her faith in the value of money, and she liked to have it known that she had plenty. Tut, tut, she cried, shaking out her new brocaded silk, a morning dress certainly, but softly trimmed with purple. Why should we make any mystery of things, when the truth is most important? And the truth is, Mr. Hardnow, that my dear niece had very good expectations. My deeply lamented husband, respected, and I may say reverenced, for upwards of half a century, in every college of Oxford, and even more so by the corporation, for the pure integrity of his character, the loftiness of his principles, and the substance of his what they make the wine of. He was not the man, Mr. Hardnow, to leave a devoted wife behind him, who had stepped perhaps out of her rank a little, not being of commercial birth, you know, but never found cause to regret it, without some provision for the earthly time which she, being many years his junior— Come, come, Joan, not so very many, exclaimed the truthful squire. About 5 or 6 at the utmost. You were born on the 25th of June, A.D. Worth, I was not asking you for statistics. Mr. Hardnow, you will excuse my brother. He has always had a rude style of interruption. He learned it, I believe, in the army, and we always made allowance for it. But to go back to what I was saying, my good and ever-to-be-lamented husband, being, let us say, 10 years my senior, Worth, will that content you? Left every farthing of his property to me, and a good husband always does the same thing, I am told, and I believe they are ordered in the Bible. And, of course, I have no one to leave it to but Grace, and being so extraordinarily advanced in years as my dear brother has impressed upon you, they could not have any very long time to wait, and my desire is to do my duty, and perhaps that lies at the bottom of it all. After relieving her mind in this succinct yet copious manner, the good lady went into her chair again, carefully directing, in whatever state of mind, the gathering and the falling of her dress aright, and though it might be fancied that her colour had been high, anybody now could see that her dignity had conquered it. Now, the whole of this goes for next to nothing, said the squire, while the young men looked at one another, and longed to be out of the way of it. As we have got into the subject, let us go right down to the bottom of it. What are filthy pence and halfpence, or a cellar, like Balak's, of silver and gold, when compared with the life of one pure dear soul?
I may not express myself theologically, but you can see what I mean exactly. I mean that I would kick out old port wine's dross to the bottom of the Red Sea where Pharaoh lies, if it turns out that that has killed my child, or made her this long time dead to me." Having justified his feelings thus, the old man stood up and went to the window to look for his horse. The very last thing he desired always was to let out what he felt too much. But to hear that old thief of a port wine firmitage praised, and his lucre put forward, quite as if it were an equivalent for grace, and to think that he owed to that filthy cause the loss of the liveliest, loveliest darling, without whom he had neither life nor love, such things were enough to break the balance of his patience, and the rest might think them out amongst them. Now this might have made a very serious to-do between Mr. Oglander and his sister Joan, both of them being of the stiff-necked order, if he had been allowed to ride away like this. Mrs. Firmitage had her great carriage in the yard, and 2 black horses with wide valleys down their backs, rattling rings of the brightest brass, while they stood in the stable with a bale between them, and gently deigned to blow the chaff off from the oats of Shotover. This goodly pair made a great rush now into the mind of their mistress, the only sort of rush they ever made, and seeing her brother in that state of mind to get away from her, she became inspired with an equal desire to get away from him. "Will you kindly ring the bell," she said, "and order my horses to be put to? I think I have quite said every word I had to say, and being the only lady present, of course I labor under some little disadvantages. Not, of course, that I mean for a moment." "To be sure not, Joan. You never do know what you mean. You would be a very nasty woman if you did. Now do let us turn our minds to the pleasant way of everything. If any word has come from me to lead to strong kind of argument, I beg pardon of everybody, and then there ought to be an end of it." Mrs. Firmitage scarcely knew what to say, but in a relenting way looked round for someone to take it up for her, and she was not long without somebody. "Mr. Oglander," said Russell Overshute, "you really ought to give us time to think. You are growing so hasty, sir, since you came back to your seat in the saddle and your cross-country ways, that you want to ride over every one of us, ladies and gentlemen all alike." The old squire laughed. He could not help it. At the thought of his own effrontery, he felt that there might be some truth about it, ever since it had come into his mind that he might not after all be childless. He would not have any one know for £1,000 why he was laughing, or that half another word might turn it into weeping. He had seen it proved in learned books that no man knew the way to weep at his time of life, and if his own case went against it, he had the manners to be ashamed of it. So he waited till he felt that his face was right, and then he went up to his sister Joan, who was growing uneasy about her own words, and he took her 2 plump hands in his, and gave a glance, for all there present to be welcome witnesses, and then, having knowledge for the last 10 years how much too fat she was to lift, he managed to kiss her in the 2 right places, disarranging nothing. His sister looked up at him, as soon as he had done it, with a sense of his propriety and study of her harmonies, and she whispered to him quietly, "I beg you pardon, brother," and he spoke up for all to hear him. "Joan, my dear, I beg your pardon." "Now, the first thing to be done," said Hardnow, "is to find Cinnaminta and her husband Smith, but allow me to make one important request, that even your adviser, Mr. Luke Sharp, shall not be informed of what has passed today, or that Overshute found out yesterday." With some little surprise they agreed to this. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in a public domain. Chapter 42. Meeting the Coach. There happened, however, to be someone else whose opinion differed very wildly from that of Mr. Hardnow, as to the necessity for any prompt appearance of either Mr. or Mrs. Joseph Smith.
The old red house in Cross Duck Lane was ready to jump out of its windows, if such a feat be possible, with eagerness and anxiety at the long absence of its master. Mr. Luke Sharp had not crossed his own threshold for 10 whole days, including 2 Sundays, when even an attorney may give leg bail to the power under whose ka-ad-sa he lives. The business of the noble firm of Piper, Pepper, Sharp and Company was falling sadly into arrears at the very busiest time of year, for Mr. Sharp had always kept his very best clerks in leading strings, and Kit thus far, with his mother's aid, had battled against all articles. Christopher Firmitage Sharp, Esquire, was resolved to be a country gentleman and a sportsman, and no quill driver. He felt that his arms, and legs as well, were a great deal too good for going on and under a desk. With fine resignation Kit accepted the absence of his father. With his father away he was a very great man. With his father at home he was quite a small boy. He liked to play master of a house, and frighten his mother and the maids, and vow to dine at the Mitre all the rest of the week, if that was their style of cookery. But poor Mrs. Sharp could not treat the matter thus, truly delighted as she was to see her boy take his father's place and conduct himself with dignity as the head of the household, and find fault with things of which he knew nothing, and order this, that, and the other way. Still she could not help remembering that all this was not as it ought to be. Christopher ought to have been in tortures of intense anxiety, and so far as that went, so ought she, and she really tried very hard not to sleep and to sit up listening for the night bell. But a man who thinks everything of his own will, and nothing of any other person's wish, may be pretty sure that none will miss his presence so much as himself does. In spite of all that, Mrs. Sharp was anxious, and so were the rest of the household, though rather perhaps with care than love, at the long, unaccountable absence of the head and the brain of everything. Even the boys in Cross Duck Lane, who had a strong idea that Lawyer Sharp would defend them against the magistrates, were beginning to feel that they must look out before throwing stones at any other boys.
"You are not at all the thing, my darling boy," said Mrs. Sharp to Christopher on the evening of that same Monday on which the council had been held at Shotover. "Your want of appetite makes me wretched. Now, put on your cloak, my pet, and go as far as Carfax or Magdalen Bridge. The 2 evening coaches will soon be in, the Defiance and the Regulator. I have a strong idea that your father will come by one or other of them." "I may just as well go there as anywhere else," the young man answered gloomily. For some days now he had striven in vain for an interview with his charmer, and the most unkindest cut of all, he had spied her once, and she had run away. "It does not matter where I go." "When you talk like that, dear child, you have no idea what you do. You simply break the heart of your poor mother, and much you care for that. Now, if you should see any very fresh calves' sweetbreads, or even a pig's fry, or anything you fancy, order it in, dear, at once, and be sure that you are home by 9 o'clock, and bring your dear papa with you if you can." Kit, with a sigh and a roll of his eyes, flung his cloak around him, and with long, slow, melancholy strides clomb the arduous steep of Carfax. If any faith there be to brute of veterans, 80 well-equipped quadrigi daily passed with prance of steeds and sound of classic trump, and often youthful charioteer, more apt to handle than win ribbons. 40 chariots came from smoke and wealth and din of blessed Rome, and other 40 sped them back with the glory and mud of the country divine. The moody Kit ensconced himself away from the tramp and the vulgar crowd in the beetling doorway of a tailor who had put his shutters up, and thrice being challenged by Proctor's velvet-sleeved and velvet-selvaged pro, "Sir, are you a member of this university?" thrice had the pleasure of answering, "No." Once and again he wiped his hectic cheek and fevered brow with a yellow bandana, from which the winner of last year's Derby was washing out, and he saw the Defiance and the Regulator pass,
newly horsed from rival inns, exalting their horns against one another, with splinter bars swinging behind cocked tails, all eager for their race upon Cheltenham Road. But he saw not the author of his existence, yet no tear bedewed his unfilial eye, though these were the likeliest coaches. "All right," he said, putting his pipe in its case. "Governor won't come home tonight. I'm in no hurry, if he isn't. I think I'll have sheep's trotters. It's a beastly time of the year for anything." Twitching his cloak, which had 2 long tassels, he strode from his post of observation and morbid meditation towards a tidy and clean little tripe shop. He knew the old woman who kept it, in George Street. She always put him into good condition by generous admiration. Alas, he had stridden but a very few strides when he met the up-coach from Woodstock, wearily with spent horses making rally for the Star. The driver, a man of fine family at Christchurch, now in his 7th term, and fighting off his smalls, with a turn of his strong arm, pulled the team together, while with the other hand he launched a scouring flourish of the shrill scourge over every blessed horse's ears. "Well done, my lord," said a gentleman on the box, as the 4 horses pulled up foot for foot and stood with their ears and their noses one for one. "You have brought them up in noble style, my lord. I never saw it done more perfectly." My lord touched his white hat and said nothing. He had crowned his day, as he always loved to crown it, and now, if he could get into a back room of the Star, pull off his top boots and cape, and don cap and gown, and fetch back to college clear of £5 fine, as happy as any lord would he be, till nature sent him forth to drive again tomorrow. But Kit, having very keen ears, had recognized even from the other side of the street the sound of his dear father's voice. Mr. Luke Sharp never missed a chance of commending a nobleman's exploits, but he would not have spoken in so loud a tone, perhaps, if he had known that his son was near at hand, for he hated with a consistent hatred, whether he were doing well or ill, all observation of his movements by any member of his household. Christopher, being well aware of this, pushed his own course in the shadow, but resolved with filial piety to keep his good father in sight for fear of his falling into any mischief. First of all, Mr. Sharp, as observed at a respectful distance by his son, went into the coach office, and there left his hand-bag and his travelling coat. Then, carrying something rolled under his arm, he betook himself to a little quiet tap-room, and called for something that loomed and steamed afar, very much after the manner of hot brown grog. "Ho-ho!" muttered Kit. "Then he isn't going home. My duty to the household commands me to learn why." With a smack of his lips, Mr. Sharp the elder came out into Cornmarket Street again, and turning his back on his home, set forth at a rapid pace for the broad desert of St. Giles. Here he passed into an unlit alley in the lonely parts beyond St. John's, and Kit, full of wonder, was about to follow, but hung back as the receding figure suddenly stopped and began to shift about. In a nice, dark place, the learned gentleman unrolled the travelling rug he had been carrying, undoubled it, after that, from the same selvage, and lo, there was a city watchman's large loose overall. Then he pressed down the crown on his black spring hat till it lay on his head like a pancake, pulled the pouch of his long cloak over that, and emerged from the alley with a vigilant slouch, whistling Mole Maloney. Considerable surprise found its way into the candid mind of Christopher. "Well now," thought the ungrateful youth as he shrank behind a tree to peep, "I always knew that the governor was a notch or two too deep for us, but what he is up to now surpasses all experience of him. What shall I do? It seems so nasty to go spying after him, and yet things are taking such a very strange turn that, for the sake of my mother, who is worth 1,000 of him, I do believe I am bound to see what this strange go may lead to." Young curiosity sprang forth and strongly backed up his sense of duty, insomuch that Kit, after hesitating and listening for any other step, stealthily followed the author of his existence across the dark and dusty road. "He is going into Squeaker Smith's," thought the lad. "He will get a horse and ride away no end. And of course I can never go after him. I am sure it has something to do with me. Such troubles are enough to drive one mad." But Mr. Sharp did not turn in at the lamp-lit entrance to those mows. He shunned the beaming oil which threw barred shadows upon sawdust of a fine device, and keeping all his merits in the dark, strode on, like a watchman newly ordered to his post. Then, suddenly he turned down a narrow, unmade lane, hillocked with clay, and leading, as Christopher knew quite well, to the wildest part of Jericho. "I will follow him no further," said Kit Sharp with a pang of astonishment and doubt. "He is my father. What right have I to pry into his secrets? How I wish that I had not followed him at all. It serves me right for meanness. I will go home now. What care have I for anything? Trotters, cow heel, or sweetbread," as he turned to carry out his good resolve with a heart that would have ailed him more for leaving fears unfinished. The sound of a clouting, loutish footstep came along the broken mud banks of the narrow lane. The place was lonely, dark, and villainous. Footpads still abounded. Kit knew that his father often carried large sums of money, and always the great gold watch. He might have been decoyed here for robbery and murder, upon pretense of secret business. Clearly it was the young man's duty not to be too far away. Therefore he drew back, and stood in the jaws of the dark entrance. But while he was ready to leap forth if wanted, the sound of quiet voices told him that there was no danger. Kit could not hear the first few words, but his father came back towards the mouth of the lane, as if he would much rather not go into the dark too deeply. Christopher therefore was obliged either to draw back into the hedge, and there lie hid without moving, or else to come forward and declare himself. He knew that the latter was his proper course, or he might have known it if he had taken time to think, but the dread of his father and the hurry of the moment drove him without thought into the lurking place. It was quite dark now, and there was not a lamp within a furlong of them. "You quite understand me, then?" Mr. Sharp was speaking in a low, clear voice. "You are not to say a word to Cripps about it. He is true enough to me because he dare not be otherwise. But he is an arrant coward. I want a man who has the spirit to defy the law when he knows that he is well backed up." "Governor, I'm your man for that. I have defied the law since I were that high, with only my mother and the Victus to back me." "What I mean is to defy the wrong fashions of the law, the petty rules that go against all common sense and equity. All the fashions of the law be wrong. I might have got in the world like a house afire, if it hadn't been for that devil's own law. To tell me a thing is agin the law is as good as an oyster to my teeth. Go on, Governor, no fear of that, I say. And you know where to find at any moment the man as resolute as yourself, Joe Smith. Well, you know what you have to do in case of any sudden stir arising. At present all goes well, but all at any moment may go wrong. Squire Overshute is about again at last. Ah, if I could only come across a he of a dark night, such as this be. And that fool Cinnaminta has told him all she knows, which luckily is not very much. I took good care to keep women out of it. And the carrier, too, has been smelling about, but he hasn't a sense of his own horse. Night and day, George, night and day, keep a lookout and have the horses ready. You know what I have done for you, my man. Governor, if it hadn't been for you, I might have seed the clouds through the halter loop." "You speak the truth and express it well, and you may still enjoy that fair opportunity unless you attend to every word I say." "No fear, Governor. I know you too well. A good friend and a bad enemy you be. Thick and thin, sir, thick and thin. Again, all the world, sir, I sticks by you." "Enough for tonight, my man. Get ready and be off. I shall know where to find you as before. I shall ride over tomorrow if I find it needful." With these words, Mr. Luke Sharp set off at a good round pace for Oxford, while the other man shambled and whistled his way homewards up the black-mouthed lane. Perceiving these things, Christopher Sharp, with young Bones, leaped from his hiding-place. Astonishment might have been read upon his ingenious and fat countenance if the lighting committee of the corporation had carried out their duty. But having no house of their own out here, they had, far back, put colophon on the nascent gas-pipe. The ambition of the city at that time was to fill all the houses of the citizens and extend in no direction. But though his countenance, for want of light, only wasted its amazement, Kit, like Hector with his windpipe damaged, but not by any means perforated, gave issue to his sentiments. Unlike Hector, so far as we know, Kit had been forming a habit of using language too strong for ladies.
"Blow me,"
was his unheroic exclamation.
"Blow me if ever yet I knew so queer a start as this. Sure as eggs is eggs, that is the very blackguard I drubbed for his insolence. His voice is enough, and his snuffle, and I believe he was rubbing his nose in the dark. I'm sure he's the man. I could swear it's the man, though I could not see his filthy face at all. My father to be in a conspiracy with him, and poor Cinnaminta, and Mr. Overshute. What the dickens is the meaning of it all? The governor has 1,000 times my brains, as everybody says, and I am the last to grudge it to him, and he thinks he can do what he likes with me. I am not quite sure of that if he puts my pecker up too heavily." To throw his favourite light on his own reflections, Kit Sharp lit his pipe and followed slowly in his father's wake. Wiser and wider and brighter men might be found betwixt every 2 lamp-posts, but few more simple, soft, and gentle than this honest lawyer's son. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 43. The Motive. Perfectly free from all suspicions and as happy as he deserved to be, Mr. Sharp leaned back in his easy-chair after making an excellent supper, and gazed with complacency at his good wife. He was really glad to be at home again, and to find his admiring household safe, and to rest for a while with a quiet brain, as the lord and master of everything. Christopher had been sent to bed, as if he were only 10 years old, for instead of exhibiting the proper joy, he had behaved in a very strange and absent manner, and his father, who delighted much in snubbing him sometimes, had requested him to seek his pillow. Kit had accepted this proposal very gladly, longing as he did to think over by himself that strange adventure of the evening. "Now, darling Luke," began Mrs. Sharp as soon as she made her husband quite snug, and provided him with a glass of negus, "you really must be amazed at my unparalleled patience and self-control. You ran away suddenly at the very crisis of a most interesting and momentous tale, and from that day to this I have not had one word, and how to behave to Kit has been a riddle beyond riddles. How I have seen to the dinner, I am sure, and of sleep I have scarcely had 50 winks, between my anxiety about you and misery at not knowing how the story ended." "Very well, Miranda. I will tell you all the rest, together with the postscript added since I went to London. Only you must stay up very late, I fear, to get to the proper end of it." "I will stay till the cocks crow. At least, I mean, dear, if after your long journey you are really fit for it. If not, I will wait till tomorrow, dear." Mr. Sharp was touched by his wife's consideration for him. He loved her more than he loved anyone else in the world, except himself, and though, like many other clear-headed men, he had small faith in brains feminine, he was not quite certain that he might not get some useful idea out of them when the matter at issue was feminine. "I am ready if you are, my dear," he said, for he hated to beat about the bush. "Only I must know where I left off. With all I have done since, I quite forget." "You left off just when you had discovered the real man who was called Jolly Fellows, the man Cousin Firmitage left his will with." To be sure.
or at least it was a codicil. Very well, I found him in the wine vaults of the company where they have been for generations. He was going round with some large and good customer, such as old Firmitage himself had been. Senhor Galophilos had a link in one hand, and in the other a deep dock-glass, while a man in his shadow bore a flashing gimlet and a long-armed siphon-tap. From cell to cell and pipe to pipe they were going in regular order, showing brands, X this and X that, and making little taps and trying them. I was admitted without a word as one of this solemn procession, being taken for a member of the sacred trade, and the number of sips of wine I got and the importance attached to my opinion would have made you laugh, Miranda. At length I got a chance of speaking alone to Senhor Galophilos, a tall, dark, gentlemanly man, of grave and dignified manner. He at once remembered that he had received a paper from Mr. Firmitage. Of its nature, however, he knew nothing, not being acquainted with our legal forms. He had kept it ever since in a box at his house, and if I could call upon him after office hours, he would show it to me with pleasure. Accordingly, I took a hackney coach to his house near Hampstead in the evening, and found that old Portwine had not deceived me during our last interview. I held in my hand a most important codicil to the old man's will, duly executed and attested, so far at least as could be decided without inquiry. By this codicil he revoked his will thus far, that instead of leaving the residue, after payment of legacies, to his widow absolutely, he left her a life interest in that residue, after bequeathing the sum of £20,000 duty-free to his niece, Grace Oglander.
"Out of my money, Luke?" cried Mrs. Sharp indignantly. £20,000 out of my money! And what niece of his was she, I should like to know? Was there nothing whatever for his own flesh and blood?
"Nothing whatever," answered Mr. Sharp calmly. "But wait a bit, Miranda, wait. Well, all the residue of his estate, after the decease of his said wife, Joan, was by this codicil absolutely given to his said niece, Grace. He said that they both would know why he had made the change, and then the rest of this will was confirmed as usual."
"I never heard such a thing. I never heard such robbery!" exclaimed Mrs. Sharp with a panting breast. "I hope you will contest it all, my dear. If there is law in the land, you cannot fail to upset such a vile, vile will. You can show that the fungus got into his brain."
"My dear, it is my object to establish that will, or the codicil rather, which I thus discovered. I am obliged to proceed very carefully, of course. A rash step would ruin everything. Unluckily, the executors remain as before, though he would not trust them with the codicil. Well, one of them, as you know, bought such a lot of port, half price, at his testator's sale, that in 3 months he required an executor for himself. The other took warning by his fate, and is going in for claret and the sour Rhenish wines. This has made him as surly as a bear, and he is a most difficult man to manage. But if any one can handle him, I can, and he has a deadly quarrel with that haughty Joan. I had first ascertained, without any stir, that the attestation is quite correct. 2 stupid bottlemen, who gave no thought to what they were doing, can swear to the signing, and the codicil itself, though Portwine drew it without any lawyer, is quite clear and good. At the proper moment I produce the codicil account for my possession of it, go to Mr. Wigington, and make him prove it, and then I think we turn the tables on the proud old widow."
"Oh, Luke, what a blessed day that would be for me! The things I have endured from that odious woman. Of course it will mortify her not to have disposal, and to have to give up £20,000. The miser, the screw, the expositor hypocrite, the filthy silk stockings I should be ashamed to own. But, darling Luke, I do not see how we ourselves are a bit the better off for it. Poor Grace being dead, of course, her father takes the money."
"Suppose, for a moment, that, instead of being dead, Grace Oglander is the wedded wife, by that time, of a certain Christopher Firmitage, Sharp, and without any settlement."
"What!"
exclaimed Mrs. Sharp, jumping with astonishment.
"Is it possible? Is it possible?"
"It is more than possible. It is probable. And without some very bad luck, it is certain."
"Oh, you darling love!"
she very nearly shouted, giving him a hug with her plump white arms.
"Oh, look, it is the noblest thing I ever heard. And she is such a nice girl, too, so sweet and clever and superior. The very daughter I would have chosen out of 50,000. And with all that money at her back, why, we can retire and set up a green barouche. I shall have it lined with the new agate colour, trimmed with deep puce, like the Marchioness of Marston's. That is, if you approve, of course, my dear. And a pair of iron greys always go the best with that. But, Luke, you will laugh at me for being in a hurry. There is plenty of time, dear, is there not? Though they do say that carriage builders are so slow, but they think so much of their old family, my dear. I know how very wonderfully managing you are, and as clever as can be consistent with the highest principle. But do tell me how you have contrived all this so well, and never even let me guess a single whisper of it."
"It has required some tact and skill," Mr. Sharp replied, with a twinkle in his eyes, and taking a good pull at his port wine negus. "And even more than that, Miranda, without a bold stroke it could never have been done. I staked almost everything upon the die. Not quite everything, for I made all arrangements if we should have to fly."
"Fly, my dear?"
cried Mrs. Sharp, looking up with a very different face.
"What do you mean, Luke? To have to run away?"
"Quite so. There is no great stroke without great miss. And if I had missed, we must all have bolted suddenly."
"The Lord forbid! Run away in disgrace from my father's own house, and the whole world that knows us. I never could have tried to go through such a trial."
"Yes, my dear Miranda, it might have come to that, and you would have gone through the whole of it without a single murmur."
"Luke, I positively tremble at you,"
the good woman answered, as her eyes fell under his.
"How stern you can look when you want to scare me."
"Miranda, I tell you the simple truth. We must all have been in France within 12 hours well, never mind. Nothing venture, nothing win. But happily we have won, I believe, though we must not be too sure as yet. We have justice on our side, but justice does not always prevail against petty facts, and public opinion would set against us with great ferocity if we failed. If we succeed, all men will praise us as soon as we begin to spend our money, and exert it near home at the outset. Everything depends upon success, of course. It always does in everything."
"My dear, it is not fair of you to talk like that,"
Mrs. Sharp answered, with tears in her eyes, for, in all her kind and ungirt nature, there was no entry for cynicism.
"You must feel that I would hold by you always, whatever all the world might have the impudence to say, dear."
"Beyond a doubt you would. You could do no otherwise, but that might be of very little use. I mean that it would be the very greatest prop, and comfort, and blessing, and support in every way, and would keep one's faith to some extent in human nature and divine assistance. But still, if we had to live on £3.10 a week, however, we will not anticipate the worst. You would like to know how the whole thing stands now?"
Mrs. Luke Sharp, although not very clever and wholly incapable of any plot herself, beyond such little stratagems as ladies do concoct for fetching down the price of rep or getting gloves at a quarter of their cost, nevertheless had her share of common sense, and that which generally goes therewith, respect for the opinion of good people. She knew that her husband was a very bold man, as well as a very strong-willed one. He had often done things which she had thought too daring, and yet they had always turned out well. But what he had now in hand was, even according to his own account, the most risky and perilous venture yet, and though, like the partner of a gambler, she warmed up to back his hand and cheer him, and let her heart go with him, in her wiser mind she had shivers and shudders and a chill shadow of the end of it. Mr. Sharp saw that his wife was timid, which of all things would be fatal now, for her aid was indispensable. Otherwise, perhaps, he would not have been quite so ready to tell her everything. He had put things so that her dislikes and envies, as well as her likings and loves and ambitions, would compel her to work with him. If she were lukewarm, his whole scheme must fail.
At the mere idea his temper stirred.
"Will you hear the rest, or is your mind upset?"
he asked a little roughly. His wife looked up brightly from some little blink of thought.
"Every word of it now. I must hear every word. If you will be so kind, my dear, I will go and see that all the doors are shut."
End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 44, The Manor.
"You see now, Miranda," continued Mr. Sharp, as his wife came and sat quite close to him, "that it was my duty to make the most of the knowledge thus providentially obtained. We had met with a bitter disappointment through the most gross injustice, brought about, no doubt, by craft and wheedling and black falsehood, when old Firmitage stood godfather to our only child and showed a sense of duty towards him by bottling and walling up a pipe of wine. Everybody looked upon Kit as certain to stand in his shoes in the course of time. You know how we always looked forward to it, not covetously or improperly, but simply as a matter of justice. And you remember what he said to me before he went to church with Joan Oglander? 'Quibbles, my boy, this shall make no difference between you and me, mind.' I am sure that he meant it when he said it, but that artful woman so led him astray, and laid down the law about wives and husbands and county families and all that, and pouring contempt upon our profession, that all his better feelings left him, and he made the will he did. And, but for her low, unwomanly cowardice during his last illness, so it would have stood, as she believes it even now to stand."
"Oh, what a pure delight it will be," cried the lady, unable to help herself. "Such a triumph of right over might and falsehood. Do let me be there to see it."
"There is time enough to think of that, Miranda."
"Well, as soon as ever I felt quite sure of my ground about the codicil, which Senhor Galophalos placed in my hands after making inquiry about me here, and being satisfied of my relationship and respectability, I began to cast about for the most effectual mode of working it. It was clear in a moment that the right course was to make a match between Grace, now the legal heiress, and Kit, the legitimate heir. But here I was met by difficulties which appeared at first sight insuperable. The pride of the old squire and his family nonsense and suit of Russell Overshute, and the girl's own liking for that young fellow, which I had some reason to suspect, the impossibility of getting at the girl, and last not least, the stupid shyness of our Christopher himself. These and other obstacles compelled me to knock them all out of the way by some decisive action. The girl must be taken out of stupid people's power, and brought to know what was good for her. Of course, I might have cut the matter short by walking the girl off and allowing her no food until she consented to marry Kit. And probably if I could only have foreseen my sad anxieties and heavy outlay, I should have acted in that way. But I have a natural dislike to measures that wear an appearance of harshness, and I could not tell how Kit might take it, or even you, Miranda dear. In this sad puzzle, some good inspiration brought to my mind Hannah Patch, then living by herself in London. In a sort of a manner she is my sister, as I have told you long ago, although she is so many years my elder." Mrs. Sharp nodded. She knew all about it and admired her husband none the less for being the illegitimate son of the fashionable Captain Patch. "Very well," this admirable man resumed. "You are aware that Hannah looked very coldly upon me, and spoke of me always as that child of sin, until I was enabled to marry you, my dear, through your disinterested affection, which is my choicest treasure. Having won that, and another more lucrative but less delightful partnership, I became to sweet Hannah the child of love, and was immediately allowed the privilege of doing all her legal business gratis. You have often grumbled at that, but I had some knowledge of what it was about, my dear, and I soon obtained that due influence over her which all women ought to have some man to wield. Setting aside her present use, Hannah Patch has £200 a year of her own, which might be much better invested, and shall be as soon as it comes to us. But it would not do to have her too set up herself."
"Oh, Luke, what a large-minded dear you are," whispered Mrs. Sharp with much enthusiasm. "I do believe nothing escapes you, and nothing that gets into your hand ever does get out again."
"Well, I'm pretty well for that," he answered, looking at his large, strong palm. "I began with my hands pretty empty, God knows, and only my own brain to fill them. But perseverance, integrity, and readiness to oblige have brought me on, and above all things, Miranda, the grace that I found in your kind eyes." The kind and still pretty eyes looked prettier, and almost young, with the gleam of tears, while the owner of all this integrity proved that it had stood him in good stead, by drawing from his pocket and spreading on his hand a handkerchief which had cost him yesterday 14 and 6pence in Holborn, ready hemmed. "Yes," he continued with a very honest smile, "you see me as I am, my dear, and there are many poor people in the world worse off. Still, it would never do for me to stop. One must be either backward or forward, always, and I prefer to be forward, and I hope to make a great step now. But there must be no hesitation. Well, to go on with my story, I saw how useful Miss Patch might be to us. She has strong religious views, which always make it so easy to guide anyone aright, by giving the proper turn to things. Pugnacious dread of popery and valiant terror of the Jesuits are the leading strings of her poor old mind. I got firm hold of both of these, and being trustee of her money also, I found her quite ready to do good deeds. I allowed her to perceive that if things went on without our interference, Grace Oglander would be married, and her enormous fortune sacrificed to a man whose bosom friend is a Jesuit, a fierce wolf in sheep's clothing, an uncommonly clever fellow, by the by, a very young tutor of Brasenose. She had heard of him, for his name is well known among the leaders of this new sect, who call themselves Anglo-Catholics, and will end by being Roman Catholics. Of these good men, according to their lights, Hannah Patch has even deeper terror than of downright Jesuits. Naturally, such stuff matters not to me, except when I can work it. Hannah Patch also had a special grudge against old Squire Oglander, a man very well in his way, and very honest, who thinks a great deal of his own opinions, and is fit to be his own grandfather. He had no love at all for the Patch connection, the patch on the family, as he called it, and the marriage of his stepmother with Captain Patch, and the captain's patronizing air towards him. In a word, Miranda, he hated them all. However, when Hannah was in trouble once or twice, and without a roof to shelter her, before she got her present bit of cash, old Oglander had her down, and was very good and tried to like her. He put his child under her care to learn theology, as she called it, and he paid her well for teaching her the Psalms and the other denunciations. They went away together to some very lonely place, while the squire was a week or two away from home, and now it occurred to me that this experience might be repeated and prolonged if needful. Oglander had been nervous, as I knew, and as his daughter also knew, about some form of black fever or something, which had been killing some gypsy people, and was likely to come into the villages. I made use of this fact with Hannah Patch to help me, and quietly took my young heiress off to a snug little home in the thick of the woods, where I should be sorry to reside myself. She was under the holy wing of Miss Patch, and there she abides to this present day, and I feed them very well, I assure you. They cost me £4.10 a week, for the evangelical Hannah believes it to be the clearest mark of the beast to eat meat less than twice a day, and Victus Cripps, who supplies all the victuals, is making a fortune out of me. No bigger rogue ever lived than that fellow. He is under my thumb so entirely that if I told him to roll in the mud he would roll, and yet with all his awe of me he cannot forbear from cheating me.
He has found out a manner of dipping his pork so that it turns into beef or mutton, according to the orders from the cottage, and he charges me butcher's price for it, and cartage for 6 miles and a half, and a penny a pound for trimming off the flanks."
"My dear," said Mrs. Sharp, "it is impossible. He never could deceive a woman so. However devoted her mind might be, the grain of the meat is quite different, and the formation of the bones is not at all alike. And directly it began to roast—"
"Well, never mind, Miranda. There they are, quite reconciled to the situation, except that Hannah Patch is always hankering after the means of grace, and the young girl mooning about her sweet old parent and beloved Beckley. Sometimes there are very fine scenes between them, but upon the whole they get on well together and appreciate one another's virtues, and I heartily trust that the merits of our Kit have made their impression on a sensitive young heart. They took to one another quite kindly in the romance of the situation, when I brought their sweet innocence into contact by a very simple stratagem. The dear young creatures have believed themselves to be outwitting everybody, the very thing I labored for them both to do. All's well that ends well, don't you think, Miranda?"
"I'm so entirely lost. I am so unable to think it all out, without more time being given me,"
Mrs. Sharp answered, while she pressed her hand across her unwrinkled forehead and into her generally consulted curl.
"That really, Luke, for a moment I can only admire your audacity. But think, dear, that in a matter of this kind, an especially feminine province, I may say, you might have done me the honor of consulting me."
"Miranda, it was not to be thought of. Your health and well-being are the dearest objects of my life. I will only ask, could you have borne the suspense and the worry and the anxiety of the last 4 months? Above all, the necessity for silence."
"Yes, Luke, I could have been very silent, but I cannot abide anxiety. You call me a dear fat soul sometimes, and your judgment is always correct, my dear. At the same time, I have little views of my own, and sensible ways of regarding things. You would like to hear my opinion, Luke, and to answer me 1 or 2 questions?"
"Certainly, Miranda, beyond all doubt. For what other purpose do I tell you all? Now, let me have a nap for 5 minutes, my dear, while you ponder this subject and arrange your questions." He threw his smart handkerchief over his head, stretched out his feet, and took a nice little doze. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 45. The Position.
"Among my relations,"
said Mrs. Sharp, reclining for fear of asserting herself as soon as her lord looked up again,
"I have always been thought to possess a certain amount of stupid common sense. Nothing of depth or grand stratagems, but a way of being right nearly 9 times out of 10, and I think that this feeling is coming over me just now."
"My dear, if it is so, do relieve yourself. Do not consider my ideas for a moment, but let me know what your own are."
"Luke, how you love to ridicule me. Well, if my opinion is of no account, I can only ask questions, as you tell me. In the first place, how did you get the girl away?"
"Most easily, under her father's orders. Hannah can write the old gentleman's hand to any extent, and his style as well. For the glory of the Lord, she did so."
"And how did you bring her to do such shocking things? She must have had a strong idea that they were not honest."
"Far otherwise. She took an enthusiastic view of the matter from the very first. I made it quite clear to her how much there was at stake, and the hardest job for a long time was to prevent her from being too zealous. She scorns to take anything for herself, unless it can be put religiously, and for a long time I was quite afraid that I could not get a metal band on her, but she found out before it was quite too late that the mission of the Brotherly Love Abounders upon the west coast of Africa had all their missionaries eaten up, and required a round sum to replace them. I promised her £5,000 for that, when her own mission ends in glory."
"Then you are quite certain to have her tight? I might trust you for every precaution, Luke.
But how have you managed to keep them so quiet while the neighborhood was alive with it? And in what corner of the world have you got them? And who was the poor girl that really did die?"
"One question at a time, if you please, Miranda, though they all hang pretty much upon one hook. I have kept them so quiet because they are in a corner of the world where no one goes, in a lonely cottage at the furthest extremity of the old Stow Wood, where their nearest road is a timber track 3/4 of a mile away. They are waited on by a deaf old woman who believes them to be Americans, which accounts to her mind for any oddness. Their washing is done at home, and all their food is procured through Cripps, the swineherd, whose forest farm lies well away, so that none of his children go to them. Cripps is indebted to me, and I hold a mortgage of every rod of his land, and a bill of sale of his furniture and stock. He dare not play traitor and claim the reward, or I should throw him into prison for forgery, upon a little transaction of some time back. Moreover, he has no motive, for I have promised him the same sum, and his bill of sale cancelled, when the wedding is happily celebrated. Meanwhile, he is making fine pickings out of me, and he caters at a profit of cent per cent. There is nobody else who knows anything about it except a pair of gypsy fellows, too wide awake to come near the law for any amount of guineas. One of them is old Kershaw, the celebrated horse-stealer, whom I employed to drive the horse and the needful vehicle from London. He knew where to get his horses without any postmaster being the wiser, and his vehicle was a very tidy carriage, bought by the gypsies for a dwelling place and furbished up so that the chaises of the age are not to be compared with it. The inquiries made at all livery stables and posting houses and so on, by order of Overshute and the good squire, and some of them through my own agency, have afforded me genial pleasure and some little share of profit."
"Really, my dear," said Mrs. Sharp, "you were scarcely right in charging for them. You should have remembered that you knew all about it."
"That was exactly what I did, my dear, and I felt how expensive that knowledge was. As a little set-off against the pigmaster's bills, I made heavy entries against the good squire. The fault is his own. He should not have driven me into costly proceedings by that lowest of all things of arrogance of birth. Well, the other gypsy man is no other than Joe Smith, who jumped the broomstick with the lovely Princess Inaminta. You must have heard of her, Miranda. Half of the ladies in Oxford were most bitterly jealous of her some years back."
"I am sure then that I never was, Mr. Sharp. A poor creature sitting under sacks and doing juggling."
"None of the kind. You never saw her. She is a woman of superior mind and most refined appearance. Indeed, her eyes are such as never—"
"Oh, that is where you have been, Luke, is it? While we have been here for a fortnight trembling?"
"Nonsense, Miranda. Don't be so absurd. The poor thing has just lost her only child, and I believe she will go mad with it. It was her pretty sister, young Kibira, who died of collapse, and was buried the same night. This case was most extraordinary. The fever struck her without any illness, just as the plague and the cholera have done, with a headlong, concentrated leap, as a thunderstorm gathers itself sometimes into one blue ball of lightning. And she was laughing at 10 o'clock, and her poor young jaw tied up at noon, and a great panic burst among them."
"Luke,"
exclaimed Mrs. Sharp, strongly shuddering,
"you never mean to say that you came home to me from being among such people without a change of clothes or anything?"
"How could I come home without anything, my dear? But I was not among them at all that day, nor at any other period. I never go to work in that coarse sort of way. Familiarity begs contempt. However, I was soon informed of this most sad occurrence, and for a while it quite upset me, coming as it did at such a very busy time. However, when I had time to dwell more calmly on the subject, I began to see a chance of turning this keen blow to my benefit. The gypsy camp was broken up with fatalistic terror, the most abject of all terrors, as the courage of the fatalist is the fiercest of all courage. They carried off their royal stock, the heiress of the gypsy throne, as soon as some fine thief is hanged.
quite as the bees are said to carry off their queen when a hornet comes. Poor Cinnaminta was caught away just when I might have made her useful, and only 2 men were left to attend to the burial of her sister. Of these, my friend Joseph Smith was one, as he ought to be, being Cinnaminta's spouse. It was a very active time for me, I assure you, Miranda dear. The complication was almost too much to be settled in so short a time, and some of my hair, which had been quite strong, was lying quite flat in the morning. Perhaps you remember telling me.
Yes, that I do, Luke. I could not make it out. Your hair had always stood so well, and a far better colour than the young men have got, and you told me that it was gone like that from taking Cockle's antibilious pills.
Miranda, I have never deceived you. I did take a couple, and they helped me on, but without attributing too much to them. I did make a lucky turn of it. Their manner of sepulture is brief and wise, or at any rate, that of this tribe is, though they differ, I believe, very widely. These wait till they are sure that the sun has set, and then they begin to excavate. I was able to suggest that, in this great hurry and scattering of the tribes of Israel, the wisest plan would be to adopt and adapt a very quiet corner, already hollowed, and indicated by name, which is so much more abiding than substance, as a legendary gypsy Akeldama. The idea was caught at, as it well deserved to be, in the panic and lack of time and terror of the poor dead body. The poor thing was buried there with very hasty movements, her sister and the rest being hurried away, and it is quite remarkable how this, the merest episode, has, by the turn of events, assumed a primary importance. Foresight and insight, and second sight almost, would be attributed to me by any one who did not know the facts. Scarcely anybody would believe, as this thing worked in my favor so much, that I can scarcely claim the invention any more than I can take any credit for the weather. Indeed, I may say, without the smallest presumption or profanity, that something higher than mere fortune has favored my plans from the very first. I had provided for at least 1 whole day's start before any alarm should be given. But the weather secured me, I may say, 6 weeks before anything could be done in earnest, and then the discovery of that body by a girl who was frightened into fits almost, and its tardy disinterment, and the universal conclusion about it, which I perhaps helped in some measure to shape. Also the illness with which it pleased Providence to visit Messrs. Oglander and Overshute. I really feel that I have the deepest cause to be grateful, and I trust that I am so.
Certainly, my dear, your cause is just, said Mrs. Sharp, as her husband showed some symptoms of dropping off to sleep again. But in carrying it out you have inflicted pain and sad, sad anxiety on a poor old man. Can he ever forgive you or make it up?
I should hope, for his own sake, replied the lawyer, that he will cast away any narrow-mindedness. Otherwise we shall not permit him to rush into the embraces of his daughter. But if he proves relentless, it matters little, except for the opinion of the world. He cannot touch Portwine's property at all, and he may do what he likes with his own little wealth. His outside value is some £40,000. However, if I understand him aright, we shall manage to secure his money too, tied up, I dare say. But what matters that? He is the most fond papa, and his joy will soon wash away all evil thoughts.
How delightful it will be, cried the lady with a sigh, to restore his long-lost child to him. Still, it will be a most delicate task. You must leave all that to me, Luke.
With pleasure, my dear Miranda. Your kind heart quite adapts you for such a melting scene, and indeed I would rather be out of the way, but I want your help for more than that.
You shall have it, Luke, with all my heart and soul. It is too late now to draw back, though if you had asked my advice I would have tried to stop you. But just one question more. How did you get rid of John Smith and his inquiries? They say that he is such a very shrewd man.
Do you not know? Will nobody ever know the difference between small, uneducated cunning and the clear intelligence of a practised mind? To suppose that John Smith would ever give me any trouble, he has been most useful, I directed his inquiries and exhausted the inquisitive spirit through him.
But you did not let him know.
Miranda, now I shall go to bed, if I am so very fast asleep. Can no woman ever dream of large utility? I have had no better friend throughout this long anxiety than John Smith, and without expenditure of 1 farthing, I have guided him into the course that he should take. When he hears of anything, the first thing he asks is, "Now, what would Lawyer Sharp be inclined to think of this?" Perhaps I have taken more trouble than was needful, but at any rate it would be disgraceful indeed if John Smith could cause me uneasiness. The only man I have ever had the smallest fear of has been Russell Overshute. Not that the young fellow is at all acute, but that he cannot be by any means imbued with the proper respect for my character.
How very shocking of him, my dear Luke, when your character has been so many years established.
Miranda, it is indeed shocking, but what can be expected of a radical? Ever since that villainous Reform Bill passed, the spirit of true reverence is destroyed. But he must have some respect for me as soon as he knows all. Although, to confess the pure truth, my dear, things have worked in my favor so that I scarcely deserve any credit at all, except for the original conception. That, however, was a brave one.
It was indeed, and I am scarcely brave enough to be comfortable. There is never any knowing how the world may take things. It is true that old Firmitage was not your client, and you had been very badly treated, and had a right to make the most of any knowledge obtained by accident. But old Mr. Oglander is your client, and has trusted you even in the present matter. I do not think that my father would have considered it quite professional to behave so."
Mrs. Luke Sharp was alarmed at her own boldness in making such a speech as this. She dropped her eyes under her husband's gaze, but he took her remarks quite calmly. "My dear, we will talk of that another time. The fact that I do a thing after all my experience should prove it to be not unprofessional. At the present moment I want to go to bed, and if you are anxious to begin hair-splitting, bed is my immediate refuge. But if you wish to know about the future of your son, you must listen and not try to reason."
"I did not mean to vex you, Luke. I might have been certain that you knew best, and you always have so many things behind that Solomon himself could never judge you. Tell me all about my darling Kit, and I will not even dare to cough or breathe."
"My dear, it would grieve me to hear you cough, and break my heart if you did not breathe. But I fear that your Kit is unworthy of your size. He has lost his young heart beyond redemption, without having the manners to tell his mother."
"They all do it, Luke. Of course they do. It is no good to find fault with them. I have been expecting that sort of thing so long, and when he went to Spires for the melanosotrophy, with the yellow stopper to it, I knew as well as possible what he was about. I knew that his precious young heart must be gone, for it cost him 7 and 6pence.
"Yes, my dear, and it went the right way, in the very line I had laid for it. I will tell you another time how I managed that, with Hannah Patch, of course, to help me. The poor boy was conquered at first sight, for the weather was cold and the snow still in the ditches, and I gave him 6 pennyworth of brandy balls. So Kit went shooting and got shot according to my arrangement. Ever since that, the great job has been to temper and guide his rampant energies."
"And of course he knows nothing." "Oh, no, he would be so very unworthy if he did. Oh, do say that he knows nothing, Luke."
"My dear, I can give you that pleasing assurance. Although it is a puzzling one to me, Christopher Firmitage Sharp knows not Grace Oglander from the young woman in the moon. He believes her to have sailed from a new and better world. Undoubtedly he is my son, Miranda, yet where did he get his thick-headedness?"
"Mr. Sharp!"
"Miranda, make allowance for me. Such things are truly puzzling. However, you perceive the situation. Here is a very fine young fellow, in his mother's opinion and his own, desperately smitten with a girl unknown, and romantically situated in a wood. There is reason to believe that this young lady is not insensible to his merits. He looks very nice in his sporting costume,
He has no one to compete with him. He is her only bit of life for the day. He leaves her now and then a romantic rabbit, and he rescues her from a ruffian. But here the true difficulty begins. We cannot well unite them in the holy bonds without a clear knowledge on the part of either of the true patronymic of the other. The heroine knows that the hero rejoices in the good and useful name of Sharp, but he knows not that his lady love is one Grace Oglander of Beckley Barton. Here again you perceive a fine stroke of justice. If Squire Oglander had only extended his hospitalities to us, Christopher must have known Grace quite well, and I could not have brought them together so. At present he believes her to be a Miss Holland, from the United States of America, and as she has promised Miss Patch not to speak of her own affairs to anybody, according to her father's wish in one of the Demerara letters, that idea of his might still continue, although she has begun to ask him questions which are not at all convenient. But things must be brought to a point as soon as possible. Having the advantage of directing the inquiries, or at any rate being consulted about them, I see no great element of danger yet. And, of course, I launched all the first expeditions in every direction but the right one. That setting up of the tombstone by the poor old Joan was a very heavy blow to the inquisitive.
But, my dear, that did not make the poor girl dead a bit more than she was dead before.
Miranda, you do not understand the world. The evidence of a tombstone is the strongest there can be, and beats that of 50 living witnesses. I won the most difficult case for our firm when I was an ardent youth, and the victory enabled me to aspire to your hand. By taking a mallet and a chisel and a little nitric acid and converting a Francis by moonlight into a Francis. I kept the matter to myself, of course, for your good father was a squeamish hand, but you have heard me speak of it.
Yes, but I thought it so wrong, my dear, even though, as you said, truth required it.
Truth did require it. The old stonemason had not known how to spell the word. I corrected his heterography, and we confounded the tricks of the evil ones. All is fair in love and law, so long as violence is done to neither. And now I wish the Kit's unsophisticated mind to be led to the perception of that great truth. It is needful for him to be delicately admitted to the knowledge of my intentions. There is nobody who can do this as you can. He takes rather clumsy and obstinate views of things he is too young to understand. The main point of all with a mind like his is to dwell upon the justice of our case and the depth of our affection, which has led to such a sacrifice of the common conventional view of things.
My dear, but I have had nothing to do with it. Conception, plan, and execution are all your own, and no other person's. Why, I had not even dreamed.
Still you must put it to him, Miranda, as if it was your doing more than mine. He has more faith in your... well, what shall I call it? I would not for a moment wrong him by supposing that he doubts his own father's integrity. In your practical judgment, let us say, and perception of the nicest principles, it is absolutely necessary that you should appear to have acted throughout in close unison with me. In fact, it would be better to let the boy perceive that the whole idea from the very first was yours, as in simple fact it must have been, if circumstance had permitted me to tell you all that I desired. To any idea of yours he takes more kindly, perhaps, than to those which are mine. This is not quite correct, some would say, but I am above jealousy. I always desire that he should love his mother and make a pattern of her. His poor father gets knocked about here and there, and cannot halt to keep himself rigidly upright, though it always is his ambition. But women are so different, and so much better. Even Kit perceives that truth. Let him know, my darling, that your peace of mind is entirely staked upon his following out the plan which you mean to propose to him.
But, my dear Luke, I have not the least notion of any plan of any sort.
Never mind, Miranda, make him promise. I will tell you all about it afterwards. It is better not to let him know too much. Knowledge should come in small doses always, otherwise it puffs up young people. Alas, how I feel that I am not as I was.
20 years ago I could have sat up all night talking, and not shown a sign of it the next day. I have not had any sleep for the last 12 nights. Do you see any rays in my eyes, dear wife? They are sure indications of heart disease. When I am tired, they always come.
Oh, Luke, Luke, will you break my heart? You shall not say another word. Have some more negus. I insist upon it. It is no good to put your hand over the glass, and then come to bed immediately. You are working too hard for your family, my pet.
End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 46, In the Meshes. Now being newly inspired by that warm theologian, as Miss Patch really believed him to be, Luke Sharp, the lady felt capable of a bold stroke, which her conscience had seemed to cry out against, till loftier thoughts enlarged it. She delivered to her dear niece a letter, written in pale ink and upon strange paper, which she drew from a thicker one addressed to herself, and received through their butcher from a post office. Wondering who their butcher was, but delighted to get her dear father's letter, Grace ran away to devour it. It was dated from Georgetown, English Guiana, and though full of affection, showed touching traces of delicate health and despondency. The poor girl wiped her eyes at her father's tender longing to see her once more, and his earnest prayers for every blessing upon their invaluable friend, Miss Patch. Then he spoke of himself in a manner which made it impossible for her to keep her eyes wiped, so deep was his sadness, and yet so heroically did he attempt to conceal it from her. And then came a few lines which surprised her greatly. He said that a little bird had told him that during her strict retirement from the world, in accordance with his wishes, she had learned to esteem a most worthy young man, for whom he had always felt warm regard, and he might even say affection. He doubted whether, at his own time of life, and with this strange languor creeping over him, he could ever bear the voyage to England, unless his little darling would come over to fetch him, or at least to behold him once more alive. And if she would do so, she must indeed be quick. He need not say that to dream of her traveling so far alone was impossible, but if, for the sake of her father, she could dispense with some old formalities, and speedily carry out their mutual choice, he might with his whole heart appeal to her husband to bring her out by the next packet. He said little more, except that he had learned by the bitter teaching of adversity who were his true friends and who were false. No one had shown any truth and reality except Mr. Sharp of Oxford, but he never could have dreamed, till it came to the test, that even the lowest of the low would treat him as young Mr. Overshute had done. That subject was too painful, so he ended with another adjuration to his daughter.
Auntie, I have had the most extraordinary letter,
cried Grace, coming in with her eyes quite dreadful.
It astonishes me beyond everything. May I see the postmark of yours which it came in? I think that I am dreaming till I see the postmark.
The stamp of the office, do you mean, my dear? Oh, yes, you are welcome to see, Grace. Here it is, Georgetown, Demerara. The date is not quite clear without my spectacles. Those foreign dies are always cut so badly.
Never mind the date, Aunt. I have the date inside in my father's writing, but I am quite astonished how my father can have heard something about you, sly little puss.
You need not blush so, for I long have guessed it.
But indeed it is not true. Indeed it is not. I may have been amused, but never, oh, what he says then of somebody else. Such a thing I should have thought impossible. How can one have any faith in anyone?
My dear child,
what you mean is this. How can one have any faith in worldly and ungodly people? With their mouths they speak deceit. The poison of asps is under their lips.
Oh, no, he never was ungodly. To see him walk would show you that. And if being good to the poor sick people and dashing into the middle of the whooping cough, how am I to know of whom you speak?
You appear to have acted in a very forward way with someone your father disapproves of. I assure you I never did anything of the kind. It is not at all my manner. I thought you considered it wrong to make unfounded accusations."
"Grace, what a most unchristian temper you still continue to display at times. Your cheeks are quite red, and your eyes excited, in a way very sad to witness. The trouble I have taken is beyond all knowledge. If you do not value it, your father does."
"Auntie Patch, may I see exactly what my daddy says to you? I will show you mine, if you will show me yours."
"My dear, you seem to forget continually. You treat me as if I were of your own age, and had never been through the very first alarm which comes for our salvation. It has not come to you, or you could not be so frivolous and worldly as you are. When first it rang, even for myself—"
"How many times does it ring, Aunt? I mean for every individual sinner, as you always call us?"
"My dear, it rings 3 times. It has been proved by the most inspired of all modern preachers, the Reverend William Romaine, while amplifying the blessed words of the pious Joseph Alleine. He begins his discourse upon it thus."
"Auntie, you have told me that so many times that I could go up into his desk and do it. It is all so very good and superior, but there are times when it will not come. You, or at any rate I for certain, may go down on our knees and pray, and nothing ever comes of it. I have been at it every night and morning, really quite letting go whatever I was thinking of. And what is there to come of it, except this letter? And it doesn't sound as if my father ever wrote a word of it."
"Grace,
what do you mean, if you please?"
"I mean what I do not please.
I mean that I have been here at least 5 months, as long as any 50, and have put up with the miserablest things. Now, never mind about my English, if you please. It is quite good enough for such a place as this, and have done my very best to put up with you, who are enough to take 50 people's lives away, with perpetual propriety, and have hoped and prayed till my knees are not fit to be looked at. And now, after all, what has come of it? That I am to marry a boy with a red cord down his legs, and a crystal in his whip, and a pretty face that seems to come from his mamma's watch pocket, and a very nice and gentle way of looking at a lady, as if he were quite capable, if he had the opportunity, of saying 'bo' to any goose on the other side of the river."
"My dear, do you prefer bold ruffians, then, like the vagabond you were rescued from?"
"I don't know at all what I do prefer, Aunt Patch, unless it is just to be left to myself, and have nothing to say to anyone." "Why, Grace, that is the very thing you complained of in your sinful and ungrateful speech just now.
But do not disturb me with any more temper. I must take the opportunity before the mail goes out to tell your poor, sick father how you have received his letter."
"Oh, no, if you please not. You are quite mistaken if you think that I thought of myself first. My dear father knows that I never would do that, and it would be quite vain to tell him so."
"Oh, my darling, darling father, where are you now, and whatever are you doing?"
"Grace, you are becoming outrageous quite.
You know quite well where your father is, and as to what he is doing, you know from his own letter that he is lying ill, and longing for you to attend upon him, and this is the way that you qualify yourself. Somehow or other now, I do not mean to be wicked, Aunt, but I don't think my father ever wrote that letter. I mean, at any rate, of his own free will. Somebody must have stood over him. I feel as if I really saw them, and made him say this and that, and things that he never used to think of saying. Why, he never would have dreamed when he was well of telling me I was to marry anybody. He was so jealous of me. He could hardly bear any gentleman to dare to smile, and he used to make me promise to begin to let him know 5 years before I thought of anyone. And now for him to tell me to marry in a week, just as if he was putting down a silver side to salt, and marry a boy that he scarcely ever heard of, and never even introduced to me. He must have been, he cannot but have been, either wonderfully affected by the climate, or shackled down in a slave-driver's dungeon, until he had no idea what he was about. Have you finished, Grace, now? Is your violence over?"
"No, I have no violence, and it is not half over. But still, if you wish to say anything, I will do all I can to listen to it." "You are most obliging. One would really think that I were 17 and you nearly 70. Aunt Patch, you know that I am as good as 19, and instead of being 70, you are scarcely 55. Grace, your memory is better about ages than about what you do not wish to hear of, and you do not wish to hear, with the common selfishness of the period, of the duty which is the most sacred of all, and at the same time the noblest privilege, the duty of self-sacrifice. What are your own little inclinations, pretty conceits, and miserable jokes, jokes that are ever at deadly enmity with all deep religion? What are they, you selfish and frivolous girl, when set in the balance with a parent's life, and a parent whose life would have been in no danger but for his perfect devotion to you? Aunt Patch, I never heard you speak of my father at all in that sort of way before. You generally talk of him as if he were careless and worldly and heterodox, most frivolous and quite unregenerate. And now, quite suddenly, you find out all his value. What do you want me to do so much, Aunt Patch?" "Don't look at me like that, child. You quite insult me, as if it could matter to me what you do, except for your own eternal welfare. If you think it the right thing to let your father die in a savage land, calling vainly for you, and buried among land crabs without a drop of water, that is a matter for you hereafter to render your own account of. You have tired me, Grace. I am not so young as you are, and I have more feeling. I must lie down a little. You have so upset me. When you have recovered your proper frame of mind, perhaps you will kindly see that Marjorie has washed out the little brown teapot. To be sure, Auntie, I am up to all her tricks, and I will just toast you a water biscuit, and put a morsel of salt butter on it, scarcely so large as a little French bean. Go to sleep, Auntie, for about an hour. I am getting into a very proper frame of mind. I can never stay very long out of it. May I go into the wood just to think a little of my darling father's letter?" "Yes, Grace, but not for more than half an hour, on condition that you speak to no one. You have made my head ache sadly. Leave your father's letter here." "Oh, no, if you please, let me take it with me. How can I think without it?"
Miss Patch was so sleepy that she said, "Very well, let me see it again when you have made the tea." Whereupon Grace, having beaten up the cushion of the good lady's only luxury, and laid her down softly and kissed her forehead, for fear of having made it ache, stole her own chance for a little quiet thought, in a shelter of the woods more soft than thought. For the summer was coming with a stride of light, and bashful corners, full of lateness, tried to ease it off with moss. In a nook of this kind, far from any path, and tenderly withdrawn into its own green rest, the lonely and bewildered girl stopped suddenly, and began to think. She drew forth the letter which had grieved her so, and she wondered that it had not grieved her more. It was not yet clear to her young frank mind that suspicion, like a mole, was at work in it. To get her thoughts better and to feel some goodness, she sat upon a peaceful turret of new spear-grass, and spread her letter open and began to cry. She knew that this was not at all the proper way to take things, and yet if anyone had come and preached to her, and proved it all, she could have made no other answer than to cry the more for it. The beautiful light of the glancing day turned corners, and came round to her. The lovable joy of the many, many things which there is no time to notice, spread itself silently upon the air, or told itself only in fragrance, and the glossy young blades of grass stood up and complacently measured their shadows. Here lay Grace for a long, sad hour, taking no heed of the things around her, however much they heeded her. The white windflower with its drooping bells, and the bluebell, and the harebell, and the pasque flower, softest of all soft tints, likewise a delicate stitchwort, and the breath of the lingering primrose, and the white violet that outvies its sister, that sweet usurper of the colored name, in fragrance and purity, and, hiding for its life without anyone to seek, the sensitive wood sorrel, and in and out and behind them all the cups and the scepters and the balls of moss,
and the shells and the combs of lichen. In the middle of the hole, this foolish maid had not one thought to throw to them. She ought to have sighed at their power of coming one after another forever, whereas her own life was but a morning dew, but she failed to make any such reflection. What she was thinking of she never could have told, except that she had a long letter in her lap, and could not bring her mind to it. And here, in the hollow, when the warmth came round, of the evening fringed with cloudlets, she was fairer than any of the buds or flowers, and ever so much larger, but she could not be allowed to bloom like them.
"Oh, I beg pardon," cried an unseen stranger in a very clear, keen voice. "I fear I am intruding in some private grounds. I was making a short cut, which generally is a long one. If you'll just show me how to get out again, I will get out with all speed, and thank you."
Grace looked round with surprise, but no fear. She knew that the voice was a gentleman's, but until she got up and looked up at the little hollow, she could not see anyone.
"Please, do not be frightened,"
said the gentleman again.
"I deserve to be punished, perhaps, but not to that extent. I fancied that I knew every copse of the county. I have proved and must suffer for my ignorance."
As he spoke, he came forward on a little turfy ledge, about 30 feet above her, and she saw that he looked at her with great surprise. She felt that she had been crying very sadly, and this might have made her eyes look strange. Quite as if by accident she let her hair drop forward, for she could not bear to be so observed, and at that very moment there flowed a gleam of sunshine through it. This was the very painting of the picture in her father's room.
"Saints in heaven!"
cried Hardnow, who never went further than this in amazement.
I have found Grace Oglander. Stop, if you please. I beseech you, stop."
But Grace was so frightened and so pledge-bound that no adjuration stopped her. If Hardnow had only been less eager, there and then he might have made his bow and introduced himself. But Gracie thought of the rabbit man, and her promise, and her loneliness, and without looking back she was round the corner, and not a ribbon left to trace her by. And now again, if Hardnow had only been less eager, he might have caught the fair fugitive by following in her footsteps. But for such a simple course as that he was much too clever. Instead of running down at once to the spot where she had vanished, and thence giving chase, he must needs try a cross-cut to intercept her. There were trees and bushes in the way, it was true, but he would very soon get through them, and to meet her face to face would be more dignified than to run after her. He made a beautifully correct cast as to the line she must have taken, and aiming well ahead of her, leaped the crest of the hollow and set off down the hill apace. But here he was suddenly checked by meeting a dense row of hollies, which he had not seen by reason of the brushwood. In a dauntless manner he dashed in among them, scratching his face and hands, and losing a fine large piece of black kerseymere from the skirt of his coat, and suffering many other lesser damages. But what was far worse, he lost Grace also, for out of that holly grove he could not get for a long, long time, and even then he found himself on the wrong side, the one where he had entered. If good Anglo-Catholics ever did swear, the Reverend Thomas Hardnow must now have sworn, for his plight was of that kind which engenders wrath in the patient and pleasantry of the part of the spectator. His face suggested recent duello with a cat. His white tie was tattered and hanging down his back. His typical coat was a mere postilion's jacket, and the condition of his gaiters afforded to the skeptic the clearest proof of the sad effects of perpetual self-denial. His hat, with the instinct of self-preservation, had rolled out from the thicket when he first rushed in, and now he picked up this wiser portion of his head, and was thankful to have something left. Chances were against him, but what is chance? He had an exceedingly strong will of his own, and having had the worst of this matter so far, he doubly resolved to go through with it. Without a second thought about his present guise or aspect, he ran back to the spot which he had left so unadvisedly. There he did what he ought to have done 10 minutes or a quarter of an hour ago. He ran down the slope to the nest in the nook which had been occupied by Grace. Then he took to the track which she had taken, but she had been much too quick for him. She had even snatched up her letter, so that he was none the wiser. He came to a spot where the narrow and thickly woven trackway broke into two, and whether of the two to choose was more than a moment's doubt to him. Then he seemed to see some glint of footsteps, and sweep of soft sprays by a dress towards the right, and making a dash through the dark hole towards it, was straightway enveloped in a doubled rabbit net cast over his surviving hat.
"Hold on tight, George. Now thou's got un,"
cried out somebody whom he could not see.
"Poachin', son of a gun, nuzzle poachin'."
"Poaching,
my good friends," cried Hardnow, trying to lift his arms and turn his head round, all vainly.
"You can scarcely know the meaning of that word, or you never would think of applying it to me. Let me see you, that I may explain. I have been trespassing, I am afraid, but by the purest accident. Allow me to turn round and reason quietly. I have the greatest objection to violence. I never use nor allow it to be used. If you are honest gamekeepers, exceeding your duty through earnest zeal, I would be the last to find fault with you. Want of earnestness is the great fault of this age. But you must not allow yourselves to be misled by some little recent mischances to my clothes. Such things befall about everybody exploring unknown places. You are pulling me. You are exceeding your duty. Is the bucolic mind so dense? Here I am at your mercy. Just show yourselves. You may choke me if you like, but the result will be, that you will also be choked yourselves.
"A rare fine plucked one as ever I see,"
said Rabbiting George the Leviticus Cripps, when Hardnow lay between them, senseless from the pressure upon his throat.
"Ease him off a bit, my lad. He never done no harm to me. They long-coated parsons is good old women, and he be cut up into a young gal now. They hold on that poor devil right and foremost. Soon as I have stopped and preaching, did ever you see such a guy out of a barrel?"
Heavy-witted Tichus made no answer, but laid hold of the captive by his shoulders, so that himself might be still unseen. If consciousness should return too soon, Black George tucked the feet under his arm, after winding the tail of the net round the shanks, and expressing surprise at their slimness. And in no better way than this, these two ignorant bumpkins swung the body of one of the leading spirits of the rising age to the hog-pound. Thomas Hardnow was not the man to be long insensible. Every fibre of his frame was a wire of electric life. He was all there, to use the slang expression, which by some wondrous accident has a little pith in it. In about 2 minutes not a bit of him was absent, and he showed it by hanging like a lump upon his bearers as they fetched him to an empty hog-house, dropped him anyhow and locked him in. Then one of them jumped on a little horse and galloped off to Oxford. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 47. Combined Wisdom.
"I really cannot go on like this," said Mr. Sharp to Mrs. Sharp quite early on the following morning. "Thank God I am not of a nervous nature, and patience is one of my largest virtues. But acting as I have done for the best, I cannot expect to put up with perpetual suspense. This very day I will settle this matter one way or the other." The lawyer for the first time now was flurried. He had heard of the capture of a spy last night, or so poor Hardnow had been described, and though he had kept that new matter to himself, he was puzzled to see his way through with it.
"Luke, my dear,"
replied Mrs. Sharp, with some of her tightenings not done up,
"surely there need not be much hurry. You make me quite shiver when you speak like that. I shall come down to breakfast without any power, and the Port Meadow eel will go out for the maids. Should we ever behold it again, Luke?"
"Of course not. How could you expect it? Slippery, slippery. Hard it is to lay fast hold of anything, and the worst of all to bind is woman. I did not mean you, my dear. You need not look like that. You are as firm as this tag of your stays. Corset. I beg your pardon. How can a man tell the fashionable words?"
"But, Luke, you surely would not think of proceeding to extremities?"
"Any extremity, if it only were the last. For the good of my family I have worked hard, and there never should have been all this worry with it. Miranda, I may have strayed outside the truth, and outside the law, which is so much larger, but one thing I beg you to bear in mind. Not a thing have I done except for you and Kit. Money to me is the last thing I think of. Pure affection is the very first, and no one can meddle with your settlement."
"Oh, my darling,"
Mrs. Sharp exclaimed as she fell back from looking at the looking-glass.
"You are almost too good for this world, Luke. You think of everybody in the world except yourself. It is not the right way to get on, dear. We must try to be a little harder."
"I have thought so, Miranda. I must try to do it. Petty little sentiments must be dropped. We must rise and face the state of things which it has pleased Providence to bring about. I am responsible for a great deal of it, and with your assistance I will see it through. We must take Kit in hand at once. My dear wife, can I rely upon you?"
"Luke, you must rely upon me for anything short of perjury, and if it comes to that, I must think first."
"No man ever had a better, any more than he could have a truer wife, or one so perpetually young." With these words, Mr. Sharp performed some little operations which, even in the highest circles, are sometimes allowed to be brought about by masculine hands, when clever enough, and before very long this affectionate pair went down to breakfast and enjoyed fried eel. Kit, who had caught this fine eel, was not there. Perhaps he was gone forth to catch another, so they left him the tail to be warmed up. In the present condition of his active mind and the mournful absence of his beloved, Christopher found a dark and moody pleasure in laying night lines. If his snare was successful, he hauled out his victim, and with a scornful smile dispatched him. If the line held nothing, he cast it in again, with a sigh of habitual frustration. This morning, however, he was not gone forth on his usual round of inspection, but had only walked up to the livery stables to make sure of his favorite hack for the day. He had made up his mind that he must see Grace that very same day. Come what would of it, he would go much earlier and watch the door, and if this bad fortune still continued, he would rush up at last and declare himself. But this bold resolve had a different issue, for no sooner had the young man, with some reluctance and self-reproach, dealt bravely with a solid breakfast, than he was requested by his dear mother to come into his father's little study. Now, this invitation was not in accordance with the present mood of Christopher. He had made up his mind to be off right soon for the bowers of his beloved, with a roll and some tongue in his little fishing creel, and a bottle of beer in each holster. In the depth of the wood he might thus get on, and enjoy to the utmost fruition of his heart all the beauty of nature around him. It was a cruel blow to march just then to a lecture from the governor, whose little private study he particularly loathed, and regarded as the den of the evil one. However, he set up his pluck, and went. Mr. Sharp, looking, if possible, more upright and bright than usual, sat in front of the large and strong-legged desk, where he kept his more private records, such as never went into the office. Mrs. Sharp also took a legal chair, and contemplated Kit with a softer gaze. He, with a beating heart, stood up, like a youth under orders to construe. "My son," began the father and master in a manner large and affable, "prepare yourself for a little surprise on the part of those whose principal object is your truest welfare. For some weeks now you have made your dear mother anxious and unhappy by certain proceedings which you thought it wise and manly to conceal from her."
"Yes, you know you did it, Kit,"
Mrs. Sharp interposed, shaking her soft curls and trying to look fierce. The boy, with a deep blush, looked at her, as if everybody now was against him. "Christopher, we will not blame you," resumed Mr. Sharp, rather hastily for fear that his wife should jump up and spoil all. "Our object in calling you is not that. You have acted according to our wishes mainly, though you need not have done it so furtively. You have formed an attachment to a certain young lady who leads for the present a retired life in a quiet part of Old Stow Wood, and she returns your affection. Is it so, or is it not?"
I
stammered Kit, seeking for his mother's eyes, which had buried themselves in her handkerchief.
"I can't say a word about what she thinks. She has got such a fashion of running away so. But well, then it's no good telling a lie about it. I am deucedly fond of her."
"That is exactly what I wished to know, though not expressed very tastefully. Well, and did you know who she is, my son?"
"Yes, I know all that quite well, as much as any fellow wants to know. She is a young lady, and she knows all the flowers, and the birds, and the names of the trees almost. She can put me right about kings of England, and she knows my dogs as well as I do."
"A highly accomplished young lady, in short?"
"Yes, I should say a great deal more than that. I care very little for accomplishments. But if I must come to the point, I do like her, and no mistake."
"Then you would not like some other man to come and run away with her quite against her will?"
"That man must run over my body first," cried Kit with so much spirit that his father looked proud and his poor mother trembled.
"Well, well, my boy," continued the good lawyer, "it'll be your own fault if this villain gets the chance. I am doing all I can to provide against it, and am even obliged to employ some means of nature not at all congenial to me, for that very reason. You are sure that you love this young lady, Kit?"
"Father, I would not say anything strong, but I would go on my knees all the way from here to there for the smallest chance of getting her."
"Very good. That is as it should be. I would have done the very same for your dear mother. Mamma, you have often reminded me of it, when anything— well, those are reminiscences, but they lie at the bottom of everything. A mercenary marriage is an outrage to all good feeling."
"She has not got a sixpence, father. She told me so. She makes all the bread, and she puts by all the dripping."
"My dear boy, you know then what a good wife is. Mamma, we shall have to clear out the room where the rocking horse is, and the old magic lantern, and let this young couple go into it."
"My dear, it would be a long job, and there is a great many cracks in the paper. But still we could have in old Josephine."
"Those are mere details, Mamma. But this is a serious question, and the boy must not be hurried. He may not have made up his mind, or he may desire to change it tomorrow. He is too young to have any settled will, and there is no reason why he should not wait."
"Not a day would I wait. Not an hour would I wait. In 10 minutes I could pack everything."
"He might wait for a 12-month, my dear Miranda, and sound his own feelings, and the young girl's too. If we could only be certain that the young man of rank with the 4 bay horses was not in earnest when he swore to carry her off tomorrow."
"My dear husband," Mrs. Sharp said softly, "let us hope that he meant nothing by it. Such things are frequently said and come to nothing."
"I tell you what it is," Kit almost shouted with his fist upon the sacred desk.
"You cannot in any way enter into my feelings upon such matters. I beg your pardon, that is not what I mean, and I ought never to have said it. But still, comparatively speaking, you can take these things easily, and go on and think people foolish. But I cannot. I know when my mind is made up, and I do it. And to stop me with all sorts of nonsense, at least to find 50 reasons why I should do nothing, is the surest of all ways to make me do it. I have many people who will follow me through thick and thin, though you may not believe it, because you cannot understand me, and your views are confined to propriety. Mine are not, and you may find that out in a very short time. At any rate, if I do a thing that brings you, father and mother, into any evil words, all I can say is you never should have stopped me." With his very lucid expression of ideas, Christopher strode away and left his parents petrified, as he thought. Mrs. Sharp was inclined to be a dripping well, but Mr. Sharp was dry enough. Exactly, he said, as he always said when a thing had come up to his reckoning. "Nothing could have been done much better. Put the money in his best breeches pocket, my dear, without my knowledge, and at the back door kiss him. Adjure him to do nothing rash, and lend him your own wedding ring, and weep. For a runaway match, the most lucky of all things is the boy's mother's wedding ring. And above all things, not a word about his rival until he asks. And then all mystery, only you know a great deal more than you dare tell." "Oh, Luke, are you sure that it will all go aright?"
"Miranda, tell me anything we can be sure of, and you will have given me a new idea. And I want ideas. I want them sadly. My power of invention is failing me, or at any rate that of combining my inventions. You did not observe that I was nervous, did you?"
"Nervous? Luke, you? Nervous? I should think that the end of the world was coming if I saw any nervousness in you, and in the presence of a boy, indeed."
"My dear wife, I will give you my word that I felt, well, I will not say nervous if you dislike it, but a little uncomfortable and not quite clear when I saw how Kit was taking things. Real affection is a dreadful thing. I did not want so much of it. I meant to have told him who she is, till the turn of things made me doubt about it, but he is quite up for anything now, I believe, though he must be told before he goes. He is such a calf that he must not imagine that she has a sixpence to bless herself. He would fly off in a moment if he guessed the truth. He must know her name, and that you must tell him, and you know how to explain it all 1,000-fold better than I do."
"Possibly I do," replied Mrs. Sharp. "I may have some very few ideas of my own, although according to you, Mr. Sharp, I am only the mother of a calf."
"Very well said, my dear, and I have the honor of being his father."
They smiled at one another, for they both knew how to give and take. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 48. Masculine Error. Christopher Firmitage Sharp, Esquire, strode forth, to have room as well as time for thought. His comely young face was unusually red, and he stroked his almost visible mustache as a stimulant to manhood. So deep and stern were his meditations that he never even thought of his pipe until he came to a bridge on the Botley Road, whereon he was accustomed to lean and smoke, and gaze at the little fish quietly. From the force of habit he pulled out his meerschaum, flint and steel and German tinder, and through blue rings of his own creation watched and envied the little fish, for though it was not yet the manner of his mind to examine itself very deeply, he had a strong conviction that the fish were happy, and that he was miserable. Upon the former point there could not be two opinions, unless the fish themselves held one. When any man observed how the little fellows jumped at the spicy-flavored flies that fluttered on the fluid gold to them, or flashed in and out among one another with a frolicsome spread of silver, or, best of all, in calm contemplation, softly moved pellucid fins, and gently opened fans of gills, with magnifying eyes intent upon the glory of the lustrous world, Kit considered them with an envious gaze. Were they harassed? Were they tortured? Were they racked with agonized despair by the proceedings of the female fish? Compelled to turn his grim thoughts inward, he knew not that he was jealous. He only knew that if he were to meet the young nobleman with the 4 bay horses, it would be an evil day for one of them. Tush! Why should he not go and forestall that bloated, unprincipled aristocrat, whose intentions might even be dishonorable, by having 4 horses himself, and persuading that queen of beauty to elope with him? He had given his parents due notice, and if he had done what they wished by thus falling in love, it could not be very much against their wishes if he made a hasty match of it. But could this lovely young American be persuaded to come with him? He had far too much respect for her to dream of using violence, but surely, if he could convince her of the peril she was in, and could promise her safe refuge with a grave old lady, a valued relative of his own, while she should have time to consider his suit, his devotion, his eternal constancy, his everlasting absorption into her higher and purer identity. He pulled out his purse. It contained 4 and 6pence, a shilling and 3 halfpence for each horse, and nothing for the postilions. "We must do it less grandly," he said to himself, "and after all it will be better so. How could 4 horses ever get through that wood? I must have been a fool to think of it. A very light chaise and a pair will do 10 times better, at a quarter of the money. I can get tick for that from old Squeaker himself, and the governor will have to pay. It need not cost me more than half a crown, and about 3 bob for turnpikes. 15 miles to old Aunt Peggy's on the Wycombe Road. Once there, I defy them to do what they like. I am always the master of that house, and I know where they keep the blunderbuss. I have the greatest mind not to go home at all, but to complete my arrangements immediately. Squeaker would lend me a guinea with pleasure. He is a large-minded man, I am sure. What a fool I was to give poor Cinnamon such a quantity of tin that day, and yet how could I help it? I might have gone on like a lord but for that." Kit turned round and shook his head in several directions, trying to bring his mind the places where money might be hoped for. Than this there is no mental effort more difficult and absorbing. No wonder, therefore, that in this contemplation he did not hear the up-mail full gallop, springing the arch from the Charlatan side, to make a fine run into Oxford.
"Hoy there, stupid!"
the coachman shouted, for the bridge was narrow, and the coach danced across it with the vigor of the well-corded team.
"Oh, Kit, is it? Climb for your hat, Kit."
Kit's best friend, so far as he had any friends in the university, by a stroke of fine art, sent the lash of his whip round the hat of the hero, and deposited it, ere one might cry, "Where art thou gone?" on the oilcloth which sat on the top of the luggage, which sat on the top of the coach which he drove. Like the heir of all the race of Nimshi, the hireling Jehu sat beside him, and having been at it since 9 o'clock last night, snored with a flourish not inferior to that which the mail guard began upon his horn. Kit was familiar with a coach at speed, as every young Englishman at that time was. In a twinkle he dashed at the hind boot, laid hold of the handle, and was up at once, the guard, with an eye to an honest half-crown, moving sideways, but offering no help, because it would have been an insult. Then over the hump of the luggage crawled Kit, and clapped his own hat on his head, and between the shoulders of two fat passengers threw forth his strong arm, and bonneted the spanking son of Nimshi. The leaders ran askew till they were caught up, and the smart young driver would have thrown down the reins and committed a personal assault on Kit, who was perfectly ready to reply to it, being skilled in the art of self-defense, if the two fat passengers, having seen the whole, had not joined hands and stopped it. "Tit for tat, they cried. "Squire, you began it, and you have your due." And so, with a hearty laugh, on they galloped. "If you should have anything to say to me," cried Kit as he swung himself off the early mail at the corner of his native Cross-Duck Lane, "you will know where to find me. But you must wait a day or two, for I have a particular engagement."
"Ah, rubbish, Kit. Come and wine with me at 7. I shall have tooled home the nonpareil by then."
Christopher, though stern, was placable. He kissed his hand to his reconciled friend, while he shook his head to decline the invitation, and strode off vigorously to consult his mother. To consult his dear mother meant to get money out of her, which was a very easy thing to do, and having a good deal of conscience, Kit seldom abused that opportunity, unless he was really driven to it. Metallic necessity was on him now. His courage had been rising for the last half hour. "Faint heart never won fair lady," rang to the tune of many horses' feet. His dash through the air had sent his spirits flying. His exploit, and the applause thereof, had taught him his own value. From this day forth he was a man of the world, and a man of the world was entitled to a wife. It was the last infirmity of noble and too active minds to feel that nothing is done well unless their presence guides it, to doubt the possibility of sage provision and nice conduct through the ins and outs of things. If ever the master spirit trusts the master body to be away, and the countless eyes of the brain to give twinkle instead of the two solid lights of the head. Hence it was that Mr. Sharp, at sight of Kit, came forth to meet him, although he had arranged to send the mother. And this, as Mrs. Sharp declared to her dying day, was the greatest mistake ever made by a man of most wonderful mind, while she was putting away the linen. "Come in here, my boy," he said to his son, who was strictly vexed to see him, and yearning to be round the corner. "There are one or two things that have never been made quite clear to your understanding. We do not expect you to be too clear-sighted at your time of life, and so on. Come in, that I may have a word with you." Christopher, with a little thrill of fear, once more entered the sacred den, and there stood as usual while his father sat and regarded him with a lightsome smile. One of the many causes which had long been at work to impair the young man's filial affection was, that his father behaved as if it were not worth while to be in earnest with him, as if Kit Sharp had a mind no riper than just to afford amusement to mature and busy intellects. Christopher knew his own depth, and was trying to be strong, too, whenever he could think of it, and if he did spend most of his time in sport and congenial pastime, of one thing he was certain. that he never did harm to anyone. Could his father say that much for himself? "Ah, my boy, ha!" said the elder Sharp in that very same vein which always so annoyed and vexed his son. "What will you give me for a little secret? A sweet little secret about a young lady in whom you take the deepest interest." The ingenious youth, in spite of all efforts, could not help blushing deeply, for he had a purely candid skin, reproduced from Piper ancestry, and the sense of hot cheeks made him glow to the vital centers of the nobler stuff. Therefore he scraped with his toes, which was a trick of his, and kept silence. "Pocket money gone again?" continued his father pleasantly. "Nothing to offer his kind papa for the most valuable information? Courting is an expensive business. I ought to have remembered that. And the younger the parties, the more it costs. Hothouse, flowers, and a smelling bottle, a trifle of a ring, just to learn the size. That being accepted, the bolder brooch, charmed bracelet, and locket for the Virgin Heart. No wonder you are short of cash, my kit." "You don't know one atom about it," cried Christopher, boiling with meritorious wrath. "I never gave her nothing, and she wouldn't have it." "The double negative, to be sure. How forcible and how natural it is. Well, well, my boy, let us try to believe you. Scatter all doubts by exhibiting your wealth. You had £5 and 10 shillings lately, and you pay nothing for anything that can be placed to your father's credit. Let me see your cash box, Kit." "This is all that I have at present," said Christopher, pulling out his 3 and 6pence, for he had given the guard a shilling. "But you must not suppose that this is all to which I am entitled. I have IOUs from junior members of the university for really more than I can reckon up, and every one of them will get the money from his sisters in the long vacation." "Oh, Kit, the firm ends with me. I must sell the goodwill for the very worst old song. If it once leaks out, what a fool you are. By what strange cross of reckless blood can such a boy be the future head of Piper, Pepper, Sharp and Company?" Mr. Sharp covered up his long, clear head and hid for this once true emotion. Kit looked at the kerchief with a very queer glance. He was not at all affected by this lamentation, however just, because he had heard it so often before, and he never could make out exactly how much of him his father could manage to describe through that veiled Palladian. "Well, sir," he said, "you have always told me, as long as I can remember, that I was to be a gentleman, and gentlemen trust one another." "Very well said," Mr. Sharp replied with a deeply irritating smile. "And now I will trust you, young sir, in a matter of importance. Remember that I trust you as a gentleman, for I need not tell you one word unless I choose. And if I depart from my usual practice, it is partly because you are beginning to claim a sort of maturity. Very well, let us see if it can be relied upon. You pledge your word to keep silence, and I tell you what you never could find out." Kit was divided with his mind in twain, whether he should draw the sharp falchion of his wit, or whether he should rather speak honeysome words, and, as nearly always happens when Minerva is admitted, he betook himself to the gentler process. "Very well, sir," he said, pulling up his collar as if he had whiskers to push it down. "Whatever I am told in confidence is allowed to go no further. It is scarcely necessary for me to say that I reserve, of course, the final right of reference to my honor." "To be sure, and to your ripe judgment and almost patriarchal experience, Kit. Then it be known to you, aged youth, that you have not shown hoar sagacity. You do not even know who the lady is whom you have honored with your wise addresses." "And I don't care a darn who she is," cried Kit, "so long as I love her and she loves me." "My son, you are turbulent and hasty. Your wisdom has left you suddenly. Your manners also, or you would not swear in the presence of your father." "Sir, I was wrong, and I beg your pardon. But I think that I learned the first way of it from you." Kit, recall that speech. You have gone altogether dreaming lately. My discourse is always moderate and to the last degree professional. However, in spite of the generous impulse, which scarcely seems natural at your 80 years and 10,
it does seem needful precaution to learn the name, style, and title of the lady whom you will vow to love, honor, and obey."
"Her name," cried Kit, without any sense of legal phrase and jingle, "is Grace Holland. Her style is a great deal better than anybody else's, and as for title, such rubbish is unknown in the gigantic young nation to which she belongs."
"Her name," said Mr. Sharp, setting his face for conquest of this boy and fixing keen, hard eyes upon him, "is Grace Oglander, the daughter of the old Squire of Beckley. Her style, in your sense of the word, is that of a rustic young lady, and her title, by courtesy, is Miss, a barbarous modern abbreviation." The youth was at first too much amazed to say a word, for he was not quick-witted, as his father was. He gave a little gasp, and his fine brown eyes, which he could not remove from his father's, changed their expression from defiance to doubt, and from doubt to fear, and from fear to sorrow, with a little dawning of contempt. "Why, my man, is this beyond your experience of life?" asked Luke Sharp, trying to look his son down, but failing, and beginning to grow uneasy. Kit's face was aflame with excitement, and his lips were trembling, but his eyes grew stern. "Father, I hope you do not mean what you have said, that you are only joking with me, at any rate, that you have not known it, that you have not done it, that you have not even left poor old Mr. Oglander 1 hour. "Wait, boy, wait. You know nothing about it. Who are you to judge of such matters, indeed? Remember to whom you are speaking, if you please." "I have done what was right, and for your sake I have done it." "For my sake? Why, I never had seen the young lady before I was told that she was dead and buried, murdered as everybody said, and the tracing of criminals was mainly left to you. I longed to help, but I knew that you despised me, and now do you mean to say that you did it?" Luke Sharp was a quick-tempered man. He had borne a great deal more than usual, and now he spoke with vast disdain. "To be sure, Kit, I murdered her, as is proved to such a mind as yours by the fact of her being now alive. What can I have done to have a fool for my son?"
"And what have I done to have a rogue for a father? You may knock me down, sir, if you please."
For Mr. Sharp arose, as if that would be his next proceeding.
"You have always used your authority very much in that manner with me. I don't want to be knocked down, but if it will do you any good, pray proceed to it, and down I go."
"I declare, after all, you have got some little wit," cried the lawyer with a smile, withdrawing and recovering self-command. "I cannot be angry with a boy like you, because you know no better. Oh, here comes your mother. Your excitement has aroused her. Mamma, you have not the least idea what a lion you have to answer for. I leave him to you, my dear. Soothe him, feed him, and try to find his humming top."
End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 49. Prometheus Victus.
"I will not die like this. It is unseemly to die like this,"
the Reverend Thomas Hardnow was exclaiming at this very time, but a few miles off.
"I hope I am not a coward altogether, but the ignominy is unbearable. In this den of Eumaeus, this sty of Sycorax, entangled in the meshes of a foul hog net, and with hogs grunt, grunt for the chorus of my woes. My Prometheus class is just waiting for me at the present moment, so far as I can reckon here the climbing of the day, and I had rendered into English verses that delicious bit of chorus. With thy woes of mighty groaning, mortals feel a fellow moaning, and of Colchic land indwellers, maids who never quail in a fight, and so on. Oh, how small-minded of me to forget it now. Down to, and springs of holy-watered rivers wail thy pitiable woe. But instead of nymphs of ocean, here comes that old pig again,
If he could only grout up that board, which he must do sooner or later, what part of me will he begin upon? Probably this little finger. It is so white and helpless. If I could only move. To be eaten alive by pigs. Well, there is not so very much left for them. Infinitely better men have had a lower end than that. Only I would bend my knees, if bend them I could, to the giver of all good, that I may be insensible before the pigs begin. His plight was a very unfortunate one, but still, in the blackest veil of woe, there is sure to be some little threadbare place, from so many people having worn that veil, and even poor Hardenow had one good lookout, to wit, although he had been without food for 26 hours now, having been caught in the treacherous toils soon after he set his toes towards his dinner, he was not by any means in the same state in which a low church clergyman must have been. His system was so attained to fasting, and all his parts so disciplined, that cupboard was only whispered among them in a submissive manner, and even his stomach concluded sorrowfully that it must be Friday. Beyond this considerable advantage, which could not last much longer, there was really little to console him. His cowardly captors, not content with the rabbit net twined round him, had swathed him also in the stronger meshes of a corded gig net, and even after that, Black George, having had the handling of his legs, and discovered the vigor of their boniness, was so impressed that he called out, "I never did heckle such a wiry chap. Fetch a pair of they touch-thongs, Tickus, same as thou makest use for the ringing of the pigs, my lad." "Whoosh! Can he whoosh with my name so pat?" Leviticus whispered sulkily, but he brought the unyielding thongs, wherewith the fellow and tutor of Brasenose very soon had his wrists and ankles strapped, and in spite of all struggles through the livelong night, as firmly as a trussed hare was he fixed. Nevertheless, he could roll a little, though not very fast, because his elbows stopped him, for being of the sharpest they stuck into the ground, which was of a loamy nature. He fought with this difficulty as with every other, for a braver heart never dwelled in anybody, whether fat or lean, and he plucked up his angles from their bed of earth whenever the limits of cord would yield. He knew all about the manufacture of twine, so far as one not in the trade could know it, because he had got up the subject for the sake of a whipcord of a puzzle in Theocritus, but this only served to make his case the worse, for at that time honest string was made. The dressing and the facing and the 1,000 other rogueries make it quite impossible to tie a good knot now, and even if a strap has any leather in it, its first operation is a compromise. But at that stouter period, bind made bound. Mr. Hardenow could roll a little, but that was as much as he could do, and rolling did him very little good, except by way of exercise, because he was pulled up short so suddenly by feather-edged boarding with a coat of tar. The place in which he was penned was most unworthy of such an occupant. It was not even the principal meal-house, or the best treasury of wash. It was not the kitchen of the tasteful pigs, or even their back kitchen, but something combining the qualities of their scullery and dustbin. But the floor was clean, and a man lying lowly, so far as smell was concerned, had certainly the best of the situation, inasmuch as all odors must ascend to the pure ether of the exalted. Hardenow knew that it was vain to roll, because the door was padlocked, and the lower end, to which he chiefly tended, had a loose board, lifted every now and then by the unringed snout of a very good old sow. Pure curiosity was her motive, and no evil appetite, as her eyes might tell. She had never seen a fellow and a tutor of a college rolling, as she herself loved to do, and yet in a comparatively clumsy way. She grunted deep disapproval of his movements, and was vexed that her instructions were entirely thrown away. "Ah, Linus, Linus," be the cry, "and let the good be conqueror," Mr. Hardenow quoted as his legs began to ache. "Henceforth, if I have any henceforth, how palpably shall I realize the difference between the alendethra and the circular conistra. In this limited place I combine the two, but without the advantages of either.
I take it that, whether of horse or hen or human being, the essential condition of revolutionary employment is that the limbs be free. In my case, they are not free. The exhilaration which would ensue, and of which, if I remember rightly, Pliny speaks, or is it Alien? My memory seems to be rolling too, but the authority what it will, in my case that exhilaration is, at least for the moment, not forthcoming. But I ought to condemn myself far rather than writers who treat of a subject with the gravity of authority, that is to say, if they ever tried it. Experimentum in corpore vili is what all writers have preferred. If their own bodies were not too noble, what powerful impress they might have left. After such a cynical delivery as this, it served him practically right to hit, in the course of revolution, upon a bit of bone even harder than his own, a staunch piece of noble old ossification, whether herbivorous, carnivorous, or omnivorous dragon, such as would have brought Professor Buckland from Christ Church headlong, or even Professor Owen from the British Museum, the Melampus of all good dragons. Hardnow knew nothing about it except that it ran into him and jerked him in such a way over the ground that he got into the highest corner, and gladly would have rubbed himself if good hemp had yielded room for it. But this sad blow, which seemed at first the buffet of the third and crowning billow of his woe, proved to be a blessing in disguise, inasmuch as the reaction impelled him to a spot where he descried some encouragement to work, and a little encouragement was enough for him. By virtue of inborn calmness, long classical training and memories, and pure Anglo-Catholic discipline, the young man was still as fresh as paint, in a trouble which would have exhausted the vigor of a far more powerful and fiery man. Russell Overshute, for instance, even in his best health, would have worn his wits out long ago by futile wrath and raving hunger. Mr. Hardnow could not even guess how there came to be quite a thick cluster of pretty little holes, of about the size of a swan's quill, drilled completely through the board against which his mishap had driven him. The board was a stoutish slab of larch, cut feather-edged, and the saw having struck upon most of these holes obliquely, their form was elliptic instead of round, and their axes not being at right angles to the board, they attracted no attention by admitting light, since the light, of course, entered obliquely, in some parts as close as the holes of a colander, in other places scattered more widely. They jotted the plank for nearly a yard of its length, and afforded a fine specimen of the penetrative powers of a colony of Syrinx gigas, so often mistaken for the hornet. But though as to their efficient cause he could form no opinion, Hardnow hoped that their final cause might be to save his life, which he quietly believed to be in great peril, for he knew that he lay in the remote obscurity of a sad and savage wood, unvisited by justice, trade, or benefit of clergy. Here, if no good spirit came, or unseen genius, to release him, die he must at his own leisure, which would be a long one, and he could discover no moral to be read from his prehistoric skeleton, unless it were that very low one, stick to thy own business. A man of ordinary mind would not have troubled his head about this. Post me diluvium is the strengthening sentiment of this age, no fulcrum whatever for any good work, and the death of all immortality. Hardnow would have none of that. He had no idea of leaving ashes fit to nourish nothing, collecting his energies for a noble protest against having lived altogether in vain. He brought his fettered heels, like a double-headed hammer, as hard as his probabilistic swing could whirl, against the very thickest crowded cells of bygone domicile. The wooden shed rang, and the upright shook, and the nose of the sow at the lower end was jarred, and her feelings hurt, for, truly speaking, her motives had been misunderstood, and if Hardnow had but kept pigs of his own, he would have gone to work down there, to help her, and so perhaps have got her to release him from his toils. Everybody, however, must be allowed to go at work in his own way, and to find fault with him when he tries to do his best is, as all critics own, alike ungraceful and ungracious. Mr. Hardnow worked right hard, as he always did at everything, and his heels had their sparables as good as new, and capable of calcitration, though he wore nothing stronger than Oxford shoes with a bow of silk ribbon on the instep. The ribbon held fast, and he kicked, or rather swung his feet by a process of revolution, as bravely as if he had Hessian boots on. At the very first stroke, he had fetched out a splinter as big as the scoop of a marrow spoon, and delivering his coupled heels precisely where the tunnels afforded target, in a quarter of an hour he had worked a good hole, and was able to refresh himself with the largeness of the outer world. Not that he could, however skilled in rolling, roll himself out of his black jail yet, for the piece punched out was only 4 inches wide, but that he got a very decent width, in proportion at least to the man's average view, for a clear consideration of the world outside, and what he saw now was a pretty little sight, or a peep at country scenery. For the wood just here was not so thick that a man could not see it by reason of the trees, as the Irishman forcibly observed, but a dotted slope of bush and timber widening and opening sunny reaches out of the narrow forest track. There was no house to be seen, nor cottage, nor even barn or stable, nor any moving creature except a pig or two grouting in the tufted grass, and gray-headed daws at leisure, perking and prying for the good of their home circle. But presently the prisoner espied a wicket gate, nearly at the bottom of the sylvan slope, with a little space roughly stoned before it, almost a sure sign, in a neighborhood like that, of a human dwelling place inside. And when Hardnau's eyes, recovering tone, assured him of the existence of some moss-grown steps for the climbing of a horse upon either side, he felt a sudden, though it may not have been strictly logical, happiness from the warm idea that there must be some of the human race not far from him. He placed his lips close to the hole which he had made, and shouted his very loudest, and then stopped a little while to watch what might come of it, and then sent forth another shout, but nothing came of it, except that the pigs pricked up their ears and looked around and grunted, and the jackdaws gave a little jerk or two, and flapped their wings but did not fly, and a soft woody echo of a fibrous texture answered as weakly as a boy who does not know. It was pretty much what Hardnau expected. He saw that the wicket gate was a long way off, 300 or 400 yards perhaps, but he did not know that his jailer, Tickus Cripps, was the man who lived inside of it. Otherwise his sagacious mind would have yielded quiet mercy to his lungs, for Leviticus was such a cruel and cowardly blunderer that, in mere terror, he probably would have dashed grand brains out. But luckily he was far away now, and so were all other spies and villains, and only a little child, a boy or girl at the distance, nobody could say which, toddled out to the wicket gate, and laid fat arms against it, and labored with impatient grunts to push it open. Having seen no one for a long time now, Hardnau took an extraordinary interest in the efforts of this child. The success or failure of this little atom could not in any way matter to him, yet he threw his whole power of sight into the strain of the distant conflict. He made up his mind that if the child got out, he should be able to do the like. Then, having most accurate introspection, so far as humanity has such gift, he feared that his mind must be a little on the wane, ere ever such weakness entered it. To any other mind the wonder would have been that this should continue to be so tough, but he hated shortcomings, and began to feel them, laying this nice question by until there should be no child left to look at. He gazed with his whole might at this little peg of a body, in the distance, toppling forward and throwing out behind the weight of its great efforts. He wondered at his own interests, as we all ought to wonder if we took the trouble. This little peg, now in battle with the gate, was a solid peg in earnest, a fine little Cripps, about 5 years old, as firm as if just turned out of a churn. She was backward in speech, as all the Crippses are, and she rather stared forth her ideas than spoke them. But still, let her once get a settlement concerning a thing that must be done to carry out her own ideas, and in her face might be seen, once for all, that stop she never would till her own self had done it. Hardnau could not see any face, but he felt quite a surety of sturdiness from the solid mold of attitude. That heavy gate, standing stiffly on its heels, groaned obstreperously, and gibed at the unripe passion of this little maid. It banged her chubby knees, and bruised her warded hand, and it even bestowed a low cowardly buffet upon her expressive and determined cheek. And while she lamented this wrong, and allowed want of judgment to kick out at it, Unjust it may have been, but true it is, that she received a still worse visitation. The forefoot of the gate, which was quite shaky and rattlesome in its joints, came down like a skittle pin upon her little toes, which were only protected on a Sunday. "Oh, totoy! Oh, totoy!" cried Mr. Hardnell with a thrilling gush of woe, as if his own toes were undergoing it. Bitter yet truly just lamentation awoke all the echoes of the woods and hills, and Hardnell thought that it was all up now, that this small atom of the wooded world would accept her sad fate and run to tell her mother. But no, this child was a carrier's niece, and a man's niece, under some law of the Lord untraced by acephalous progeny, takes after him oftentimes and a great deal closer than his own beloved daughter does. Whether or no, here was the little animal, as obstinate as the very carrier, taught by adversity she did thus. Against the gate-post she settled her most substantial availability, and exerted it, and spared it not. Therewith she raised one solid leg, and spread the naked foot thereof, while her lips were as firm as any toe of all the lot, against the vile thing that had knocked her about, and the power that was contradicting her. Nothing could withstand this fixed resolution of one of the far more resolute moiety of humanity. With a creak of surrender, the gate gave back, and out came little Peggy Cripps, with a broad face glowing with triumph, which suddenly fell into a length of terror, as the vindictive gate closed behind her. To get out had been a great labor, but to get back was an impossibility, and Hardnell, even so far away, could interpret the gesture of despair and horror. "Poor little thing! How I wish that I could help her," he said to himself, and very soon began to think that mutual aid might, with proper skill, be compassed. With this good idea he renewed his shouts, but offered them in a more insinuating form, and being now assured that the child was female, his capacious mind framed a brief appeal to the very first instinct of all female life. Possibly, therefore, the fairer half of pig and dog creation appropriated with pleasure his address. At any rate, although the child began to look around, she had no idea whence came the words, "Pretty little dear, little beauty," etc., with which the learned prisoner was endeavoring to allure her. But at last, by a very great effort and with pain, Hardnell managed to extract from the nets his white cravat, or rather his cravat, which had been white, when it first hung down his back from the taloned clasp of the hollies. By much contrivance and ingenious rollings he brought out a pretty good wisp of white, and hoisted it bravely betwixt gyved feet, and at the little breach displayed it, and the soft breath of May which was wandering about came and uncrinkled, and in little tatters waved the universal symbol of succession apostolical, as well as dinner parties. Little Peggy happened at this moment to be staring with a loose, uncertain glimpse of thought that somebody somewhere was calling her. By the flutter of the white cravat, her wandering eyes were caught at last, and fixed for a minute of deliberate growth of wonder. Not a step towards that dreadful white ghost would she budge, but a steadfast idea was implanted in her mind, and was likely to come up very slowly. "It is a waste of time. I have lost half an hour. The poor little thing, I have only scared her. Now let me think what I ought to do next." But even while he addressed himself to that very difficult problem, Hardnell began to feel that he could not grapple with it. His mind was as clear as ever, but his bodily strength was failing. He had often fasted for a longer time, but never with his body invested thus, and all his members straightened. The little girl sank from his weary eyes, though he longed to know what would become of her, and he scarcely had any perception at all of pigs that were going on after their manner, and rabbits quite ready for their early dinner, the moment the sun began to slope, and a fine cock partridge who, in his way, was proud, because his wife had now laid a baker's dozen of eggs, and but for his dissuasion would begin to sit tomorrow, and after that a round-nosed hare, with a philoprogenitive forehead, but no clear idea yet of leverets. And after that, as the shadows grew long, a cart, drawn by a horse, as carts seem always to demand that they shall be, the horse of a strong and incisive stamp, to use the two pet words of the day, the cart not so very far behind him there, as they gave word to stop at the gate to one another, and in the cart, and above the cart, and driving both it and the horse thereof, as Abraham drove on the plain of Mamre, Zacchary Cripps, and sitting at his side, the far-travelled and accomplished Esther. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 50, Feminine Error. Meanwhile, at Cross Duck House, ever since that interview of the morning, things were becoming from hour to hour more critical and threatening. If Mr. Sharp could only have believed that his son was now a man, or at least should have been treated as though he were, and if after that the too active lawyer could only have conceived it possible that some things might go on all the better without him, it is likely enough that his righteous and gallant devices would have sped more easily. But Luke Sharp had governed his own little world so long that he scarcely could imagine serious rebellion, and he cared not to hide his large contempt for the intellect of Christopher, or the grievance which he had always felt at being the father of a donkey, and so, without further probation or pledge, he went forth to make his own arrangements, leaving young Kit to his mother's charge, like a dummy, to be stroked down and dressed. If he had left Kit but an hour before for his mother to tell him everything, and round the corners and smooth the levels, and wrap it all up in delicious romance, as women do so easily, with their power of believing whatever they wish, the boy might have jumped at the soft, sweet bait, for he verily loved his sylvan maid. But now all his virtue and courage and even temper were on the outlook, and only one thing more was needed to drive him to a desperate resolve, and that one thing was supplied, in the purest innocence, by Mrs. Sharp, though the question would never have arisen if her son had been left to her sole handling.
"Then, mother, I suppose," said Kit as simply as if he smelled no rat whatever, thoroughly as he understood that race, "if I should be fortunate enough to marry beautiful Miss Oglander, we shall have to live on bread and cheese until it shall please the senior people to be reconciled and help us?" "No, Kit, what are you talking of, child? The lady has 20,000 pounds of her own, and 150,000 pounds to follow, which nobody can take from her."
With a very heavy heart he turned away. Nothing more was required to settle him. He saw the whole business of the plotting now, and the young romance was out of it. He went to the bow window, looking on the lane, and felt himself akin to a little ragamuffin who was cheating all the other boys at marbles. Hard bitterness and keen misery were battling in his mind which should be the first to have its way and speak.
"This comes of being a lawyer's son," he cried, turning around for one bad glance at his mother. "She said that she disliked the law. I don't dislike, I abhor it." "So you may, my dear boy, and welcome now. This will lift you altogether beyond it. Your dear father may consider it his duty to continue the office, and so on, but you will be a country gentleman, Kit, with horses, and dogs, and Manton guns, and a pack of hounds, and a long barouche, and hothouse grapes. And I will come and live with you, my darling, or at least make our country house of it, and show you how to manage things, for the whole world will be trying to cheat you, Kit. You are too good-natured and grand in your ways. You must try to be a little sharper, darling, with that mint of money." "Must I? But suppose that I won't have it?" "Sometimes I believe that you think it mainly to provoke your mother. The money ought to have been ours, Kit, mine by heritage and justice. At least a year and a half ago, a moderate provision should have been made for a woman who may have her good points, though everybody has failed to discover them, and who married with a view to jointure. 10,000 pounds would have been very handsome, far handsomer than she ever was, poor thing. And then, by every law, human and divine, all the rest must have come to you and me, my dear. Now, I hope that you see things in their proper light." "Well, I dare say I do," he answered, with a little turn of sulkiness, such as he often got when people could not understand him. "Mother, you will allow me to have my own opinion as you have yours?" "Certainly, Kit, of course, my dear. You know that you always have been allowed extraordinary liberty in that way. No boy in any school could have more, even where all noblemen's sons are allowed to make apple-pie beds for the masters. Every night, my dear boy, when your father was away, it was rested with you, and you cannot deny it, to settle to a nicety what there must be for supper. Such trumpery stuff is not worth a thought. I am now like a fellow divided in two. You might guess what I am about a little. It is high time for me to come forward. You cannot see things, perhaps, as I do. How often must I tell you? I give you my word as a gentleman. All this is exceedingly trying. Of course it is, Kit, of course it is. What else could be expected of it? But still we must all of us go through trials, and then we come out purified. Not if we make them for ourselves, mother, and made them particularly dirty ones. But I cannot talk of it. What do I know? A lot of things come tempting me. Everybody laughs at me for wondering what my mind is, and everybody cheats me, as you said. Let the governor carry on his own devices. I have made up my mind to consider a good deal, and behave then according to circumstances. You will behave, I trust, exactly as your parents wish. They have seen so much more of the world than you have. They are far better judges of right and wrong, and their only desire is your highest interest. You will break your poor mother's heart, dear Kit, if you do anything foolish now."
The latter argument had so much more weight with young Sharp than the former, but pledging himself as yet to nothing, he ran away to his own room to think, while his mother with serious misgivings went down to see about the soup and hurry on the dinner. She knew that in vaunting Miss Oglander's wealth, she had done the very thing she was ordered not to do, and she was frightened at the way in which her son had taken it. Mr. Sharp did not come home to their early dinner at 1:30 o'clock. Indeed, his wife did not expect him much, and his son was delighted not to see him. Kit sat heavily, but took his food as usual. The condition of his mind might be very sad indeed, but his body was not to be driven thereby to neglect the duties of its own department. He helped his dear mother to some loin of mutton, and when she only played with it, and her knife and fork were trembling, he was angered, and his eyes sought hers, and she tried to look at him and smile, but made a wretched job of it. Christopher reserved his opinion about this, but it did not help in any way to impair his resolution. For dessert they had a little dish of strawberries from pot plants in the greenhouse, and as they were the first of the season the young fellow took to them rather greedily. His mother was charmed with his condescension, and urged him so well that in about 3 minutes the shining red globes ticked with gold were represented by a small ignoble pile of frilled stalks blurred with pink. At this moment in walked the master of the house. He had been as fully occupied as a certain unobtrusive but never inactive gentleman proverbially must be in a gale of wind. The day was unusually warm for the May month, and the streets of Oxford dusty. Mr. Sharp had been working a roundabout course, and working it very rapidly. He had managed to snatch at a sandwich or two, for he could not go long without nourishment, but throughout all his haste he had given himself, with the brightest vision of refreshing joy, just time to catch these strawberries. At least he was sure of it, but now, where were they?
"I see you know how to snap up a good thing," cried the lawyer with a glance of contempt and wrath. "Show the same promptitude in what has been arranged for your benefit this afternoon, my boy, and then you will be in earnest what you put on your dog's collars."
This was not the way to treat Kit Sharp, but the lawyer never could resist a sneer, even when his temper was at its best, which it certainly was not just now. Kit looked a little ashamed for a moment, but made no excuse for his greediness. He was sure that his mother would do that best. By this time he had resolved to avoid, for the present, all further dispute with his father. Whatever was arranged for him he would do his best to accept, with one condition, that he should be allowed to see the young lady first, and test her goodwill towards him, before her removal, as Mr. Sharp mildly called it, was attempted. His sanguine young heart had long been doing its utmost to convince him that his sweet-tempered and simple maid could never bring herself to the terrible cruelty of rejecting him. He felt how unworthy he was, but still so was everybody else, especially the villain with the 4 bay horses. From that scoundrel he would save her, even if he had to dissemble more than he had ever done before. Luke Sharp, with his eyes fixed on his son in lofty contemplation, beheld, as through a grand microscope, these despicable little reasonings. To argue with Kit was more foolish than filing a declaration against a man of straw. To suppose that Kit would ever really rebel was more absurd than to imagine that a case would be decided upon its merits.
"So be it," he said. "But of course, even you would never be quite such a fool as to tell her what your father and mother have done for her good?"
There still was a little to be done, and some nicety of combination to see to, and after a short consultation with his wife, the particular instructions as to management of Kit, Mr. Sharp rode off on his own stout horse, with a heavily loaded whip and a brace of pistols, because there were some rogues about. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 51. Unfilial.
"At 7 o'clock all must be ready,"
said Mr. Sharp towards the close of a hurried conversation with Miss Patch, Grace Oglander being sent out of the way, according to established signal.
"There is no time to lose, and no ladies' tricks of unpunctuality, if you please. We must have daylight for these horrid forest roads, and time it so as to get into the London road about 8:30. We must be in London by 2 in the morning. The horses and all that will be forthcoming. Kit rides outside, and I follow on horseback. Hannah, why do you hesitate?"
"Because I cannot go away without having seen that Jesuit priest in the pig net wallowing. It is such a grand providential work. The arm of the Lord has descended from heaven and bound him in his own meshes. Luke, I beg you, I implore you, I can pack up everything in an hour. Do not rob me of a sight like that."
"Hannah, are you mad? You have never been allowed to go near that place, and you never shall."
"Well, you know best, but it does seem very cruel, after all the lack of grace I have borne with here, to miss the great Protestant work thus accomplished. But suppose that the child should refuse to come with us? We have no letters now, nor any other ministration."
"We have no time now for such trumpery. We must carry things now with a much higher hand. Everything hangs upon the next few hours, and by this time tomorrow night all shall be safe. Kit and the girl gone for their honeymoon, and you sitting under the most furious dustman that ever thumped a cushion."
"Oh, Luke, how can you speak as if you really had no reverence?"
"Because there is no time for such stuff now. We have the strength, and we must use it. Just go and get ready. I must ride to meet my people. The girl, I suppose, is with Kit by this time. What a pair of nincompoops they will be."
"I am sure they will be a very pretty pair, so far as poor sinful exterior goes. And what is of 1,000-fold more importance, their worldly means will be the means of grace to hundreds of our poor fellow creatures, who, because their skin is of a different tint and their own opinion a finer one, are debarred."
"Now, Hannah, no time for that. Get ready, and mind that there must be no feminine weakness if circumstances should compel us to employ a little compulsion. Call to your mind that the Lord is with us, the sword of the Lord and of Gideon."
Pleased with his knowledge of Holy Writ, he went to the place where his horse was tied, and there he found a man with a message for him, which he just stopped to hearken.
"As loving as a pair of turtle doves, he hath got her by the middle, as sweet as my missus were to me afore us went to church together."
Black George had been sent to watch Kit and Gracie during their private interview, lest any precaution should be overlooked.
"Right. Here's a guinea for you, my man. Now, you know what to do till I come back. To stay where you are and keep a sharp lookout. Can the fool Nanette do without any water? Very well. After dark, give him some food, bandage his eyes, and walk him to and fro, and let him go in Banbury. All right, Governor, a rare bait he shall have of it, with a little swim in the canal to Clanon. No hardship, no cruelty," cried Mr. Sharp with his finger to his forehead as he rode away. "Only a little wise discipline to lead him into closer attention to his own affairs." Black George looked after his master with a grin of admiration. "He sticketh it north," said George to himself as he began to fill a grimy pipe. "He sticketh it north no more than I would, and with all that house the land's to backon. Most folk with money got no pluck left for thinking of others as owneth the same. I'll be danged if he doesn't carry on as bold as if he slept in a rabbit hole." With these words he sat down to watch the house according to his orders. But this man's description of what he had seen in the wood was not a correct one, much as he meant to speak the truth, for many reasons, and most of all this, that he ran away before the end of it. It was a pretty and moving scene, but the rabbit man cared a great deal more for the pipe, which he could not smoke in his duty, and the guinea which he hoped to get out of it, and it happened as near as one can tell on this wise. Grace Oglander came down the winding wooded path, with her heart pit-a-patting at every step, because she was ordered to meet somebody. An idea of that kind did not please her. A prude or a prude she would never wish to be, and a little bit of flirting had been a great relief and a pleasant change in her loneliness. But to bring matters to so stern a point, and have to say what she meant to say, in as few words as possible, and then walk off, these strong measures were not to her liking, because she was a most kind-hearted girl, and had much good-will towards Christopher. Kit, on the other hand, came along fast, with a resolute brow and firm, heavy stride. He had made up his mind to be wretched for life, if the heart upon which he had set his own should refuse to throb responsively. But whatever his fate might be, he would tread the highest path of generosity, chivalry, and honor. And this resolution was well set forth in the following nervous, pathetic lines, found in his blotting paper after his untimely— but stay, let us not anticipate. These words had been watered with a flood of tears. C.F.S. to Miss G.O. Say that happier mortal woos thee, say that nobler knight pursues thee, while this blighted being teareth all the festive robes it weareth, while this dead heart splits to loose thee. Ah, could I so misuse thee, though this bosom rent by thunder crash its last hope anchored in thee, liefer would I groan thereunder than by falsehood win thee. And now they met in a gentle place, roofed with leaves and floored with moss and decorated with bluebells. The chill of the earth was gone by and forgotten, and the power of the sky come back again. Stately tree and graceful bush and brown depths of tangled prickliness, everything having green life in it, was spreading its green and proud of it. Under this roof and in these halls of bright young verdure, the youth and maid came face to face befittingly. Grace, as bright as a rose and flushing with true tint of wild rose, drew back and bowed, and then, perceiving serious hurt of Christopher, kindly offered a warm, white hand, a delicious touch for anyone. Kit laid hold of this and kept it, though with constant fear of doing more than was established, and, trying to look firm and overpowering, led the fair young woman to a trunk of fallen oak. Here they both sat down, and Grace was not so far as she could wish from yielding to a little kind of trembling which arose in her. She glanced at Kit sideways whenever she felt that he could not be looking at her, and she kept her wise eyes mainly downward whenever they seemed to be wanted. Not that she could not look up and speak, only that she would rather wait until there was no other help for it. And as for that, she felt no fear, being sure that he was afraid of her. Kit, on the other hand, was full of fear, and did all he could in the craftiest manner to make his love look up at him. He could not tell how she might take his tale, but he knew by instinct that his eyes would help him where his tongue might fail. At last he said, "Now, will you promise faithfully not to be angry with me?" Oh, yes, to be sure," said Grace. "Why should I be angry?" "Because I can't help it. I give you my honor. I have tried very hard, but I cannot help it."
Then who could be angry with you unless it was something very wicked?"
"It is not very wicked. It is very good. Too good for me, a great deal, I am afraid."
"There cannot be many things too good for you. You are simple and brave and gentle."
"But this is too good for me ever so much, because it is your own dear self." Grace was afraid that this was coming, and now she lifted her soft blue eyes and looked at him quite tenderly, and yet so directly and clearly that he knew in a moment what she had for him: pity and trust and liking, but of heart's love not one atom. "I know what you mean," he whispered sadly, with his bright young face cast down. "I cannot think what can have made me such a fool. Only please to tell me one thing. Has there been any chap in front of me?" "How can I tell what you mean?" asked Grace, but her color showed that she could guess. "I must not ask who it is, of course. Only say it's not the swell that drives the 4-bay horses." "I do not know anyone that drives 4-bay horses, and now I think that I had better go. Only, as I cannot ever meet you any more, I must try to tell you that I like you very much, and never shall forget what I owe to you, and I hope you will very soon recover from this little disappointment, and my dear father, as soon as we return to England, for I must go to fetch him. Grace, oh, let me call you Grace once or twice. It can't matter here in the middle of the wood. Grace, I was so taken up with myself and full of my miserable folly, which of course I ought to have known better. I must not stop to hear any more. There is my hand. Yes, of course you may kiss it, after all that you have done for me." "I'm going to do a great deal more for you," cried Kit, quite carried away with the yielding kindness of lovely fingers. "For your sake I'm going to injure and disgrace my own father, though the Lord knows the shame is of his own making. It is my father who has kept you here, and tonight he is going to carry you off. Miss Patch is only a tool of his. Your own father knows not a word about it. He believes you to be dead and buried. Your tombstone is set up at Beckley, and your father goes and cries over it." "But his letters from Demerara. Oh, my head swims round. Let me hold by this tree for a moment." Kit threw his arm around her delicate waist to save her from falling, and away crept George, who had lurked behind a young birch tree too far off to hear their words. "You must rouse up your courage," said Kit with a yearning gaze at his sweet burden, yet taking no advantage of her. "Rouse up your courage, and I will do my best to save you from myself. It is very hard. It is cruelly cruel, and nobody will thank me." "His letters from Demerara," cried Grace, having scarcely heard a word he said. "How could he have written them? You must be wrong." "Of such letters I have never heard. I suppose they must have been forgeries. I give you my word that your father has been the whole time at Beckley, and a great deal too ill to go from home." "Too ill? My father?" "Yes, of course, of course. How could he help being ill without me? And he thinks that I'm dead. Oh, he thinks that I'm dead. I wonder that he could dare to be alive. But let me try to think a little." She tottered back to the old stump of a tree, and sat down there and burst forth into an extraordinary gush of weeping. More sad and pitiful tears had never been watered on innocent face before. "Let me cry, was her only answer when the young man clumsily tried to comfort. Kit got up and strode about, his indignation at her deep, low sobs, and her brilliant cheeks like a river's bed, and her rich hair dabbled like drifted corn, and above all the violent pain which made her lay both hands to her heart and squeeze. His wrath made him long to knock down people entitled to his love and reverence. He knew that her heart was quite full of her father in all his long desolation, and was making a row of pictures of him in deepening tribulation. But a girl might go on like that forever. A man must take the lead of her. "If you please, Miss Oglander," he said, going up and lifting both her hands and making her look up at him, "you have scarcely 5 minutes to make up your mind whether you wish to save your father or to be carried away from him." Grace, in confusion and fear, looked up. All about herself she had forgotten. She had even forgotten that Kit was near. She was only pondering slowly now, as the mind at most critical moments does.
some straw of a trifle that blew across. "Do you care to save your father's life?" asked Kit rather sternly, not seeing in the least the condition of her mind, but wondering at it. "If you do, you must come with me this moment, down the hill as fast as ever you can. I know a place where they can never find us. We must hide there till dark, and then I will take you to Beckley." But the young lady's nerves would not act at command. The shock and surprise had been too severe. All she could do was to gaze at Kit with soft, imploring eyes that tried to beg pardon for her helplessness. "If we stay here another minute, you are lost," cried Kit, as he heard the sound of the carriage wheels near the cottage, on the rise above them. "One question only. Will you trust me?" She moved her pale lips to say yes, and faintly lifted one hand to him. Kit waited for no other sign, but caught her in his sturdy arms and bore her down the hill as fast as he could go, without scratching her snow-white face or tearing the arm which hung on his shoulder. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 52, Unpaternal. Meanwhile, Mr. Sharp had his forces ready, and was waiting for Grace and Christopher, Cinnamenta's good uncle Kershew, who spent half of his useful time in stealing horses, and the other half in disguising and disposing of them. Although he might not have desired to show himself so long before the moonlight, yet, true to honor, here he was, blinking beneath a three-cornered hat, like a grandly respectable coachman. The carriage was drawn up in a shady place, quite out of sight from the windows, and the horses, having very rare experience of oats, were embracing a fine opportunity, in picturesque attitudes of tobacconizing, if the depth of the wood covers barbarism. Three fine fellows might now be seen, to wit, Black George, Joe Smith, and that substantial householder, Tickus Cripps. In the chaise sat a lady of comfortable aspect, though fidgeting now with fat, well-gloved hands. Mrs. Sharp had begged not to have to stop at home and wonder what might be doing with her own Kit, and the case being now one of neck or nothing, her husband had let her come, foreseeing that she might be of use with Grace Oglander. For the moment, however, she looked more likely to need attendance for herself, for she kept glancing round towards the cottage door, while her plump and still comely cheeks were twitching, and tears of deep thought about the merits of her son held her heart in quick readiness to be up and help them. Once Mr. Sharp, whose main good point, among several others, was affection for his wife, rode up, and in a playful manner tickled her nose with the buckskin loop of his loaded whip, and laughed at her. She felt how kind it was of him, but her smile was only feeble. "Now mind, dear," said Mr. Sharp, reining his horse, as strong as an oak and as bright as a daisy. "Feel no anxiety about me. You have plenty of nourishment in your 3 bags. Keep them all alive with it. Everything is mapped out perfectly. Near Wycombe, without rousing any landlord, you have a fresh pair of horses. In a desert place called the New Road in London, I meet you and take charge of you." "May Kit have his pipe on the box? I am sure it will make him go much sweeter." "50 if he likes. You put a sealskin pouch in. You think of everyone before yourself."
"But can I get on with that dreadful woman? Don't you think she will preach me to death, Luke?"
"Miranda, my dear, you are talking loosely. You forget the great gift that you possess, the noblest endowment of the nobler sex. You can sleep whenever you like, and do it without even a suspicion of a snore. It is the very finest form of listening. Good-bye. You will be a most happy party. When once I see you packed, I shall spur on in front." Mr. Sharp kissed his hand and rode back to the cottage. Right well he knew what a time ladies take to put their clothes upon them, and the more grow the years of their practice in the art, the longer grow the hours needful. Still, he thought Miss Patch had been quite long enough, but what could he say when he saw her at her window, with the looking-glass sternly set back upon the drawers, lifting her hands in short prayer to the Lord, as genuine a prayer as was ever tried. She was praying for a blessing on this new adventure, and that all might lead up to the glory of the kingdom. She besought to be relieved at last from her wearying instrumentality,
Mr. Sharp still had some little faith left, for he was a man of much good feeling, and he did not scoff at his sister's prayer, as a man of low nature might have done. Nevertheless, he struck up with his whip at the ivy around her bedroom window to impress the need of brevity, and the lady, though shocked at the suggestion of curtailment, did curtail immediately. In less than 5 minutes she was busy at the doorway, seeing to the exit of everything, and presently, with very pious precision, she gave Mrs. Marjorie Daw half-a-crown, and a tract which some friend should read to her, after rubbing her hands with a rind of bacon and a worn-out pocket-handkerchief which had belonged to the mighty Rowland Hill, whose voice went 3 miles and a half. Then Miss Patch, with her dress tucked up and her spectacles at their brightest, marched with a copy of the Scriptures borne prominently forward and the tags of her cloak doubled up on her arm, towards the carriage, where Grace must be waiting for her. The sloping of the sunset threw her shadow, and the ring-doves in the wood were cooing. The peace and the beauty touched even her heart, and the hushing of the winds of evening and the nestling of the wood appeased the ruffled mind to that simplicity of childhood, where God and good are one. But just as she was shaking hands benevolently with Mrs. Sharp, before getting into the carriage, back rode Mr. Sharp at full gallop, and without any ceremony shouted, "Where's the girl?"
"Miss Oglander? Why, I thought she was here,"
Hannah Patch answered with a little gasp.
"And I thought she was coming with you,"
cried Mrs. Sharp,
"as well as my dear boy, Christopher. I let her go to meet him as you arranged,"
Miss Patch exclaimed decisively.
"I had nothing to do with her after that."
"Is it possible that the boy has rogued me?"
As Mr. Sharp said these few words, his face took a color never seen before, even by his loving wife. The color was a livid purple, and it made his sparkling eyes look pale.
"They must be at the cottage," Mrs. Sharp suggested. "Let me go look for the naughty young couple."
The lawyer had his reasons for preventing this, as well as for keeping himself where he was, and therefore at a sign from him Miss Patch turned back and set off with all haste for the cottage. No sooner had she turned the corner than Joe Smith, the tall gypsy, emerged from the wood with long strides into the road, and beckoned to Mr. Sharp urgently. The lawyer was with him in a moment, and almost struck him in his fury at what he heard.
"How could you allow it? You great tinkering fool! Run to the corner where the 2 lanes meet. Take George with you. I'll ride straight down the road. No, stop. Cut the traces of those 2 horses. You jump on one and Black George on the other, and off for the corner full gallop. You ought to be there before the cart. I will ride straight for the rotten old jolter. Sounds as one man to beat 5 of us."
Waiting for no answer, he struck spurs into his horse, and stooping over the withers, dashed into a tangled alley which seemed to lead towards the timber track. No wonder Mr. Sharp was in such a rage, for what had happened was exactly this, only much of it happened with more speed than words. Cripps the Carrier had been put up by several friends and relations, especially Numbers the butcher, who missed the pork trade of Leviticus, to bring things directly to a point instead of letting them go on in a way which was neither one thing nor the other. Confessing all the claims of duty, poor Zacchary only asked how he could discharge them. He had done his very best, and he had found out nothing. If anyone could tell him what more to do, he would wear out his Sunday shoes to thank them.
"Brother Zac,"
said Mrs. Numbers with a feeling which in a less loyal family would have been contempt,
"have you set a woman to work, now have you?"
Every Cripps present was struck with this, and the most of all the carrier. Mrs. Numbers herself was quite ready to go, but a feud had arisen betwixt her and Susanna as to whether 3-holed or 4-holed buttons cut the cotton faster, and therefore the carrier resolved to take his own sister Etty, who never quarrelled. It was found out that she required change of air, and, indeed, she had been rather delicate ever since her long, sad task at Shotover. Now, Leviticus durst not refuse to receive her, much as he disliked the plan. The girl went without any idea of playing spy. All she knew was that her brother was suspected of falling into low company, and she was to put him on his mettle if she could. Hence it was that Hardnow, gazing betwixt the 2 feather-edged boards, beheld, just before he lost his wits, the honoured vehicle of Cripps, with empty washing baskets standing on its welcome homeward road, to discharge the fair Etty at her brother's gate. Tickis was away upon Mr. Sharp's business, and Zacchary, through a grand sense of honor, would not take advantage of the chance by going in. Craft and wickedness might be in full play with them, but a wife should on no account be taken unawares and tempted to speak outside her duty. Therefore the carrier kissed his sister in the soft gleam of the sunset clouds, and refusing so much as a glass of ale, touched up Dobbin with a tickle of the whip, and that excellent nag, after looking round for oats in a dream, which his common sense premised to be too sanguine, brushed all his latter elegances with his tail, and fetching round his blinkers a most sad adieu to Esther, gave a little grunt at fortune and resignedly set off. When he grunted at a light day's work, how little did he guess what unparalleled exertions parted him yet from his stable for the night. For while Master Cripps, with an equable mind, was jogging it gently on the silent way, and, thinking how lonely his cottage would be without Esther, was balancing in his mind the respective charms of his three admirers, Mary Hookham, Mealy Hiss, and Sally Brown of the Golden Cross, and sadly concluding that he must make up his mind to one of the three ere long, suddenly he beheld a thing which frightened him more than a dozen wives. Cripps was come to a turn of the track, for it scarcely could be called a road, and was sadly singing to Dobbin and himself that exquisite elegiac, "Needles and pins, when a man marries his trouble begins." Dobbin also, though he had never married, was trying to keep time to this tune, as he always did to sound sentiments, when the two of them saw a sight that came like a stroke for profanity over them. Directly in front of them, from a thick bush, sprang a beautiful girl into the middle of the lane, and spread out her hand to stop them. If the evening light had been a little paler, or even the moon had been behind her, a ghost she must have been then and forever. Cripps stared as if he would have no eyes any more, but Dobbin had received a great many comforts from the little hand spread out to him, and he stopped and sniffed and lifted up his nose, now growing more decidedly aquiline, that it might be stroked and even possibly regaled with a bunch of white-blossomed clover.
"Oh, Cripps, good Cripps, you dear old Cripps,"
Grace Oglander cried with great tears in her eyes.
"You never have forgotten me, Zacchary Cripps. They say that I am dead and buried. It isn't true, not a word of it. Dear Cripps, I am as sound alive as you are, only I have been shamefully treated. Do let me get up in your cart, good Cripps, and my father will thank you forever."
"But, Missy, poor Missy,"
Cripps stammered out, drawing on his heart for every word,
"you was buried on the 7th of January, in the year of our Lord 1838. 3 pickaxes was broken over digging of your grave by reason of the frosty weather, and all of us come to your funeral. Do ye go back, miss, that's a dear. The churchyard to Beckley is a comfortable place, and this here wood is no place for a Christian."
"But, Cripps, dear Cripps, do try and let me speak. They might have broken 30 pickaxes, but I had nothing at all to do with it. May I get up? Oh, may I get up? It is the only chance of saving me. I hear a horse tearing through the wood. Oh, dear clever Cripps, you will repent it for the rest of all your life. Even Dobbin is sharper than you are."
"You blessed old ass!"
cried a stern young voice as Kit Sharp, who had meant not to show, rushed forward.
"There is no time for your heavy brain to work. You shall have the young lady, dead or alive. Pardon me, Grace, no help for it. Now, thick-headed bumpkin, put one arm around and off at full gallop with your old screw. If you give her up, I will hang you by the neck to the tail of your broken rattletrap."
"Oh, Cripps, dear Cripps, I assure you on my honor,"
said Grace, as tossed up by her lover she sat on the seat of Esther.
"I have never been dead any more than you have. I can't tell you now. Oh, drive on, drive, if you have a spark of manhood in you."
A horse and horseman came out of the wood about 50 yards behind them, and Grace would have fallen headlong but for the half-reluctant arm of Cripps, as Dobbin, with a jump, quite unknown in his very first essay of harness, set off full gallop over rut and rock, with a blow on his back from the fist of Kit, like the tumble of a chimney-pot. Then Christopher Sharp, after one sad look at Grace Oglander's flying figure, turned round to confront his father.
"What means all this?"
cried the lawyer fiercely, being obliged to rein up his horse unless he would trample Kit underfoot.
"It means this,"
answered his son, with a firm gaze and strong grasp of his bridle, "that you have made a great mistake, sir, that you must give up your plan altogether, that the poor young lady who has been so deceived—"
"Let go my bridle, will you? Am I to stop here to be baffled by you? Idiot! Let go my bridle."
"Father, you shall not. For your own sake, you shall not. I may be an idiot, but I will not be a blackguard."
"If by the time I've counted 3 your hand is on my bridle, I will knock you down and ride over you."
Their eyes met in furious conflict of will, the elder man's glaring with the blaze of an opal, and the younger one's steady with a deep brown glow. "Strike me dead if you choose," said Kit, as his father raised his arm with the loaded whip swinging and counted,
1, 2, 3.
Then the crashing blow fell on the naked temple, and it was not needed twice. Dashing the rowels into his horse, whose knees struck the boy in the chest as he fell, and hurtled him among the bushes, the lawyer, without even looking round, rode madly after Zacchary. Dobbin had won a good start by this time, and was round the corner doing great wonders for his time of life, tossing the tubs and the baskets and Grace and even the sturdy carrier like fritters in a pan, while the cart leapt and plunged, and the spokes of the wheels went round too fast to be counted. Cripps tugged at Dobbin with all his might, but for the first time in his life the old horse rebelled, and flung on at full speed.
"He knoweth best, miss, he knoweth best,"
cried Zacchary, while Grace clung to him.
"He hath a divination of his own, if he dothn't kick a cart to tatters. But never would I turn tail on a single man. Who is yon chap riding after us?"
"Oh, Cripps, it is a dreadful man,"
whispered Grace, with her teeth jerking into her tongue,
"who has kept me in prison, and perhaps killed my father. Oh, Dobbin, sweet Dobbin, try one more gallop, and you shall have clover forever."
Poor Dobbin responded with his best endeavor, but alas, his old feet and his legs and his breath were not as in the palmy days, and a long shambling trot with a canter for a change were the utmost he could compass. He wagged his grey tail in brief expostulation, conveying that he could go no faster.
"Now for it," said Cripps as the foe overhauled them. "I never was afeard of one man yet, and I don't mane to begin at this time of life. Missy, go down into the body of the cart. Her ride easily enough by now, and cover thee up with the bucking baskets. Cripps will take thee to thy father, little un. Never fear, my dearie."
She obeyed him by jumping back into the cart, but as for hiding in a basket, Grace had a little too much of her father's spirit, and the weather was so fine that no tilt was on. She sat on the rail there and faced her bitter foe.
"That child is my ward,"
shouted Mr. Sharp, riding up to the side of Cripps while his eyes passed on from Grace's.
"Give her up to me this moment, fellow. I can take her by the law of the land, and I will." "Liar, Sharp," answered Master Cripps, desiring to address him professionally. "This here young lady belongeth to her father, and no man else shall have her. Any reasoning thou hast to come down with, us will hearken as we goes along, but if so be that thou keepest to a civil tongue, but high words never bate me down one penny, and never shall do so, while the Lord is with me." "Hark you, Cripps," replied Master Sharp, putting his lips to the carrier's ear, and whispering so that Grace could only guess at enormous sums of money, which sums began doubling at every breath. "Down on the nail, and no man the wiser, but the devil a great deal the wiser," said the carrier, grinning gently as if he saw the power of evil fleeing away in discomfiture. "Now, liar Sharp, hath thou outwitted hisself? What liar would offer such a sight of money for what were his own by the lay of the land? You cursed fool, you will die," cried Sharp, drawing and cocking a great horse pistol. "Your blood be on your head, then yield."
Cripps, with great presence of mind, made believe for a moment to surrender, till Mr. Sharp lowered his weapon, and came up to stop the cart, and to take out Grace. In a moment, the carrier, with a wonderful stroke, learned from long whip-wielding, fetched down his new lash on the eyeball of the young and ticklish horse of the lawyer. Mad with pain and rage, the horse stood up as straight as a soldier drilling, and balanced on the turn to fall back, break his spine, and crush his rider. Luke Sharp in his peril slipped off, and the cartwheel comfortably crunched over his left foot. His pistol bullet whizzed through the tall old tree,
He stood on one foot and swore horribly. "Gee wug, Dobbin," said Cripps in a cheerful but not by any means excited vein. "Us needn't gallop any more now, I reckon. The liar hath put his foot in it. Please now, Miss Grace, come and sit to the front again. We shall have you yet, you darned old clod!" Mr. Sharp in his rage yelled after him. "Oh, I'll pay you out for this devil's own trick. You aren't come to the corner yet." "Oh!" shouted Cripps. "Liar Sharp, my duty to you. You don't catch me a-going to the corner, sir, if some of the firm be a-waiting for me there." With these words he gaily struck off to the right through a by-lane unknown, but just passable, where the sound of his wheels was no longer heard, and the mossy boughs closed over him. Grace clung to his arm, and glory and gladness filled the simple heart of Cripps. Meanwhile, Mr. Sharp, who had stuck to his bridle, limped to his horse, but could not mount. Then he drew forth the other pistol from the near holster, and cocked it and levelled it at Cripps. But thanks to brave Dobbin, now the distance was too great, and he kept the charge for a nobler use. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in a public domain. Chapter 53. This Will Do. Mr. Sharp's young horse, being highly fed and victualled for the long ride to London, and having been struck in the eye unjustly, and jarred in the brain by the roar of a pistol and the whiz of a bullet between his pricked ears, was now in a state of mind which offered no fair field for pure reasoning process. A better disposed horse was never foaled, and possibly none, setting Dobbin aside, as the premier and quite unapproachable type, who took a clearer view of his duties to the provider of corn, hay, and straw, and was more ready to face and undergo all proper responsibilities. Therefore he could not be fairly blamed, and not a pound should be deducted from his warrantable value, simply because he now did what any other young horse in the world would have felt to be right. He stared all around to ask what was coming next, and he tugged on the bridle, with his 4 feet out, as a leverage against injustice, and his hind legs spread quite apart, like a merry thought, ready to hop anywhere. At the same time he stared with great terrified eyes, now at the man who had involved him in these perils, and now at the darkening forest which might hold even worse in the background. Mr. Sharp was not in the mood for coaxing, or any conciliation. His left foot was crushed so that he could only hop, and to put it on the ground was agony. His own son had turned against him, and a contemptible clod had outwitted him. Disgrace and ruin and death stared at him, and here was his favorite horse a rebel. He fixed his fierce eyes on the eyes of the horse and fairly quelled him with fury. The eyes of the horse shrank back and turned and trembled and blinked and pleaded softly, and then absolutely fawned. Being a very intelligent nag, he was as sure as any sound Christian of the personality of the devil, and far worse than that, of his presence now before him. He came round whinnying to his master's side, as gentle as a lamb, and as abject as a hangdog. He allowed the lame lawyer to pick up his whip, and to lash him on his poor back, without a wince, and to lead him, when weary of that, to a stump, from which he was able to mount again. "Thank you, you devil," cried Mr. Sharp, giving his good horse another swinging lash. "It is hopeless altogether to ride after the cart. That part of the play is played out and done with. The pious papa and the milk and water missy rush into each other's arms. As for me, well, I have learned to make a horse obey me. Now, sir, if you please, we will join the ladies, gently because of your master's foot." He rode back quietly along the track over which he had chased the carrier's cart, and his foot was now in such anguish that the whole of his wonderful self-command was needed to keep him silent. He set his hard lips, and his rigid nose was drawn as pale as parchment, and the fire of his eyes died into the dullness of universal rancor. No hard-hearted man can find his joy in the sweet, soft works of nature, any more than the naked flint nurses flowers. The beauty of the young May twilight flowing through the woven wood, and harboring, like a blue bloom, here and there in bays of verdure,
while upward all the great trees reared their domes once more in summer roofage, and stopped out the heavens, while in among them, finding refuge, birds, before the dark fell on them, filled the world with melody, and the hushing rustle of the well-earned night was settling down. Through all these rode Mr. Sharp, and hated every one of them. Presently his horse gave a little turn of head, but was too cowed down to shy again, and a tall woman, darkly clad, was standing by the timber track, with one hand up to catch his eyes.
"You here, Sentimenta?" cried the lawyer with surprise. "I have no time now. What do you want with me?"
"I want you to see the work of your hand, your only child, dead by your own blow."
Struck with cold horror, he could not speak, but he reeled in the saddle with his hand on his heart, and stared at Sentimenta.
"It is true," she said softly. "Come here and see it. Even for you, Luke Sharp, I never could have wished a sight like this. You have ruined my life. You have made my people thieves. The loss of my children lies on you. But to see your only son murdered by yourself is too bad even for such as you."
"I never meant it. I never dreamed it. God is my witness that I never did. I thought his head was a great deal thicker."
Sneerer as he was, he meant no jest now. He simply spoke the earnest truth. In his passion he had struck men before, and knocked them down with no great harm. He forgot his own fury in this one blow, and the weight of his heavily loaded whip.
"If you cannot believe,"
she answered sternly, supposing him to be jeering still,
"you had better come here. He was a kind, good lad, good to me, and to my last child. I have made him look very nice. Will you come, or will you go and tell his mother?"
Luke Sharp looked at her in the same sort of way in which many of his victims had looked at him. Then he touched his horse gently, having had too much of rage, and allowed him to take his own choice of way. The poor horse, having had a very bad time of it, made the most of this privilege, setting an example to mankind, whose first thought is not sure to be of home. The poor fellow pointed the white star on his forehead towards his distant stable. Oxford was many a bad mile away, but his heart was set upon being there. Sleepily, therefore, he jogged along, having never known such a day of it. While he thought of his oat sieves sweetly, and nice little nibbles at his clover hay, and the comfortable soothing of his creased places by a man who would sing a tune to him, his rider was in a very different case, without one hope to turn to. The rising of the moon to assuage the earth of all the long sun fever, the spread of dewy light, and the quivering of the nerves of shadow, and then the soft, unfeatured beauty of the dim tranquillity, coming over Luke Sharp's road or flitting on his face, what difference could they make to his white despair? He hated light, he loathed the shade, he scorned the meekness of the dapple, and he cursed the darkness. Out of sight of the road, and yet within a level course of it, there lay, to his knowledge, a deep and quiet and seldom troubled forest pool. This had long been in his mind, and coming to the footpath now, he drew his bridle towards it. The moon was here fenced out by trees and thickets of blackthorn, and ivy hanging like a funeral pall, except that here at the lip of darkness one broad beam of light stole in, and shivered on grey boles of willow, and quivered on black lustrous smoothness of contemptuous water. To the verge of this water Luke Sharp rode, with his horse prepared for anything. He swept with his keen eyes all the length of liquid darkness, ebbing into blackness in the distance, and he spoke his last words. "This will do." Then he drove his horse into the margin of the pool till the water was up to the girths, and the broad beams of the moon shone over them. Here he drew both feet from the stirrup irons, and sat on his saddle sideways, sluicing his crushed and burning foot, and watching the water drip from it. And then he carefully pulled from the holster the pistol that still was loaded, took care that the flint and the priming were right, and turning his horse that he might escape while the man fell into deep water, steadfastly gazed at the moon, and laid the muzzle to his temple, justly careful that it should be the temple, and the vein which tallied with that upon which he had struck his son. A blaze lit up the forest pool, and a roar shook the pall of ivy. A heavy plash added to the treasures of the deep, and a little flotilla of white stuff began to sail about on the black water, in the commotion made by man and horse. When Mr. Sharp was an office boy, his name had been Little Big Brains. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 54. Cripps brings home the crown. Although the solid Cripps might now be supposed by other people to have baffled all his enemies, in his own mind there was no sense of triumph, but much of wonder. The first thing he did when all danger was past, and Dobbin was peddling his old tune, 3 halfpence and tuppence, 3 halfpence and tuppence, a good horse knows what his shoes are worth, was to tie up Gracie in a pair of sacks. He thumped them well on the footboard first, to shake all the mealiness out of them, and then, with permission, he spread one over the delicate shoulders, and the other in front, across the trembling heart and throat. Then, by some hereditary art, he fastened them together so that the night air could not creep between.
"Cripps, you are too good," said Grace. "If I could only tell you half the times that I have thought of you, and once when I saw a sack of yours."
"Lor, miss, the very one as I have missed. Hadn't got a red cross thick to one side. The Lord only knows what a fool I be, to carry on with such rum-tums now. However, I'll have hold of ye, and summat more ere I be done with it."
Here the carrier rubbed his mouth on his sleeve, as he always did, to stop himself. He was not going to publish the family disgrace till he had avenged it.
"But now, miss, not another word you say. Inside of them sacks you go to sleep. The Lord knows you want it dearly. And fall away you can't nohow. Scratched you be to that extreme in getting out of Satan's den. That tallow candles dropped in water is what I must see to. None of 'em knows it. No, not one of 'em. Man or horse, it cometh all the same. It taketh a man to do it, though."
"I should like to see a horse do it,"
said Grace, and her sleepy smile passed into sleep. Eager as she was to be in her father's arms, the excitement and the exertion and the unwonted shaking and passage through the air began to tell their usual tale. This was the very thing the crafty carrier longed to bring about. It left him time to consider how to meet 2 difficulties. The first was to get her through Beckley without any uproar of the natives. The second, to place her in her father's arms without dangerous emotion. The former point he compassed well, by taking advantage of the many ins and outs of the leisurely lanes of Beckley, so that he drew up at the back door of the Barton, without a single sapient villager being one bit the wiser. Now, if he only had his sister with him, the second point might have been better managed, because he would have sent her on in front to treat with Mrs. Hookham, and employ all the feminine skill supplied by quickness, sympathy, and invention. As it was, he must do the best he could, and his greatest difficulty was with Grace herself. The young lady by this time was wide awake and stirred with such violent throbbings of heart at the view of divine and desirable Beckley sleeping in the moonlight and at the breadth of her own home door and haunt of her darling father's steps, that Cripps had to hold her down by her sacks and wished that he could strap her so.
"Do 'ee zit still, miss, do 'ee zit still," he kept on saying till he was afraid of being rude.
"You are a tyrant, Cripps, a perfect tyrant. Because you have picked me up and been so good, have you any right to keep me from my father?"
"Them raisonings," said Cripps in a decided tone, "is good, but comes to nothing. Either you do as I begs you, missy, or I turns Dobbin's head and back you go. It is for the squire's sake that I spake so harsh to 'ee. Supposin' you was to kill him, missy, what would you say arterwards?"
"Oh, is he so dreadfully ill as that? I will do everything exactly as you tell me."
"Then get down very softly, miss, and run and hide in that old doorway, quite out of the moonshine, and stay there till I come to fetch ye.
Still covered with the sacks, the maiden did as she was told, while the carrier, with ungainly skill and needless cautions to his horse, who stood like a rock, descended. Then he walked into the squire's kitchen, with whip in hand as usual, as if he were come to deliver goods. The fat cook was now sitting calmly by the fire meditating. To her the time of year made no difference, except for the time that meat must hang, and a recollection of what was in its prime, and a consideration of the draught required, and the shutting of the sun out when he spoiled the fire. In the fire of young days, when herself quite raw, this admirable cook had been done brown by a handsome young Methodist preacher. Before she understood what a basting ladle is, her head was set spinning by his tongue and eyes. He had 3 wives already, but he put her on the list, took all her money out of her, and went another circuit. The poor girl spent about a year in crying, and then she returned to the Church of England, buried her baby, and became a cook. Without being soured by any evil, she now had long experience, and a ripe style of twirling her thumbs upon her apron. "Please, Miss Cook," began Zacchary, entering under official privilege, and trying to look full of business, "do 'ee know where to lay hand on Mother Hookham? A valuable piece of goods I has to deliver, and must have good receipt for 'un."
"But lor, Master Cripps, now, whatever be about? It ain't one of your Oxford days, and us never sends out no washing."
"You've knowed me a long time now, ain't you, Mrs. Cook? Did you ever know me for to play trickum truly?"
"Never have you done that to my knowledge," the good woman answered steadfastly, though pained in her heart by the thought of one who had. "Master Cripps is known to be the breadth of his own word."
"Then, my good soul, will ye fetch down Mother Hookham? It bain't for the flourishes, the Lord Almighty knows. I haven't got the governing of them little scrawls myself, nor the seasoning amongst them as appertains to you. Beautifully you could have done it, Mrs. Cook, but the directions here is so particular. For a job of this sort, you are 20 years too young."
"Oh, Master Cripps," cried the cook, who made a star like that upon a pie for her manual sign. "Well, you know that the ruin of my days has been trust and edication. Standing aside of it, I was took in, and afore there come any pen or pencil, £320 was gone. Not for a moment do I blame the word of God, only them as blasphemeth it, but the whole of my innard parts is turned against a pepper, even on a pie crust."
"Don't ye give way now, dear heart alive. Many a time have ye told me, and every time I feels the more for ye. Quite a young woman you still be in a way, and a treasure for a young man with a wame in his throat. And half a guinea every week you might aim for roast and dinner parties. But do we now go and fetch Mother Hookham down?"
"The old woman isn't in the house, Master Cripps. She hath so many things to mind that the wonder is how she can ever go through of them. A heavy weight she hath taken off my shoulders ever since here she come, in virtue of her tongue. But her darter can be had to put a flower to almost anything if my signs isn't grand enough to go into your hat, Master Cripps."
"Now, my dear good soul," replied the carrier, standing back and looking at her, "you be taking of everything in a crooked way, you be. I have a little thing to see to, nor to say of a kitchen in it, and some sort of style peculiar, requireth peculiar management, I do assure you, and no harm. Will ye please to hearken to me now, such as I have to say, not much."
The brave cook answered this appeal by running to fetch Mary Hookham. In everything that now she did, even with such a man as Cripps, the remembrance of vile deceit made her look out for a witness. Mary came down with a bounce, as if she had never been near her looking-glass, but was born with her ribbons and colour to match, and her eyes shone fresh at the sight of Master Cripps.
"How well you be looking, my dear, for sure," said the carrier, having, as a soldier has, his admiration of a pretty girl quickened by the sound of firearms. "And I be come to make ye look still better."
Mary cast a glance at the cook, as if she thought her one too many. Cripps must be going to declare his mind at last, and Mary had such faith in him that she required no witness.
"Who do ye think that I have brought ye back?" asked Zacchary, meaning to be very quiet, but speaking so loud in his pride that Mary,
with a pale face, ran and shut the door upon the steps leading to her master's quarters. Then she came back more at leisure, and put her elbows to her sides, and looked at Master Cripps as if she had never meant to think of him for herself. And this made Cripps, who had been exulting at her first proceedings, put down his whip in wonder.
"Not Miss Grace!" cried Mary. "Surely never our Miss Grace!"
"What a intellect that young woman hath," said Cripps aloud, reflecting. "Almost too much, I be verily afeard."
"Oh, no, Master Cripps, not at all too much for any one as entereth into it with a household feeling. But were I right? Oh, Master Cripps, were I right?"
"Mary Hookham,"
said Cripps, coming over and laying his hand on her shoulder, as he used to do when she was a little wench, and made him a curtsy with a glass of ale, even then admiring him.
"Mary, you were right, as I never could believe any would have the quickness. Cripps hath brought home to this old ancient mansion the very most valuable case of goods as ever were inside it, better than the crown as the young queen hath for 10 months now preparing."
"Alive?"
asked Mary, shrinking back towards the fire, for his metaphor might mean coffins.
"Now, there you go down again, there you go down,"
answered Cripps, who enjoyed the situation, and desired to make the most of it.
"I thought you was all intellect, but better perhaps without too much. Put it to yourself now, Mary, whether I should look like this if I had only brought the remainses."
"Oh, where is her? Where is her? Wherever can her be?"
cried Mary, forgetting all her fine education and strong vernacular excitement.
"Her be where I knows to find her again,"
answered Zacchary with a steadfast face. It was not for any one to run and strike a light betwixt him and his own work.
"Her might be to Abington or to Banbury. Proper time come, I can fetch her aford."
"Oh, I thought you had got her in the house, Master Cripps. How disappointing you do grow, to be sure. I suppose it is the way of all men."
Mary shed a tear, and Master Cripps, having been tried by sundry women, went closer, to be sure of it. He was pleased at the sign, but he went on with his business.
"You deserve to know everything. Now, can ye shut the doors without a chance of anybody breaking in?"
Mary and the cook, with a glance at one another, fastened all the doors of the large, low kitchen, except for the one leading to the lane itself.
"You bide just as you be," said Cripps, "and I'll show ye something worth looking at."
He ran to the place where Grace was hiding, in the chill and the heat of impatience, and he took the coarse sacks from her shoulders, as if her sackcloth time was done at last. Then he led her to the warmth and light, and she hung behind, afraid of them. That strange but not uncommon shyness of one's own familiar home, when long unseen, came over her, and she felt for the moment almost afraid of her own beloved father. But Cripps made her come, and both Mary Hookham and the fat cook cried,
"Oh, my good!"
and ran up and kissed her, and held her hands while she stood pale and mute, with large blue eyes brimful of tears, and lips that wavered between smile and sob.
Does he know about me?"
she managed to say to Cripps while she glanced at the door leading up to her father's room.
"Not he, Lord bless you, my dear," said Cripps. "It taketh them all half-hour apiece to believe as you ever be alive, miss."
"It would never take my father 2 minutes," answered Grace. "He will be a great deal too glad of it to doubt."
"You promised to abide by my directions," the carrier cried reproachfully. "If he don't, I won't answer for nought of it. Now, you sit down, miss, by back kitchen door, to come or go either way, according as is ordered. Now, Mary, plaise to go, and say that Cripps hath come to see his worship about a little mistake he hath made."
Mr. Oglander never refused to see any who came to visit him. His simple, straightforward mind compelled him to go through with everything as it turned up, whether it were of his own business or any other person's. Therefore he said, "Show Cripps in here." Cripps was in no hurry to be shown in. He felt that he had a ticklish job to carry through, and he might drop the handles if himself were touched amiss, and he thought that he could get on much better with a clever woman there to help him.
"Plaise your worship,"
he began, coming in with his finger to his forelock and his stiff knee sticking out.
"Don't ye run away now, Mary, that's a dear. You knows all the way-bills, and his worship will allow of you."
"Why, Cripps," Mr. Oglander exclaimed, "you are making a very great fuss tonight, and you look as if you had been run over. Even if it is half a crown, Cripps, you are come to prove against me. Put it down. I will not dispute it. I know that you would rather wrong yourself than me." The old gentleman was tired, and he did not want to talk.
In course," said Zacchary, as if every man preferred to wrong himself. "But the point is a differing thing, and, Mary, speak up if you say you know it is."
"Yes, sir, I do assure you now," said Mary. "The point is altogether quite a different sort of thing."
"Then why can't you come to it?" cried the squire. "Is it that you want to marry one another?" Mary's face blushed to a fine young color, and Cripps made a nod at her, as if he meant to think of it, but he must leave that for another evening. "I never could abide such stuff," muttered Mary, "as if all the world was a maid of wives and husbands." The squire sat calmly with his head upon his hand and his white hair glistening in the lamplight, as he gazed from one to the other, with a smile of melancholy amusement. It would be a great discomfort to him to lose Mary Hookham's service, and he thought it a little unkind of her to leave him in this sad loneliness. But he had not lived 80 years and 10 without knowing what the way of the world is. Therefore, if Cripps had made up his mind, as the woman had long been declaring that he as a man was bound to do, Mr. Oglander would be the last to complain, or say a word to damp them. The carrier himself had some idea that such was the working of the squire's mind.
"Now, your worship," he said, putting Mary away to a place where she could use her handkerchief, "will ye please to hearken without your own opinion before last heard what there be to say? Neither of us dreameth of doing you the wrong to take away Mary while you be wanting of her. You ought to have knowed us better, squire. And as for poor Mary, I ain't said a word to back up her hopes of a-having me yet. Now, Miss Mary, have I?"
"No, that you never haven't, Master Cripps, and it may come too late if it ever do come."
Well, continued Master Cripps, without much terror in the way as she turned her back. "Rally, your worship, it was you who throwed us out, reckoning of my times as a hard thing for me. And 104 times a year is too much for the discretion of a horse, almost."
"Very well, Cripps," said the squire in despair. "Everyone knows that you must have your time. Not a word will I speak again until I have your leave."
"I calls it unhandsome of your worship to say that, being so contrary of my best characteristics. Your worship meaneth all things for the best, I am persuaded. But speaking thus, you drives me into such a perspiration, the same as used to be a sweat when I was young and forced to it. Now, doth your worship know that all things cometh in a round, like a sound cartwheel, to all such folks as trust the Lord?"
"I know that you have such a theory, Cripps. You beat the whole village in theology."
"And a learned scholar in Oxford, your worship. You were quite doubled up about the tribe of Levi. But for all of their stuff, the Lord still goeth on making his rounds to his own right time. And now his time hath come for you, squire."
"Do try to speak out, Cripps, and tell me what excites you so."
"Mary, his worship is beginning to look white. Fetch in the pepper caster and the gallon of vinegar as I delivered last Wednesday."
"No, Mary, no. I want nothing of the kind. Tell him, beg him just to speak out what he means."
"Cripps, Master Cripps, now,"
cried Mary in a tremble.
"you be going too far, and then stopping of a heap like. His worship ought to be led into the whole of it gradual.
"Can he trust in the word of the Lord, your worship?" asked Cripps, advancing bravely. "Can he do that now without no disrespect to ye?"
"In 2 minutes more you'll drive me mad between you," the old squire shouted as he rose and spread his arms.
"In the name of God, what is it? Is it of my daughter?"
Yes, father dearest. Who else could it be in the whole of the world?" a clear voice cried as the timid form grew clearer.
"They would go on all night, but I could not wait a moment, Daddy. I am sure that you won't be frightened. You can't have too much of your own grace, can you? Don't let it go to your heart, my darling. Grace will rub it for you. There, let me put my head just as I used, and then you will be certain, won't you?"
She laid her head upon her father's breast, while Mary caught hold of the carrier's sleeve, and led him away to the passage. Then the old man's weak and trembling fingers strayed among his daughter's hair, and he could not speak, or smile, or weep.
"There, you will be better directly, darling,"
she whispered, looking up with streaming eyes, as she felt him tremble exceedingly, and her quick hands eased him of the little brooch containing her mother's hair and her own, which fastened his quavering shirt-frill.
"You wanted me to come back, didn't you? But not in such a hurry, darling, not in such a hurry. Father dear, why ever don't you kiss me?"
"If you did not run away, dear. Say you did not run away."
"Daddy, you cannot be so ill-minded, so very wicked to your only child."
The old man took his child's hand in his own, and soothed her down and drew her down, until they were kneeling at the table side by side. Then they put up their hands to thank God for one another, and did it not with lips, but with heart and soul. End of chapter 54. Chapter 55 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 55. Smith to the Rescue. Now in the whole of Beckley village scarcely a soul under 80 years of age, unless it were of some child under 8 tucked up in rosy slumber, failed to discuss within half an hour the miracle about Grace Oglander. That word was first set afoot in the parish by a man of settled habits, and therefore of sure authority, for Thomas Cale had been put upon a horse, when the carrier's leg would not go up, in order to ride for his life to tell Squire Overshute all that was come to pass. This Cale was a man of large wondering power, gifted moreover with a faith of ghosts, which often detracted from his comfort. He had seen his young mistress in a half light only, when the household was called to look at her, and now he was ordered to a house where a lady had died not more than a few weeks back. Between Beckley Barton and Shotover Grange there are 2 places known to be haunted. The necessity for priming Thomas before he started had occurred unluckily to himself alone. Already as he rode out of the yard a gate-post in a tree shone spectrally. He felt the necessity for priming himself, and, prudent man as he was, he saw no mischief in affording it. Squire Overshute could not give him less than a guinea for his tidings. Therefore, though pledged to the utmost not to speak, he took the very turn which the prudent Cripps had shunned, and pulling up at the window of the dusty anvil, gave a shout for hot gin and water. The anvil was ringing with hilarity that night, and its dust, if heavy sprinkling could allay it, was subsiding, for Beckley, having played a cricket match with Ilsip, and beaten the Dalesmen by 10 wickets, as needs must be with 5 Crippses holding Willow, an equally invincible resolve arose to out-eat the losers at the supper. Ilsip, defeated but not disgraced, was well represented both in flesh and cash, and as Mr. Cale called for his modest class, a generous feeling awoke in the breasts of several young men to pay for it, for the wickets had been pitched in a meadow of the Squire's, where Cale had plied scythe and roller. Thomas Cale saw that it would be a most uncandid and illiberal act to open his mouth for a negative only. He firmly restricted good feeling, however, to 3 good bumpers and a bottomer, pledging himself on compulsion to call on his way back and manage the duplicate. But his heart was so good that before he rode off with a flout at all ghosts and goblins, he took an old crony by the name upon his smock, and told him where to go for a miracle. Now who should this be but that old Daddy Wakeling, that ancient and valued friend of Cripps, and one of the best men in Ellsfield parish? Daddy was forced to spend much of his time outside his own parish, for the best of reasons, and a melancholy one. There was no public house inside of it. Here he was now, with his fine white locks and patriarchal countenance, propounding a test to our finest qualities, a touchstone of one's lofty confidence or low cynicism, whether the subject should now be pronounced more venerable or more tipsy. But old Daddy Wakeling would be the very last, when getting near the middle of his third gallon, to conceal from his friends any gratifying news, and ere ever Cale's horse's heels turned the corner, Daddy's wise old lips were wagging into the ear of a crony. In less than 2 minutes Phil Hiss had got the news. A council was held in the long room of the inn, and a march upon the squire's house, and a serenade by everyone who could scrape, blow, twang, or halloa, was the resolution of a moment. In the thick of the rout, as with good intent they approached the old-fashioned coach doors, which led to the front where they meant to be musical, a short square fellow slipped out of the crowd and without observation went his way. His way was to a little hut of a stable, fastened only with a prong outside, but holding a nice young horse, who had finished his supper, but was not sleepy. He neighed as John Smith came in, for he felt quite inclined for a little exercise, and he knew the value of the saying he had heard, after supper trot a mile. Numbers Cripps was his owner, and in that shameful age of ownership which soon will be abolished, now that its prime key is gone, the key of holy wedlock, and the butcher had offered Mr. Smith a ride whenever he should happen to want one. The night was well up in the sky, and the track of summer daylight star-swept, the dim remembrance of a brighter hour that hangs round a tree like a halo, was gone, and only little twinkles shone through bays of leafage against the tidal power of the moon, and the long immeasurable stretch of silence spread faint avenues of fear. Mr. John Smith was a very brave man. Imagination never stirred the corpulence of his comfort. What he either saw or sifted out by his own process, that he believed, and very little else. And so he rode through light and shade and the grain of the air which is neither, while the forest grew deeper with phantasm, and the depth of night made way for him. Suddenly even he was startled. In a dark, narrow place where he kept the track, and stuck his heels under his horse's belly, for fear of being taken sideways, something dashed by him with a pant and roar and fire flying out of it. Mr. Smith blessed his stars that he was not rolled over, as he very well might have been, for that which flew by him like a streak of meteor was a strong horse frantic. Smith turned round in his saddle and stared, but the runaway sped the faster, as if he were rushing away from the forest, with a pack of wolves behind him. The stirrups of his empty saddle struck fire, clashing under him, and his swift flight scarcely left a sound of breath or hoof to follow him.
"The devil is after him," said John Smith. "I never saw a horse in such a state of mind. I may as well mark the spot where he came out. He has left, as sure as I sit here, a tale to be told in the background." Without dismounting, he broke off a branch of young white poplar and cast it so that by daylight he could find it, and then with a very uneasy mind he strode on, to trace the rest of it. He was not by any means in Luke Sharp's pay, as 1 or 2 persons had suspected, neither was he even of his privy council, and yet he was bound hand and foot to him, partly by fealty of a conquered mind, and partly by sense of his brother Joe's complicity to subservience. John Smith, in his own way, was an honorable man, and money was no bribe to him. With quickened alarm he rode on at all speed towards the cottage of the swineherd. Never in any way had he dealt with the sylvan schemes of Mr. Sharp, or even from a distance watched them. It was long ere he had any clear suspicions, for his tall brother kept miles away from him, and seeking the remains of Grace under the snowdrift, he wrought out his duty with blind honesty. John Smith's nerves were of iron, and even the riderless horse had not scattered them. But though he rode on bravely still, a cloud of gloom fell over him. It would make a sad difference to his life if anything had happened to Mr. Sharp, for Smith had invested a little money under the lawyer's guidance, and knowing Luke Sharp as he did, he feared that evil had befallen him. Hence, with dark misgiving, and a set resolve to face it, he lashed his horse on at a perilous rate, through the wattled ways of moonlight. The glance and glimpse of light and shade flew past him like a cataract,
till suddenly even he was scared by the sound of his name in a sad, clear voice. He pulled up his horse and laid his hand on the butt of a pistol beneath his cape, till a woman came forth into the light and said, "I was sure you would come, but too late. It is too late." "Cinnamenta, show me," he answered very softly, knowing by her gesture that the mischief was at hand. As soon as he was off his horse and had made him fast by the bridle, she led him round some shadowy corners into a little dingle. This had no great trees to crowd it, and though it lay below a level of the wood around, the moon was high enough now to throw a broad gangway of light along it. The sides were fringed or jagged with darkness, cumbrous tree or mantled ivy jutting forth black elbows, but in the middle lay and spread fair sward of dewy emblements, swept with brightness and garnished for a winsome dance of fairies. But now, instead of skip and music, sigh and sob and wailing noises of the human heart were heard. A fine young form of the Oxford build lay heavily girt with molehills, enfolded vainly in a velvet cloak, and vainly on every side adjured to open its eyes and come back again. Kit was not at all the fellow thus to be addressed in vain. If he only could have heard the living voices challenge him. His love of sport had been love of pluck, as it generally is with Englishmen, and all his dogs of different sizes must have taught him something. His mother now was pulling at him in a storm of fear and hope. She felt that he could not be dead, because it would be so outrageous, and yet her feeble heart was fearful that such things had been before. Happily for herself, she knew not what had happened to him, but took it for an accident of the woods, for the gypsy woman who alone had seen it had been too kind to tell the truth.
"Oh, Kit, Kit, now only look," the poor fond mother was going on. "Only lift one eyelid, darling. Only move one little hand."
His hands were a very considerable size.
"Or do anything you like, dear, just to show that you are coming back to your own mother. Kit, Kit, oh, my Kit, my own and ever only Kit. Or Christopher, if you like it better, darling. Here I have been for whole hours and hours, and not one word will you say to me. If ever I laughed at you, Kit, in my life, you must have felt how proud I was. There is not anything in all the world or anybody to come near you, Kit. Only come, only be near me, instead of breaking all my heart like this."
Worn out with misery, she fell back, and Cinnamenta, with a short, quick sigh, knelt down on the turf and supported her.
"4 times I have had to bear it, and every time worse than the time before," she said in her soft, clear tone to herself, but only to remind herself of the tenderness she was sure to show. "And this was her only one, and grown up." Her face, still beautiful and lovely with the sad love in her eyes, the memory of the time when still there was somebody to live for, shone in a gentle light, now poured abundantly on all of them, all of who had lived and loved and suffered and now made shadows in moonshine. Not one had been down to the holy depths of sorrow as this woman had.
"Catching up now,"
cried John Smith, who never knew how his ideas were timed.
"Catching up by the heels, wa'n't he? While I taken him by the head. This here beastly hole being out to fetch the ghost of his life out. He hath got life in him. Don't tell me. His ears be like a shell, and no dead man's is. Rap on the knob, Lord bless my heart, I'd sooner have 50 than 1 on the basket. What all on you afeard to heckle him?"
"Oh, no, sir. Oh, no, sir,"
cried poor Mrs. Sharp as Tickis and another man fell away.
"I am not very strong, but I can help my child."
"Ma'am, you are a lady,"
said John Smith, that being his very highest crown of praise.
"But as for you, a set of cowards. Go to the devil, all of you." "Now, ma'am, I will not trouble you except to follow after us. Cindy will clear the way in front. It cometh more natural to her. And you, ma'am, shall follow me as you please. And sorry I'm not to help you. A little shaking will do him a world of good."
He was taking up Kit with a well-adjusted balance while he spoke to her, and he wasted his breath in nothing, except in telling her to follow him, as the hind comes after the poor slain fawn, or the cow runs after the nettled cart where the white face of her calf weeps out. Even so Mrs. Sharp of her dress thought nothing, though cut up like a carrot in the latest London style and trimmed with almost every flower nature ever saw. Anyhow, after Kit she went, and knew not light from darkness. Mr. Smith sturdily managed to get on. He was thickly built and had well-set reins, and though poor Kit was no featherweight, his bearer did not flag with him. Then, setting the body of the lad on a mound, where the moon shone clearly upon his face, and the night air fanned him quietly, John Smith very calmly pulled out a bright weapon, and flourished it, and felt the edge.
"Oh, no, sir! Oh, pray, sir!"
cried Mrs. Sharp, falling on her knees and clasping her poor boy.
"Sinny, just lead her behind that bush. 'Tis either death or blood with him."
"Oh, no, I could never bear to be out of sight. If it really must be done, I will not shriek. I will not even sigh. Only let me stay by his side."
John Smith signed to his sister-in-law, who took the mother's trembling hands and turned her away for a moment.
"Now, fetch cold water. That vein must not be allowed to bleed too long, ma'am. 'Tis a ticklish one to manage for a surgeon even, and at present it is sulky. But it only wants a little air, and just the least little touch again. If you could just manage to go and say your prayers, ma'am, we could get on a long sight better."
"Oh, I never thought of that. How sinful of me! Oh, kind good man, I implore of you."
"Not of me, ma'am. Pray to God in heaven, unless you wish to see me run away, and if I do, he slips right off the hooks."
She turned away, with her weak hands clasped, but whether she prayed or not, never could she tell. But one thing she bore in mind as long as soul abode with it, and that was the leap of her heart when Smith shouted in a good, loud voice,
"All right!"
End of chapter 55. Chapter 56 of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 56. Fatal Accident to the Carrier. Now that little maid, who, with such strength, alike of mind and body, had opened the paternal gate, and then bewailed her prowess, happened to be the especial favorite of her good Aunt Esther. Therefore, no sooner had the carrier begun his eventful homeward course, as heretofore related, than Eddie, who loved a forest walk and felt rather dull without Zacchary, took Peggy's fat red hand and, after a good tea with Susanna, set forth for an evening stroll, to gather flowers and hear the birds sing. Almost before they had got well into the wooded places, Peggy shrank away from a black timber shed, partly overhung by trees.
"Peggy, not go there, Aunt Eddie," she said. "Goose in there, a great white goose." "A ghost, you little goose?" answered Esther, laughing, for still there was good sunset. "Come and show me. I want to see a ghost." "No, no, no," cried the child, pulling backward and struggling as hard as she had struggled with the gate. "Peggy see white goose in a black hole there all day." "Then, Peggy, stop here while I go and look. You won't be afraid to do that, will you?"
Running bravely up to the hole in the boards, Esther saw, to her great amazement, the form, perhaps the corpse, of a man, stretched at length on the ground inside. It lay too much in the dark for the face to be seen, and the dress was so swaddled with netting and earthy that little could be made of it. A torn strip of cambric that once had been white lay partly on the body and partly on the board. Esther caught it up, and she remembered having ironed something of this shape for somebody once who was going to be examined. She knew where to look for the mark, and there she saw in small letters, T. Hardenow. Surprised as she was, she did not lose her wits or courage, as she used to do. She ran to the door of the shed, tried the padlock, and finding it fastened, as she had feared, made haste to the grain house, and seized a bunch of keys. Not one of them truly was born with the lock, but one was soon found to serve the turn. Then Esther pushed back the creaking door and timidly gazed round the shadowy shed. She was quite alone now, for her little niece, with short sobs of terror, had set off for home. In the light admitted by the open door, young Esther descried a poor, miserable thing, helpless, still as a log and senseless, yet to her faithful heart the idol of her adoration. Gently, step by step, she stole to the prostrate form, and knelt down softly, and reverently touched it. She feared to seem to take advantage of a helpless moment, and yet a keen joy mixed with terror shone in the eagerness of her eyes. "He is alive, I'm sure of that," she said to herself, as she pulled forth a pair of strong scissors which she always carried. "He is alive, but very, very nearly dead. What wretches can have treated him like this?" In 2 minutes Hardnow was free from every cord and thong of bondage. His lax arms fell at his sides. His legs, that had saved his life by kicking, slowly sank back to their native angles, like a lobster's claw untied, and his small and dismally empty stomach quivered almost invisibly. "Oh, he is starving, or downright starved," cried Esther, watching his white lips, which trembled with some glad memory of suction, and stiffened again to some Anglican dream. "After all, I have blamed other folk quite amiss. He hath corded himself away from his victuals to give way to his noble principles. But how could he lock himself in? The Lord must have sent a bad angel to tempt him, and then to turn the key on him." Before she had finished this reasoning process, the girl was halfway towards the cot of Tychus, her heart outweighing her mind according to all true feminine proportions. She ran swiftly upon Susanna, sitting in the dusky kitchen and pondering over a very slow fire the cookery of the children's supper. These good young children never failed to go to see the pigs fed, and down at the sties they all were at this moment, with no victuals come, and the pigs all squeaking, because the pigmaster was not at home. This was most sad, and the children felt it. Nevertheless they bore it, knowing that their own pot was warming, but they too might have squeaked if they had known that out of their own pot Aunt Etty was stealing half the meat and all the little cobs of jelly. It was as fine a pot of stuff as ever Susanna Cripps had made, for she did not hold at all with fattening the pigs and starving her own children, and she argued most justly, while Esther all the while was ladling all the virtue out. Etty had never been known to do anything violent or high-handed, yet now, without entering into even the very shortest train of reasoning, away she went swifter than any train, bearing in her right hand the best dresser jug, filled with the children's tidbits of nurture, and in her left hand flourishing Susanna's own darling silver wedding spoon. Mrs. Leviticus longed to rush in chase of her, but ere her slowly startled nerves could send a necessary tingle to her ruminating knees, the girl was out of sight, and for her vestige lingered naught but a very provoking smell of soup. Now in so advanced a stage of the world's existence, and of this narrative, it is needful, judicious, or even becoming to describe, spoonful by spoonful, however grateful, delicious, and absorbing, the process of administering and receiving soup. To give and take is said by people of large experience in life to be about the latest and most consummate lesson of humanity, coming even after that extreme of wisdom which teaches us to grin and bear it. But in the present trifling instance, two young people very soon began to be comparatively at home with the subject. The opening of the eyes in all countries and creatures is done a good deal later than the opening of the mouth, the latter being essential, the former quite a fortuitous proceeding. After 6 spoonfuls, as counted by Esther, Hardnow opened both his eyes. After 2 or 3 more, he knew where he was, and when he had swallowed a dozen and a bonus, scarcely any of his wits were wanting. Still Esther, for fear of a relapse, went on, though her hand trembled dreadfully when she sat up, with his poor bones creaking sadly, and tried to be steady upon her arm, but was overbalanced by his weight of brain, Instead of shrieking or screaming, she took advantage of this opportunity, and his bony chin dropping afforded the first opening towards his interior. To put it briefly, he quite came round, and after 20 spoonfuls vowed, with the concise rushing of the movement into the arms of common sense, that never could he fast again, and after 30 were absorbed and beginning to assimilate, he gazed at Esther's smiling eyes, and saw the clearest and truest solution of his postulates on celibacy. Esther dropped her eyes in terror, and made him drink the dregs and bottom with a convert's zealous gulp, and as it happened, this was wise. If any malignant persons charge him with having sold for a mess of pottage man's noblest birthright, celibacy, let every such person be corded up at the longest possible date after breakfast, and the shortest before dinner, or rather, alas, before dinner-time, let him stay corded and rolling about in a hog-house, as long as roll he can, which never would approach Mr. Hardnow's cycle. Let him throughout his whole period, instead of eating, expect to be eaten, and then, with a wolf in his stomach, if he has one, let him loose his wits, if he has any, and then let a lovely girl come and free him, and feed him, and cry over him, and regard him, with his clothes at their very worst, and cakes of dirt in his eyes and mouth, as the imperial Jove in some Dictaean cavern dormant, and then as the light and new life flow back, and the power of his heart awakes, let there manifestly accrue thereto a better, gentler, and sweeter heart, timid even of its own pulse, and ashamed of its own veracity. And then, if he takes all this unmoved, why, let him be corded up again, and nobody come to deliver him. Esther only smiled and wept at her patient's ardent words and impassioned gratitude. She knew that between them was a great gulf fixed, and that the leap across it seldom was a happy landing, and when poor Hardnow fell back, in the weak reaction of a heart more fit for pain than passion, she knelt at his side and nursed and cheered him, less with the air of a courted maiden than of a careful handmaid. In the end, however, this feeling, like most of those which are adverse to our wishes, was prevailed upon to subside, and Esther, although the least revolutionary and longest established stock in England, that of the genuine Crippses, whose name originally, no doubt, Chrysippus, indicates the possession of a golden horse, Eddie Cripps, finding that the heart of her adored one had, in Splinter's opinion, a perilous fissure requiring change of climate, consented at last, having no house of her own, to come down from the tilt and go to Africa. For Hardnow, as he grew older and able to regard mankind more largely, came out from many of the narrow ways, which, like the lanes of Beckley, satisfy their final cause by leading into one another. With the growth of his learning, his candor grew, and he strove to bind others by his own strap and buckle, as little as he offered to be bound by theirs. Therefore, when 2 of his very best friends made a bona fide job of it, and being unable to think their thoughts out, got it done by deputy and sank to infallible happiness, Thomas Hardnow pulled up, and set his heels into the ground of common sense, like a horse at the brink of a quarry pit, and the field of reason, rich and generous, opened its gates again to him. Herein he cut no capers, as so many of the wilder spirits did, but made himself ready for some true work and solid advantage to his race, and so, before any university mission or plough and Bible enterprise, Hardnow set forth to open a tract for commerce and civilization, and to fight the devil and slavery in the rich, rude heart of Africa. Besides his extraordinary gift of tongues, he had many other qualifications, the witness of his legs and stomach, his quiet style of listening to that so that even a nigger need not be snubbed, his magnificent freedom from humor, an element fatal to stern convictions, and last but not least, as he said to Eddie for a clinching argument, his wife's acquaintance with the carrying trade. Happy exile, how much better than home misery it is! But the house of Cripps sent forth another member into banishment, with little choice or chance of much felicity on his part, As there are woes more strong than tears, so are their crimes beyond the lash. When the doings of Leviticus were brought to light and shown to be unsuccessful, a council of Crippses was held in his hog-house, and a stern decree passed to expatriate him. Tychus was offered his fair say, and did his very best to defend himself, but the case from the first was hopeless. If he had wronged any other parish than Beckley, or even any other as well, there might have been some escape for him. Cruelty, cowardice, treason high and low, perjury to his own elder brother, and eternal disgrace to his birthplace. There was not a word in the mouth of any one half bad enough to use to him. The carrier rose and said all he could say for the sake of the many children, but weighty with piety as he was, he could not stem the many-fountained torrent of the Crippsic wrath. The pigs of Leviticus were divided among all the nephews and nieces and cousins, ere ever a creditor got a hock rope or a flick whip ready, and Tychus himself, unhoused, unstied, unlardered, and unsmocked, wandered forth with his business gone, like a Gerardine swineherd void of swine. For years and years that fine old hog farm was the haunt of rats and rabbits. Never a grunt or squeak of porker, ringing or rung eloquently, shook the fringe of ivied shade, or jarred the acorn in its cup, until a third son arose and grew up to Zacchary Cripps hereafter. All the neighborhood lay under a cloud of fear and sadness because of what Luke Sharp had done, not to others, but to himself. Luke Sharp, the greatest of all lawyers, so the affrighted woodman says, may and must, alas, be seen at certain moments of the forest moon, rising on horseback from the black pool where his black life ended, gaining the shore with a silent bound, and galloping, with his arm held forth as straight as any signpost, to the nook of dark lane where he smote his son, and then to the ruined hut wherein he imprisoned the fair lady, and then to the rotting shed in which he courted and starved the great Oxford scholar. Whether for the assertion of the law Luke Sharp is allowed by some evil power thus to revisit the glimpses of the moon, or whether he lies in silent blackness, ignorant of evil, sure it is that no one cares to stay beyond the fall of dusk in that part of the forest. But as soon as the lawyer's wife and son, by virtue of the popular mark, had found and quietly buried his disappointed corpse, they made the very best of a broken business, as cheerfully as could be hoped for. Each of them sighed very heavily at times, especially when they were almost certain of hearing again, round the corner or downstairs, a masterful and very memorable tread. Therefore, with what speed they might, they left their fine old cross-duck house, and fleeing all low courtesy, unpleasant remark, and significant glance, took refuge under the quiet roof of Kit's Aunt Peggy, near High Wycombe, where he had hoped to lodge and woo his timid forest angel. Here Kit found tardy comfort, and recovered health quite rapidly, by writing his own dirge in many admirable metres, till, being at length made laureate of a strictly local paper, at a salary of nil per annum, and some quarts of ale to stand, he swung his cloak and lit his pipe in the style of better days. From those whom his father had wronged so deeply he would accept no help whatever, much as they desired to show their sense of his good behavior, and when the second best ambition of his life arrived by coach, that notable dog, Pablo, if Christopher could have sniffed lightest scent of Beckley or shot over in the black dog wrinkles of his nostrils, the odds are 10 to 1 that Oxford never would have sighed, as all through the October term she did, at the loss of her finest badgerer. In spite of all this obstinacy, 3 people were resolved to make him come round and be comfortable, settled, and respectable. To this they brought him in the end, and made him give up fugitive pieces, sonnets, stanzas to a left-hand glove, and epitaphs on a cenotaph. The Squire and Russell and Grace could not compose their own snug happiness without providing that Kit should be less miserable than his poetry. So they married him to a banker's daughter and, better still, put him in the bank itself. The loyalty of Mrs. Firmitage to her distinguished husband's memory was never disturbed by any knowledge of that fatal codicil. Poor Mrs. Sharp, as she slowly recovered from the sad grief wrought by greed, more and more reverently cherished her great husband's high repute. She rejoined him in a better world, or at least she set forth to do so, without any knowledge of the blow he had given to her son's head and her own heart. Kit, like a man, concealed that outrage, and, like a good son, listened to his departed father's praises. But in her heart the widow felt that some of these might be imperilled if that codicil turned up. Long time she kept it in reserve as a thunderbolt for Joan Firmitage, but Pablo's arrival improved her feelings, and so did the banker's daughter, and finally, on Kit's wedding day, with a sigh and a prayer, she took advantage of a clear fire and a rapid draught, and the codicil flew through the chimney-pot. As a lawyer's daughter she revered such things. In the same capacity she knew that now it could make no great practical difference, for Grace was quite sure of her good aunt's money. And again, as a widow and mother, she felt what a stain must be cast on the name she loved best, if this little document ever came to light, other than good firelight. But why should Esther have no house of her own, as darkly hinted above, so as to almost compel her to descend from tilt to tent? The reason is not far to seek, and he who runs may read it, without running out of Beckley. Cripps the Carrier, now being past the middle milestone of man's life, and seeing every day more and more the grey hairs on his horse's tail, lowered his whip in a shady place, and let his reins go slackly, and pulled his crooked sixpence out, and could not see to read it, and yet the summer sun was bright in the top of the bushes over him.
"I fear I must. I see no way out of 'un," Zacchary said to his lonely self. "Eddie is as good as gone already. Her cannot stand out again that there's celibacy, and none else understandeth the frying pan. The Lord knows how I have fought against the womanses, seeing all as I has seen, and better I might have done, if I must come to it, many a time in the last 10 year. Better at least for the brown, white, and yellow, though the woman is brought might have shattered 'em again. After all, Mary might be a deal worse, though I have felt some doubt concerning her tongue. But her hath a proper respect for me, and a 40 punds to Oxford Bank. If her mother speaketh right of her, and the squire hath given me a new horse, to come on when so Dobbin beginneth to wear out, therefore his domestics hath first claim, though I'd sooner drive Dobbin than 10 of 'em. What shall us do now? Whatever shall us do?"
Zacchary Cripps pulled off his hat in a slow perspiration of suspense, for if he once made up his mind, there would be no way out of it. He looked at his horse with a sad misgiving, both on his own account and Dobbin's. The marriage of the master might wrong the horse, and the horse might no more be the master's. Suddenly a bright idea struck him, a bar of sunshine through the shade.
"Thou shalt settle it, Dobbin,"
he cried, leaning over and stroking his gingerly loins.
"It concerneth thee most, or leastways quite as much. Never hath any man had a better horse. The will of the Lord takes the strength out of all of us, but he leaveth and addeth to the wisdom therein. Dobbin, thou seest things as never man can tell of. Now, if thou waggest thy tail to the right, I will, and so be to the left, I won't. Mind what thou doest now. Call upon thy wisdom, nag, and give thy master honestly the sense of thy discretion."
With a settled mind and no disturbance, he awaited the delivery of Dobbin's tale. A fly settled on the white foam of the harness on the off side of his ancient horse. Away went his tail with a sprightly flick at it, and Cripps accepted the result. The result was the satisfaction of Mary's long and faithful love for him, and the happy continuance, in the woodland roads, of the loyal race and unpretentious course of Cripps the Carrier. The end. End of chapter 56. Recording by Keith Salis. End of Cripps the Carrier by Richard Doddridge Blackmore.